Imagine being able to build the next big web application, impress top-tier employers, and stand out in the competitive tech industry, all by mastering one powerful framework, which is Nuxt JS. Hello and welcome to NuxtJS Fluency, the premier Nuxt 3 masterclass. This fully updated course is designed to be the only resource you need to learn NuxtJS, master it, and become a professional NuxtJS developer. My name is Noor. I'm a software engineer and the lead instructor at Programming Fluency. I have many years of experience both as a software developer and as an instructor, and I'm so excited to be your instructor on this course. So, why do you need to learn NuxtJS? NuxtJS is one of the most powerful and popular technologies to build full-stack applications that demand both front-end and back-end development. It's centered on Vue.js, which is one of the most popular and powerful front-end frameworks for crafting user interfaces. NuxtJS makes building dynamic web apps really easy, with features like server-side rendering and simple routing. It streamlines development. Whether you're crafting sophisticated user interfaces or implementing SEO-friendly applications, NuxtJS empowers you to bring your ideas to life with efficiency and elegance. NuxtJS can help you build anything you can think of. And best of all, we make it easy to learn this very powerful technology. Some of the famous companies that use NuxtJS are OpenAI, TikTok, Unilever, Upwork, and Stack Overflow. As a student in this course, you're gonna get access to over 15 hours of 4K video content, which contains interactive and hands-on coding tutorials, amazing whiteboard and animated explanations, real-life projects, coding exercises, practice tests, quizzes, and much, much more. You'll also have access to a private online classroom where you can chat and study with fellow students and reach out to us anytime you need. Repetition and practice are the keys to mastering anything, so expect a hands-on practical approach. The course is structured to be 100% practical, and it should take you a range from 3 to 6 months to finish. So you can look forward to spending those days on well-crafted content that is going to cover every aspect of NuxtJS development. You'll gain the skill of using NuxtJS with both Vue.js and Node.js and build beautiful and powerful full-stack web applications that cover both the front-end and back-end using NuxtJS with these popular and powerful technologies. Think of this masterclass as 2 courses into one. In the first part, we're gonna dive deep into NuxtJS fundamentals, ensuring you build a strong foundation in NuxtJS and understand everything about it. And in the second part, it's all about hands-on experience. It will be all practical. You're gonna create 3 impressive projects. First, you're gonna build and deploy a full-stack movie information app named Cinemate, which is gonna show movie details like IMDb. And we're gonna build that project using Nuxt 3, Tailwind CSS, and Flowbyte. Next, you're gonna build and deploy an API service named Randoms, and also you're gonna build it using Nuxt 3 and create a documentation page for it using Docus. Lastly, you're gonna build and deploy a remarkable and demanding project called Shopify. This fully operational e-commerce platform enables users to browse products, register, log in, add items to cart, and make online payments. Users can also sell their own products on Shopify and log out when they are done. And of course, we're gonna build this amazing project using Nuxt 3. And also we're gonna use Supabase, Prisma, Stripe, Tailwind CSS, Flowbyte, and Nuxt icon to bring this project to life. And then you're gonna deploy all of these apps to the internet using Netlify. This course is your complete guide to mastering Nuxt.js and using it professionally in your web applications. Each day you'll tackle new challenges and projects, which is gonna be ideal for boosting your web development portfolio and impressing future employers. So, if you're someone who wants to get a job as a Nuxt.js developer, then this course is perfect for you. By the end of this course, you'll be a professional Nuxt.js developer and you'll be able to put Nuxt.js confidently on your resume. And if you are an entrepreneur who has an idea for a full-stack web application, or even want to start your own startup centered around a web application, this course is for you. Nuxt.js is gonna give you the ability to build your own idea and bring it to life. Now this course assumes absolutely no prior Nuxt.js development experience, but you should have basic knowledge of HTML, JavaScript, Vue.js and Node.js in order to be able to get the best out of this course. Other than that, all you need to get started is the willingness to learn and a passion for web development. So, if you're somebody who is completely new to Nuxt.js, I'll be with you every step of the way as I take you from Nuxt.js fundamentals like views, routing, and styling to more advanced concepts like data fetching, lazy loading, Nitro server, middleware, state management, and building complex full-stack web applications using Nuxt 3. You're gonna learn Nuxt.js from scratch. And if you already know Nuxt.js on the other hand, or you have used it before in your web applications, then take a look at the curriculum and start at the level that suits you best. From beginner to professional, every level is covered in that course. I know you're busy, and we all have limited time on this earth, and I respect your time. This is why we structured this course to be completed in under 2 hours per day. This flexible learning approach fits into your busy schedule. So instead of spending a fortune on bootcamps or taking time off work for classes, you're gonna get access to a curriculum that is a result of years of experience and design. I promise you, online learning is the best style of learning. I understand the challenges of being self-taught in software development, as I started my journey the same way. If you're taking this course for self-learning, you're in the right place. I've been through the same questions and uncertainties you might have, and I'm here to provide you with the answers you need. Rest assured, this isn't just another online course. This course is careful to teach you the best practices in Nuxt.js. Here at Programming Fluency, we don't just tell you how to do stuff, but why you are doing it in a certain way and the logic behind it. And once you have completed the course, you're gonna get a certificate of completion to put on your resume and LinkedIn profile to show off to your potential employers. Now feel free to explore the rest of this landing page and other preview videos for a full course curriculum overview. So, what are you waiting for? It's time for you to master Nuxt.js. Enroll today and I'll see you inside the course. Hello, amazing developers. I'm here today to share some valuable insights on how to succeed in this course. Now, I'm not here to tell you how to learn or anything like that. You know yourself and how you learn fast. But as a self-taught developer in the past, and with years of experience both as a software developer and as an instructor, I want to offer you some advice based on my own journey and what I've observed over the years from other developers and students like yourself. First and foremost, let me tell you that this course is more than just a course. It's a challenge you've taken upon yourself. You see, many people express their desire to become software developers, to learn how to code, to land a new job, or to build their own app or startup. But words alone won't get them there. You, on the other hand, have taken action. You have invested in this course, and that speaks volumes about your commitment. Success comes to those who show up, and you've shown up today. I genuinely believe in your ability to achieve your goals. You have the power to turn your dreams into reality, to shape your own future, and to positively impact the lives of those around you. Now let's address a common question I often receive. What's the best way to learn programming and how to code? Well, the answer is actually very simple. Practice, 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 and practice some more. If you want to master NuxtJS, dedicate at least an hour every day for a whole month to coding NuxtJS applications. Think of it as exercising a muscle to get better at NuxtJS coding. Imagine practicing NuxtJS apps for 30 consecutive days, or even 60 or 90 days, it doesn't matter. By doing so, not only will you master every NuxtJS skill, but you'll also become so good that people can't ignore your expertise. However, it's very important to take your time. This course should ideally take you around 3 months to complete. And remember, it's a marathon, not a sprint. Give yourself the space and freedom to absorb the material at your own pace. Now let's tackle another common question. What should I practice every day? Well, my friend, that's precisely why you enrolled in this course, right? It's been designed as a practical course. If you commit yourself to watching the lectures for 1 to 2 hours per day, solving the coding exercises and building the projects we'll be working on for 3 to 6 months, you'll truly master NuxtJS. I promise you that. Consider it a contract between you and yourself. Imagine someone promised you $10,000 if you completed this course within 4 or 6 months and actually committed to it. Otherwise, it would be a waste of your hard-earned money, right? But here is the exciting part. If you complete the course and truly become a NuxtJS master, it will be a remarkable return on your investment. NuxtJS is a powerful framework that is highly sought after in the job market. There is a lot of demand for NuxtJS developers. So, if you want to succeed in this course and become a NuxtJS master, follow these steps. Code for at least an hour every day for 3 to 5 months and keep a record of your progress each day. And feel free to share it with your fellow students in our online classroom. And remember, your dedication and consistency will unlock doors of endless opportunities in the exciting world of NuxtJS. And let me share a secret with you. Luck favors those who dedicate themselves to putting in greater effort. Now let's dive in and make magic happen with NuxtJS. Hey everyone! Let's discuss what this course will be like for you. Each section includes practical steps that you can take, like coding exercises, real-life examples, building web apps, and sample projects. And everything we use in this course is what real companies use in real life. It's top-notch and the best of the best. Now let's check out the course plan. In the first section, I'll introduce this masterclass to you. Actually, it's this section, the section that you are in right now. We'll cover the tools that we are going to use, how to download the course resources, how to solve the coding exercises, and how to join our private online classroom. Then, in section number 2, we'll introduce NuxtJS to you. We'll cover its concept, technical aspects, rendering like client-side and server-side rendering, their differences and pros and cons. And finally, we'll explore how Nuxt and Vue work together. And then from section 3 to section 10, we're gonna dive deep into NuxtJS fundamentals. Our aim in these sections is to build a solid understanding of NuxtJS. We'll cover installation, views, routing, styling, data fetching, which is crucial by the way, state management, error handling, server-side aspects for back-end apps, testing, user authentication with Supabase, and finally deploying Nuxt 3 apps online. And the rest of the course is gonna be all about hands-on practice. In section 11, we're gonna build and deploy a full-stack movie info application called Cinemate. This section emphasizes the client-side aspect of Nuxt, helping you master building such apps effectively. Then in section 12, we'll create an API using Nuxt server-side, the app named Randoms, and it's gonna serve as an API service. Additionally, we're gonna write documentation for this app using Markdown language. And then in section 13, get ready for our most ambitious project, Shopify, a fully functional e-commerce application. This project mirrors real-life platforms like Amazon and AliExpress. It's a full-stack app with a database, enabling users to register, log in, log out, add products to cart, sell products on Shopify, and making online payments. Then in section 14, we'll wrap things up with an outro. We'll talk about what's next after this masterclass and how to explore our other courses. So don't skip this section, it's crucial for your learning journey. I hope you enjoy this masterclass and have an amazing learning journey with us. Let's dive into exploring this fantastic framework together. Hey everyone, I hope you all have a wonderful day. Before we start our NuxtJS course, let's make sure we have all the right tools in our developer toolbox. And don't worry, it's nothing too complicated. First of all, we're gonna need a text editor and a terminal. I recommend Visual Studio Code. Of course, you can use any text editor of your choice, but I really recommend Visual Studio Code as it's the best out there. Okay? If you don't already have it, just head to Google and type Visual Studio Code download, and then go to the Visual Studio Code download page, and then download it based on your operating system. If you're using Windows, choose Windows. If you're using Linux, choose Linux. And if you're using Mac, choose Mac. Then download it on your device and install it. It's a very simple installation process, okay? Then after that, open Visual Studio Code and choose a new window. And there you have it. It's installed on your device. After that, we're gonna need a terminal. I'm gonna use the terminal inside of Visual Studio Code. Just click here and choose Terminal, New Terminal. This is the terminal that I'm going to use in this course, okay? Of course, you can use another terminal like if you're using Mac OS, you can use the built-in terminal, or in Windows, you can use PowerShell, command line, even Windows Terminal. I have an application named Windows Terminal, and so on. But as I told you, I'm gonna use the built-in terminal inside of Visual Studio Code for this course. And then we're gonna need to install a couple of extensions. Go here to the Extensions tab, click on it, and search for Vue Official, and then choose this one. Then install it here inside of Visual Studio Code. I already installed it. We're gonna use that extension to generate boilerplate code for Vue files, okay? Then after that, we're gonna need to install Postman. Okay, also search for Postman and then install it. We're gonna use this Postman extension to test our API and make API requests throughout the course, okay? Then after that, we're gonna need a web browser. I'm gonna use Google Chrome. Of course, you know Google Chrome. I'm gonna use it for this course, but of course, you can use your favorite web browser, whatever, Microsoft Edge, Firefox, whatever. But for me, I like Google Chrome. And also, we're gonna need Node.js version 18 or higher. If you go to NuxtJS website, click on Get Started, you can see that here they are telling us that we're gonna need Node.js version 18 or newer. Also, they're telling us that we're gonna need text editor and terminal, as I told you. So in order to know if you have Node.js version 18 or higher, or you don't have it, open your terminal and type node version, then press enter. As you can see, for me, I have version 20, which is enough for this course. So if you have a node version higher than 18, then it's okay. But on the other hand, if you have a version lower than 18, or if you don't have Node.js installed on your device, then go to Node.js, go to the website, and choose download here, and then you can choose your operating system from here. If you're Windows like me, choose Windows. Otherwise, you can choose Mac OS, Linux, depending on your operating system. Then just click on download Node.js, then download it on your device, and then start the installation process. It's also a very simple installation process. Just download Node.js on your device, and you're good to go. And that's it. With these tools at our disposal, we're ready to unleash the power of Nuxt.js and build some awesome full-stack web applications. So let's just get started. Hello and welcome back, everyone. First, let's explain Nuxt.js conceptually. And to help us understand Nuxt.js better, we'll compare it with a real-life example. Let's imagine it as a comprehensive cookbook for web development. In this analogy, we'll compare web development to the art of cooking delicious dishes. You see, cookbooks are like helpful guides for experienced chefs, which are individuals who know cooking and already understand how to make delicious food, right? And cookbooks are some sort of guidance for them. They offer recipes, tips, and tricks to make delightful meals. In web development, we kinda have the same idea. We have frameworks like Nuxt.js. They provide guidance for web developers, which are individuals who know code and already understand how to create web applications. And these frameworks provide directions and best practices for building top-notch, user-friendly web applications. And just as a cookbook provides recipes, Nuxt.js offers templates and boilerplate code for different web applications. These templates include configurations and structures tailored to common development scenarios and aiming to solve common web development problems. We all know that ingredients are the heart of any dish, right? And in web development, components play a similar role. Nuxt.js encourages the creation of reusable components to build web pages. And just as a chef follows recipes, web developers armed with Nuxt.js follow the framework's guidelines to create web applications. They use components, layouts, and pages to assemble the web application. Cooking techniques enhance the flavor of dishes, right? Similarly, Nuxt.js introduces techniques like server-side rendering, lazy loading, and prefetching to optimize web application performance. And don't worry if you don't understand any of these terms. We'll cover all of them in detail in this master class, okay? We also know that presentation matters in cooking. Chefs care to serve dishes that not only taste good but also look good. The same goes for web development, right? We as web developers care to give our users the best possible presentation for our web applications. Nuxt.js allows you to style and theme your application for a visually appealing and branded experience. Also, cookbooks are updated with new recipes. And similarly, Nuxt.js receives updates to align with the latest web development practices and standards, ensuring the security and relevance of your web application. And just as a meal is served to diners, a web application is deployed for users. Nuxt.js provides deployment options and guidelines for making your application accessible to the public. In summary, Nuxt.js acts as a cookbook for web development, offering recipes, ingredients, and techniques to create delightful web experiences. With Nuxt.js, you have the recipe for success in web development. I hope now you are starting to fall in love with this amazing and powerful framework. See you in the next lecture and bye-bye! Hello and welcome back everyone. Now that we understand Nuxt.js conceptually and we know what it does, let's talk about NuxtJS technically. And I will start by quoting a statement from the Nuxt.js official documentation. Nuxt's goal is to make web development intuitive and performant with a great developer experience in mind. And before we start, I want to quickly remind you that everything we discuss in this lecture will be covered in detail throughout the upcoming lectures of this course, okay? Perfect. Now let's see what is Nuxt.js from a technical point of view. Nuxt.js is a free and open source framework that simplifies web development, promotes type-safe coding, and ensures high performance and covers both front-end and back-end development. But what do I mean by covering both front-end and back-end development? You see, as web developers, we use several technologies when we develop full-stack web applications. For example, the MERN stack. In the MERN stack, we use React.js to handle the client-side logic of the application, which is the front end, right? And we use the Express.js framework to handle the server-side logic of our application, which is the back end. The beauty of Nuxt.js is that it provides you with this holistic framework that allows you to handle both the client-side and the server-side logic of your application. You can do all of this using just one framework, which is Nuxt.js. Nuxt.js consists of two main parts. The Vue part, which handles the client side, and the Nitro part, which is gonna handle the server side. Nuxt.js is based on Vue.js and Node.js, and it's well suited for creating a variety of web applications. Nuxt made everything so you can start writing .vue files from the beginning while enjoying hot module replacement in development and a performant application in production with server-side rendering by default. Now you might be curious, why choose Nuxt.js over Vue.js? Well, my friend, the answer lies in the fact that Nuxt.js bundles a wealth of additional and valuable features that complement Vue.js beautifully. It's like Vue.js with superpowers. Now let's take a look at Nuxt.js main features. File-based routing. It's a feature in Nuxt.js that simplifies how you define routes for your web application. In web development, routing refers to the process of determining which content or component to display when a user navigates to a specific URL. You see, traditionally, developers manually configure routes by specifying URL patterns and mapping them to corresponding components. However, in NuxtJS, there is a more intuitive approach called file-based routing. NuxtJS allows you to define routes by organizing your project's files and directories in a specific way. It leverages the structure of your page's directory, which means that each file in this directory corresponds to a route in your application. For example, if you have a file named about.vue inside of the page's directory, it will automatically create a route for the about page. So we can conclude that file-based routing makes it easier to organize your application because the routes are directly tied to the file structure. And this approach aligns with the principle of convention over configuration, which means that you don't have to manually configure routes. Instead, the route structure is generated based on the files you create. Code splitting. Nuxt automatically splits your code into smaller chunks, which can help reduce the initial load time of your application. Okay, but what does this mean? Code splitting is the practice of breaking down a web application's code into smaller, more manageable parts or chunks. And these chunks typically correspond to different parts of the application, such as pages, components, modules, etc. And Nuxt automatically implements code splitting for your application. This means that it takes care of dividing your application's code into these smaller, more digestible chunks without requiring you to do it manually. And as we were saying, the primary benefit of code splitting is that it helps reduce the initial load time of your web application. When a user visits a web page, the browser needs to download and process the application's code before displaying the page. Smaller code chunks load more quickly, leading to a faster initial page load. And this is crucial for providing a smooth and responsive user experience, especially on slower network connections. Server-side rendering. One of the primary reasons we use NuxtJS is its seamless support for server-side rendering. Nuxt simplifies server-side rendering by offering built-in server-side rendering capabilities. You're not gonna need to go through the process of configuring a separate server on your own. Instead, Nuxt is gonna do everything for you. And we're gonna dive deeper into the details of server-side rendering in an upcoming lecture, okay? Auto imports. Auto imports refer to a feature where you can use Vue composables and components in your code without the need to explicitly import them. And by explicitly importing them, I mean that if, for example, you have a component named welcome in your app, in your Vue app, and this component is nested inside a folder named components, you're gonna have to write that statement. Import welcome from. And then you're gonna open quotations and write /components/welcome.vue. But with NuxtJS, this is not the case, as Nuxt gives you an auto-import feature. And believe me, this is a very convenient feature that's going to streamline the development process. This means that you organize your Vue composables and components in specific directories within your project. For example, Vue composables could be in a composables directory, and components could be in a components directory, etc. Structuring your project in this way enhances organization and maintainability. With auto imports, you can use these Vue composables and components in your code directly, as if they were automatically available without needing manual import statements. This simplifies your code and reduces the need for import statements. Nuxt also gives you the benefits of tree shaking and optimized JavaScript bundles. Okay, but what does this mean? Tree shaking is a feature of modern JavaScript bundles like Webpack. It helps remove unused code from your final bundled JavaScript files. And when you use auto imports, the build tool can better analyze and optimize your code. ensuring that only the necessary code is included in the final output. And this leads to smaller and more efficient JavaScript bundles, improving application performance. Data fetching utilities. Data fetching utilities refer to a set of tools or functionalities that are designed to help retrieve data from various sources like APIs, databases, or other services, and then make that data available in your application. These utilities simplify the process of fetching data and integrating it into your application. And Nuxt gives you composables specifically tailored for data fetching. Nuxt's data fetching utilities are compatible with server-side rendering, meaning that they are designed to work seamlessly in server-side rendering scenarios. Data fetching in the context of server-side rendering means that the data is retrieved on the server before the page is sent to the client's browser, and this is gonna be important for performance, SEO, and providing a more complete initial page load, and also a faster initial page load. Data fetching can be performed in various ways, and Nuxt offers flexibility by providing different strategies or approaches for fetching data. These strategies can include techniques like server-side data fetching, client-side data fetching, or a combination of both. Nuxt allows you to choose the strategy that best suits your application's needs. Zero configuration TypeScript support. Zero configuration means that you don't need to manually configure or set up anything. It implies that the necessary tools and configurations are provided automatically, saving you the effort of doing it yourself. And TypeScript is a statically typed superset of JavaScript that helps you catch and prevent errors at compilation time. It adds type annotations to your code, making it more robust and maintainable. NuxtJS allows you to use TypeScript in your projects very smoothly. It allows you to write type-safe code without having to learn TypeScript. And by type-safe code, I mean that your code is less prone to runtime errors and bugs because TypeScript helps catch many of them during development. You see, it enforces type checking, which is gonna make sure that data is used in a way that aligns with its expected type. And believe me, you don't need to be an expert in TypeScript to use it effectively in your NuxtJS projects. You can write type-safe code without an extensive understanding of TypeScript. Nuxt also provides you with auto-generated types and tsconfig.json. Auto-generated types are TypeScript type definitions that are automatically created or provided by NuxtJS. And these types help your code editor and the TypeScript compiler understand the structure of your project, which is gonna improve code analysis and provide helpful auto-completions and error checks. And the tsconfig.json file is a configuration file for TypeScript projects. It defines various settings for the TypeScript compiler, including which files to include or exclude, how to handle type checking, and other project-specific options. NuxtJS generates this configuration file for you, so you don't need to write it by yourself. Configured build tools. Build tools are software tools used in web development to compile, bundle, and optimize code for production. NuxtJS utilizes build tools to streamline the development workflow and prepare the code for deployment. Nuxt uses Vite by default, which is a modern build tool that's designed for fast development and optimized production builds. In NuxtJS, Vite is the default choice for managing the build process. You see, this is because Vite supports hot module replacement, which is a feature that allows developers to see real-time changes in their code without having to manually refresh the page. It's particularly helpful during development because it speeds up the coding and testing process. Vite also allows for bundling your code for production with best practices baked in. And by best practices baked in, we mean that Vite and Nuxt together include industry standard practices for optimizing code in the production build process. This ensures that your final application is efficient and follows recommended practices. The Nitro server engine. As I told you before, Nuxt provides us with a server engine, and this engine is a core component called Nitro. This engine plays a crucial role in the Nuxt framework. Nitro is designed to enhance the capabilities of Nuxt.js, making it a more powerful tool for building full-stack web applications, which means that Nitro extends the functionality of Nuxt. Nitro automatically generates your server's API and middleware by examining files located in specific directories within your project, which are server/API and server/middleware directories. It reads the code and configurations from these directories and sets up your server's API endpoints and middleware functions. And when your application is ready for production, Nitro compiles and builds your entire application, including the server, into a single directory named .output. This directory serves as the deployment package for your application. And this resulting output in the .output directory is optimized for production. It's lightweight, meaning that it contains only the essential code and assets needed for your application to run efficiently, and unnecessary node modules are removed. The beauty of Nitro's output is its versatility. You can deploy it on various hosting systems that support JavaScript, and this includes traditional Node.js servers, serverless environments, and even edge-side rendering, which is a technique for optimizing content delivery. Or you can even deploy it on purely static hosting platforms. Modular. Nuxt is designed with a modular architecture, which means that it provides a flexible and organized way to extend and customize the framework. And this allows developers to integrate custom features and third-party services seamlessly, tailoring their Nuxt applications to their unique needs and project requirements. Thankfully, Nuxt takes care of all of these things and provides both front-end and back-end functionality, so you as a web developer can focus on what matters, which is creating your web application. See you in the next lecture, and bye-bye! Hi and welcome back everyone. I want to take a moment here to make sure that everyone understands the word rendering. And I want to make sure that you understand what it means in the context of web development. I know that many of you already understand it, but just in case, okay? Well, in the context of web development, rendering is the process of converting HTML, CSS, and JavaScript code into a visual representation that can be displayed in a web browser. Let's see it in action. I created an index.html file here, and I opened it on the left-hand side here using Visual Studio Code, and on the right-hand side I opened the file using the browser. Now let's write some code. Let's create some boilerplate code, and here I'm going to create an h1 element and write Nuxt JS. And here I'm going to style it using CSS. I'm gonna say h1, let the font color equals to red, for example. And here I'm gonna write some JavaScript code. Let's say console.log the meaning of rendering. As you can see here, this is HTML code, and this is CSS code, and of course this is JavaScript code. Now let me ask you a question. If I reload the page right now, what are we going to see? What is going to be displayed here on the web page? Are we gonna see that view? Meaning that are we going to see that h1 tag and the word NuxtJS written inside of it. And here, are we going to see that code console log the meaning of rendering? Of course not, right? Actually, when we reload the page, here we're gonna see the word NuxtJS displayed as a heading. And we did that using HTML. And it's gonna be colored with the red color using CSS. And when we open the console, we're gonna see that sentence, the meaning of rendering, written inside of the console. And we also did that using JavaScript code. This means that this code has been translated into this meaningful data, the data that we can see on the web page. The process of converting and translating that HTML, CSS, and JavaScript code into that meaningful data is called rendering, which means that the browser has to render that code in order to represent it to the user as meaningful data. And this process actually is handled by the browser's rendering engine, which is some software component that interprets the code and generates the corresponding pixels on the screen, meaning that it's actually going to convert that code into meaningful data. And we have three main types of rendering. We have client-side rendering, server-side rendering, and universal rendering. And we're gonna discuss each one of them in detail in the upcoming lectures. So, see you in the next lecture and bye-bye! Hey everyone and welcome back. One of the main reasons we use Nuxt Overview is a very powerful feature that Nuxt provides for us, which is server-side rendering. Let me explain it to you with an example from real life. Imagine you want to drink your favorite coffee. You have two options: making it at home, which is like client-side rendering, or you can order it from a coffee shop, which is like server-side rendering. In the first scenario, you decide to make coffee at home. So you're gonna head to your kitchen, grind the coffee beans, boil water, and brew your cup of coffee. You are in control of every step, but it's gonna take time and effort to get that perfect brew, right? You're essentially the barista, managing the entire process. Now let's explore the second scenario, which is visiting the coffee shop. So, instead of going through the coffee making process at home, you walk into the coffee shop and place an order. The skilled baristas in the coffee shop take your order and prepare it with precision, and hand you a steaming cup of coffee within minutes. In this case, you leave the expertise and the work to the professionals. And the result is quick and delicious cup of coffee, right? Comparing the two scenarios, the first, which is the client-side rendering, involves a hands-on do-it-yourself approach, which is gonna take time and effort. Making coffee at home allows you to control the process, but it's not as quick or convenient as the alternative. In the second scenario, which is the server-side rendering, you let the coffee shop's baristas do the work, resulting in a faster and more convenient coffee experience. The trade-off is that you have less control over the process, but you get to enjoy your coffee without the hassle. In the context of web development, client-side rendering is like making coffee at home, where the user's browser is responsible for rendering and processing the web page. This can lead to longer loading times. Server-side rendering, on the other hand, is like ordering coffee at the shop. The server takes care of rendering the web page, and the user receives a ready-to-enjoy page more quickly. While you have less control over the rendering process, the user gets a smoother and faster experience. Perhaps another example would help solidify the concept for you. I want you to imagine you work in a global company. and one of your coworkers is based in the company's branch in Spain, and you are located in the United States. You often collaborate with them, sharing reports and important documents. However, you encounter an interesting twist in your communication. Your co-worker sometimes sends you reports in English, while at other times they are in Spanish. This scenario poses a unique challenge of translating documents to ensure effective communication. In this scenario, you can think of client-side translation and server-side translation as two different approaches to tackle the language barrier. If you're using client-side translation, when your coworker sends you a report in Spanish, you take on the role of the translator. You open the document, understand its content, and manually translate it into English. This approach puts the responsibility on your shoulders, and while it provides you control over the translation process, it can be time-consuming, right? On the other hand, if you're using server-side translation, your coworker is gonna ask a professional translator to translate the documents and then send the reports in English, which means that you'll receive the documents in a language that's readily understandable. You don't need to translate them yourself because the professional translator has already taken care of the task. This approach offers a more efficient and streamlined communication process. Comparing both scenarios, client-side translation, which is translating the document by yourself, gives you control but consumes more time and effort. And server-side translation, which is receiving documents in the desired language, provides convenience and efficiency. In the context of web development, client-side rendering is like client-side translation approach. The user's browser, much like you, takes on the responsibility of rendering and translating the web page. This can lead to delays and additional effort. On the other hand, server-side rendering corresponds to server-side translation. The server, which is the professional translator, takes charge of rendering the web page. The user receives a ready-to-understand page without the need for additional rendering efforts. In the next lecture, we'll see how both client-side rendering and server-side rendering work. So, see you in the next lecture. Have a good day and bye-bye. Hey everyone! Now let's see how client-side rendering and server-side rendering work. First, we're gonna talk about client-side rendering and how actually does it work. Okay? We have the server here, and the server is gonna generate the documents, the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript documents. And here we have the browser, which is the client, the user's browser. In client-side rendering, the rendering of these pages, these web pages, is gonna happen on the client side, here on the browser. When a user requests a web page from the server, here, this is a user request, the server is gonna generate a basic HTML document. And this basic HTML document often include links to the CSS and the JavaScript files, right? This is basic web development, right? Perfect. Then the server is gonna send that HTML document to the client or to the user's browser. And since that HTML document has links to the CSS and JavaScript files, also these files are gonna be sent to the client. The browser or the client is gonna download these files. And then all of these files are going to be processed and rendered here on the client side. And after that, JavaScript will take the lead which means that the JavaScript code is gonna be responsible for stuff like fetching data from APIs, processing that data, and then again rendering the web page's content. And client-side rendering actually allows for dynamic content loading, which means that when a user interacts with the web page, like clicking a button here, for example, let's say that we have a button here saying fetch data, for example. When the user clicks on that button, JavaScript will make additional requests from the server and update the page without requiring a full page refresh. And this is, of course, dynamic content loading. And although client-side rendering offers many benefits, such as interactivity and dynamic content, it also has many disadvantages, like slower initial page load, because, as we said before, the client is gonna be responsible for rendering these web pages. So it might be slightly slower, or the loading of the page might be slightly slower, especially on old devices or slower devices. Another disadvantage is SEO challenges. SEO stands for Search Engine Optimization. Because since that HTML document is gonna be an empty document when it's sent from the server to the client, search engines will have difficulty indexing that empty documents. Now let's see how server-side rendering works. In server-side rendering, the web content, the web pages, are both generated and rendered on the server, and then they are going to be sent to the client as fully rendered. So these pages are going to be fully rendered, which means that it's going to contain the actual data, the rendered data, and then it's going to send that rendered data to the client. Here we're gonna have the data as fully rendered, which means that it's ready to be displayed. The client is not gonna do any rendering. So of course, in that case, we have solved the problems of the client-side rendering, right? Because in the case of slower devices or older devices, the user's browser is not gonna do any rendering, so it's gonna be much faster initial load time. And also for SEO, search engines like Google or Bing, for them it's gonna be much easier to index those pages because they already have the content. It's gonna be easier for the search engine to understand these web pages because they already have the content, they already have the data. Now let's go ahead and see a coding example of how server-side rendering works. So see you in the next lecture, and bye-bye. Hey everyone, now let's see a coding example of how server-side rendering works. I already set up a Nuxt application here. Don't worry about this setup. I'm gonna explain to you later how to install and set up any NuxtJS project, okay? Just concentrate on the server-side rendering here. As you can see here, this is an app.vue file, which means that this is a Vue single file component. And I did type an h1 element here saying NuxtJS, and I wrote JavaScript code here saying console log, this page is server rendered. Let's see what's gonna happen here if I make a request from that client. Okay, this is the client and this is our Nuxt server. Okay, let's open the terminal. This is the terminal for the Nuxt application. I'm gonna make an initial request. Okay, I'm gonna hit localhost 3000 and click enter. And notice here what's happened. It displayed this page is server rendered inside the server's console, which means that this page is rendered on the server, not on the client. This code is rendered and translated into data on the server side, and it's sent to the client as an already rendered page, which means that this browser, this client received that HTML page already rendered and ready to display. If we open the console here, it's displaying that message, this page is server rendered. But this page is already rendered on the server, it's not rendered on the client side. And as we said before, this has many benefits like faster initial page load, and it's better for search engine optimization. In the next lecture, we're gonna discuss another technique called universal rendering. And this technique is actually the type of rendering that NuxtJS uses. So, have a great day, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Bye-bye! Hey everyone! In a previous lecture, we discussed how client-side rendering gives developers more control over the rendering process, right? But what exactly do we mean by more control? Let me give you an example. Let's consider a social media app like Facebook. You might want to allow users to show and hide comments, display a comment immediately after it's added, or let's say you want to display the newsfeed to the user but show a loading spinner while fetching data from the server. Client-side rendering enables you to achieve these functionalities easily. You can implement techniques like lazy loading to delay the rendering of certain UI components until needed. But in server-side rendering, you don't get this amount of control as a developer, as the server prepares the entire HTML content. But in client-side rendering, as you already know, JavaScript allows developers to dynamically alter specific parts of the web page without requiring a full page reload from the server. And this enables smoother interactions and a more responsive feel for users. Client-side rendering is ideal for creating dynamic and interactive web elements. Features like real-time chat, drag-and-drop functionalities, or single-page applications are built heavily on client-side scripting. JavaScript can also process and manipulate data locally within the browser, and this can improve performance for certain tasks compared to constant server communication. So, in conclusion, what I mean is that client-side rendering empowers you to handle these tasks and more by providing greater flexibility and control over the user experience. And this is exactly what we meant by more control in client-side rendering. I hope that was easy and the idea is much clearer for you now. See you in the next lecture and bye-bye! Hey everyone, and welcome back. Now let's discuss the universal rendering. What is universal rendering? Let's say that I want to make that page interactive here on the client side, meaning that if I create a button here, let's say click here, and let's say add click equals to a function, let's call it display message, for example. Now let's define that function here, const display message equals to a function that's going to console log this is client rendered, or let's say this is rendered on the client side. Okay, now let's reload the page. what happened here exactly? On the initial page load, on the initial request, as we said before, the page is rendered on the server, meaning that all of the page content is rendered and generated and processed on the server side. And then it's gonna be sent to the client here as an already rendered page, ready to display. And here, the browser displayed that page. It didn't do any rendering. But what if I want to make that page interactive? Do I need to make extra requests to the server? Meaning that if I click on that button, do I need to make another request to the server? No, actually, I don't need to do that. This needs to be interactive on the client side. And this is why, when we made the initial request, the server sent the JavaScript files to the browser, and this process is called hydration. Nuxt.js is hydrating the browser or the client side with some JavaScript code in order to make that page interactive. Meaning that when I click on that button, it's going to be rendered on the client side. It's not gonna be rendered on the server side anymore. So any actions that require interactivity on the client side is gonna be handled actually by the browser. It's gonna be rendered by the browser. So as you can see here, when I click on the button, it's not displaying that message, which is this is rendered on the client side. It's not displaying that message here on the server because it's not rendered on the server side. It's only rendered on the client side. And this technique is called universal rendering. This is what Nuxt.js uses. It's some sort of a mix between server-side rendering and client-side rendering. On the initial page load or on the initial request, the page is rendered on the server side. And then the server is gonna send some JavaScript code to the client which is needed to make the page interactive after that. Meaning that when a user makes any action like clicking a button, we need to make that page interactive with him. And actually, universal rendering is a very smart and efficient technique. And this is why, honestly, I prefer Nuxt.js and I like to use it in my web applications. I hope now you're starting to understand how Nuxt.js works and that was easy for you. So now take a little break and I'll see you in the next lecture. Bye bye! Hey everyone! Let me give you an overview of what are we going to do in the upcoming sections. The sections that are labeled Nuxt.js Fundamentals. In these sections, we'll learn everything about Nuxt with very simple examples in order to build a strong foundation in Nuxt. This means that we're gonna take every concept or feature in Nuxt and explain it in the most simple way possible. Additionally, we're gonna take many interactive coding exercises on the concepts that we're going to learn. And once we cover these basics, we'll dive into building Nuxt projects. I promise you, you're gonna have a solid foundation to create amazing things with Nuxt.js. So, let's get started. Hi and welcome back everyone. In this lecture, we'll see how to install any Nuxt.js project. Let's go to any place on our computer, let's say the desktop, and create a new folder. Then open a new Visual Studio Code window, and let's open that folder using Visual Studio Code. Then open your terminal inside of the Visual Studio Code, And then let's type the command that's going to download and install Nuxt.js on our computer. That command is npx nuxi at latest, which means that we want to install the latest Nuxt version. And then we're gonna type init, which is a short for initialize, and then type the name of your project here. You can call it whatever you want. So let's call our project Nuxt-app. And that's it. Now press enter. Then as you can see, it's asking me, which package manager would you like to use? You can choose any of these packages, npm, pnpm, yarn, or bun. In our case, we're gonna choose npm. So click whatever package you wanna use and press enter. As you can see, it's installing the dependencies. It's gonna take some time. Okay, great, now it's finished, and it's asking me, do I wanna initialize a Git repo? I'm gonna say no, and press enter, and now Nuxt.js is installed on our device. And as you can see, right now we are located in the new folder directory. But our project is named Nuxt App, which is nested inside of that new folder. And this is why we need to type cd Nuxt App, and then we're gonna need to type npm rundev, which is the command that's going to start the development server for our Nuxt.js project. So let's just do that. I'm gonna say cd Nuxt App, press enter, and then I'm gonna type npm run dev. But here I just want you to know that when we type npm run dev, it will automatically start our development server on port 3000. But if you wanna specify the port, just type npm run dev -- and then -- again, port, and then specify the port that you wanna start your server on. Let's say 8000. So right now, if I click enter, it's going to start our Nuxt project, the development server for our Nuxt project, on port 8000. But I'm going to write npm run dev, which is going to start the development server on port 3000. Now click enter. As you can see here, it's telling us that our project is hosted on localhost 3000. Now open your browser and hit localhost 3000. Click enter. As you can see, we have a Nuxt application here. This is the starter template for any Nuxt.js project. We're gonna remove all of that in a minute, but as you can see, setting up any Nuxt.js project is really easy. And that's it. This is how you set up and install any Nuxt project. See you in the next lecture. Have a great day and bye-bye. Hey everyone! Let me quickly show you how to install some useful extensions that will improve your speed of writing code. The first one is Vue 3 snippets, which will allow you to get Vue code suggestions like vif or v4. Let's see an example. Let's go to the Extensions tab, this one, and here I'm gonna write Vue. And then I'm going to choose Vue 3 snippets. Then click on Install. Now it's installed. Let's see what it does. If, for example, I have a Vue file here, and I create a template, and let's say I have an h1 element here, let's say hey or whatever, and here let's say that I wanna create an if statement. I wanna render this h1 element conditionally. Instead of typing the vif myself, I can just type if And this extension is going to suggest me that vif statement. I'm gonna simply click on it. As you can see, it wrote the vif for me. I can do the same for v4. I can delete this, and here I can say 4 and choose that v4. As you can see, it wrote the v4 for me. And the second extension is this one, Vue VS Code Snippets. This extension will allow you to create boilerplate code for any Vue file. Let's click on it. And here I'm gonna click install. After it's installed, I can go here to my Vue file, and instead of writing the script setup and the template myself, I can simply click on the V letter on my keyboard and click dash, and then it's going to show me some drop-down menu of several options. Usually I choose this one, vbase-3-setup. It's a Vue single file component file. You can click on it. As you can see, it's going to generate a boilerplate code for you. And that's it. As I told you, these extensions can be useful and it could improve your speed of writing code. It's totally optional. Download them and install them if you want. And that's it for this lecture. I'm gonna see you in the next one. Bye bye. Hey everyone, now let's talk about configuration in Nuxt JS. As we said before, Nuxt is built on the idea of convention over configuration. And by default, Nuxt is configured to cover most use cases. And the most important file that you're gonna need for configuring your Nuxt app is that file, nuxt.config.ts. It's a TypeScript file, okay? You can use this file to override or extend any default configuration. All you need to do is to open that file and type any configuration you want. As you can see here, for example, we have enabled the Devtools. If we go to our project, we're gonna find the Devtools icon here, down here, okay? As you can see, this is the Nuxt Devtools. We're gonna talk more about Nuxt Devtools in detail in an upcoming lecture, but I'm showing you that we have enabled the Nuxt Devtools here using the Nuxt config file. If I go here and say Devtools enabled false, if I set it to false and go back here to our project, as you can see here, the Devtools icon has disappeared, which means that you can use that file, the nuxt.config.ts file, to do any configuration you want. And by the way, we're gonna mention this file a lot during our course whenever we wanna do any configuration for any of our projects. So, see you in the next lecture. Bye bye. In this lecture, we'll dive into an exciting and powerful feature in Nuxt.js, which is the Nuxt Devtools. First of all, you have to know that Nuxt Devtools requires Nuxt version 3.1.0 or higher. And in order to check the Nuxt version installed on your device, open your terminal. Let's stop our server and let's type this command: npx nuxi --version, and then click enter. Here, this is the version, the Nuxt version installed on my device, which is the latest version, by the way. Remember, when we installed Nuxt, we typed at latest, which basically installed the latest Nuxt version on our devices. But just in case, if you wanna double check, this is the command that you need to write in order to know your Nuxt version. If you have a version higher than 3.1.0, then you can have the Nuxt Devtools, and it's gonna work properly in your project. Then you need to go, of course, to the nuxt.config file and set the Devtools enabled property to true. And then let's restart our server, npm run dev, click enter. Now let's go to our project, localhost 3000, and then you can find the Nuxt Devtools icon here. Just click on it. You're gonna get a welcome message. It's telling you welcome to Nuxt Devtools. Let's click on get started here. As you can see, this is the Nuxt Devtools. It provides you with powerful debugging and development capabilities. For example, you can see here that we have 11 components. Of course, we're gonna talk about components more in detail in an upcoming lecture. And actually, everything that we're gonna talk about here in this lecture is gonna be covered in detail in the upcoming lecture throughout this course, okay? So don't worry if you're not familiar with any of these concepts. As I was saying, for example, here we have 11 components. If we click on it, we're gonna find a component named router link, for example, and here those are another components, like this one, for example, Nuxt welcome. This is actually the component that's rendering this page. This view that you are seeing, welcome to Nuxt, is actually this component, Nuxt welcome component. Here, for example, we have the pages panel. When we create pages, you're gonna find them appear in here. Let's go to the overview. If you wanna go to the overview, just click here. Here, they are displaying the imports, the libraries that you are importing in your project. Here, for example, the plugins. Here, the components again. We've already seen them, imports. And here, the modules. And if you click here on these three dots, you can find the rest of the options. Like here, for example, this is the payload panel. This is very useful, by the way, and we're gonna use it a lot in our course. Here, when we fetch any data from like an API or something like that, it's going to show you the payload that we got from that API here on this page. As you can see, the Nuxt Devtools can be very useful, and actually we're gonna use it a lot in our course, as I told you. Whenever we do something or we wanna debug anything in our code, we're gonna refer to this Nuxt Devtools. They also have a website. Just go to Google and click Nuxt Devtools. As you can see, this is their website. Just click on it and it's going to take you to the official Nuxt Devtools website. You can click on Get Started here, and here you can find pretty much everything about Nuxt Devtools. So make sure to install them because we're gonna use it a lot. See you in the next lecture. Have a great day and bye-bye. Hey everyone, and welcome back. In this lecture, we're gonna talk about the app.vue file. By default, Nuxt will treat this file as the entry point for our application, and it's going to render all of its content for every route of the application. Let's open this file, and let's open our application here. As I told you before, this is the content inside of the Nuxt welcome component. Let's remove this component. We're not gonna need it. And now we have a blank page. Let's write an h1 element saying, hello, Nuxt JS. As you can see, it's displayed here on our web page. And as I told you, Nuxt will treat this file as the entry point for our application if it does exist. And actually, you can delete it, but more on that later. So See you in the next lecture. Bye bye. Hey everyone, let's do our first coding exercise of our course. This is going to be a very simple one. I just need you to create a Hello World application using Nuxt 3. Here is what you need to do. Create a new Nuxt 3 project using your terminal, then go to the app.vue file, and then just add a heading element with the text Hello World. Okay? It's very simple. It's our first coding exercise. If you want, you can upload the screenshots from your project to our online classroom. So, do your exercise, and I'm gonna see you in the solution video. Bye-bye! Hey everyone! I hope you have enjoyed solving this coding exercise. Now let's solve it together. I created a folder here named Nuxt 3 course. We're gonna put all of our course projects or coursework inside of this folder. Simply, I'm going to open a new window from Visual Studio Code, and then I'm going to open that folder using VS Code. Then let's open our terminal, and then let's type the command which is going to set up a new NuxtJS project on our device, which is npx nuxi at latest init, and then let's provide the name of our project. You can name it Hello World, or in my case, I'm gonna name it Coding Exercises. And I'm going to use this folder in order to do all of our coding exercises inside of it, okay? Now let's press enter, choose npm, and here we don't want to initialize a git repo. Now our project is ready. Let's cd coding exercises, and now let's start our development server. Let's type npm run dev, press enter. And now let's open our browser here and start our project. And here let's go to coding exercises, app.vue file. And now let's remove the Nuxt welcome component and add an h1 element saying hello world. And that's it. We have done our first coding exercise of our course. It was very simple, I know. I hope you had fun doing it, and I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye-bye! Now let's talk about the view components inside of Nuxt.js. Components actually are reusable pieces of the user interface, like buttons and menus. In Nuxt, you can create these components in the components directory, and they will be automatically available across your application without having to explicitly import them. So let's create a new folder here in the root directory and name it components. And inside of it, let's create a new file. Let's name it info.view. This is going to be a view component. And now let's create the template, and let's create a div. And inside of it, let's create an h1 saying NuxtJS App, for example. And here let's create a paragraph saying full stack framework. Now let's go to the app.vue file, open it, and let's delete that and render the info component. As you can see here, the info component is rendered on our web page inside of the app.vue file. And now if we go to our application and check the Nuxt Devtools and then go to the components, you can see that the component that we just created has been added to the Nuxt Devtools under the user components here. Let's zoom in a little bit. As you can see, this is the info component that we just created. And as I told you, whenever we create any component, it's gonna appear here in the Nuxt Devtool. We can inspect it and debug it. And this is how you create Vue components in any NuxtJS application. See you in the next lecture. Bye-bye. Hey everyone, welcome back to a new coding exercise. In this exercise, we wanna practice creating components, UI components. So I want you to create a simple navbar component. Inside of this navbar component, put anything you want, logo, search bar, whatever you want, be creative. And then finally, I want you to display that navbar component here in the home page inside of the app.vue file, okay? So it's very simple. I'm gonna leave you for now and then gonna see you in the solution video. Bye bye. Hey everyone. I hope you have done well in this exercise. Now let's solve it together. First of all, we're gonna create a component here in the components directory named navbar.vue. And now let's create that component. Here we're gonna create a nav element and we're gonna give it a class named navbar. And inside of it, let's create an unordered list and give it a class navbar dash nav. And here let's create 5 list elements. Here let's say home, here about, here services, here pricing, and here contact. And let's give each one of them a class named nav item. Copy that and paste it at each list item. And here we forgot to put this inside an anchor tag. So this is going to take me to the home page. And here let's put another one for about. And here services. And here pricing. And finally contact. And right now we have created the navbar. I'm just going to add some styling to it here. I copy and pasted some CSS code and put it here. We're gonna talk in detail about styling in the styling lecture, okay? It's still upcoming. So yeah, here we have created this navbar component. All we're gonna do here is to call it or render it here. We're gonna say nav bar and then reload our application. And this is our navbar. So yeah, I hope that exercise was easy and simple, and I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye bye! Hey everyone! One core feature of Nuxt.js is the file system router. Every Vue file inside the pages directory creates a corresponding URL or route that displays the content of the file. So, if you create in your project a pages directory like that, and inside of it you create some Vue files like index.vue file, which is gonna have some content, and you create another file named about.vue that's also gonna have some content. Let's say that this is going to be home page. You're gonna display that text, home page, and here you're gonna display about page. Nuxt will automatically create a route for every page in your pages directory, which means that if, for example, I go to that URL, local host, this is the home route, right? Nuxt will automatically create a route for the home page and display that content when you visit the home route. And if you go to local host /about, Nuxt will create a route for the about page and display that content when you visit the about route. So when you go here, you're gonna see that text home page. And when you go to the about route, you're gonna see that text about page, and so on. And Nuxt actually uses the Vue router under the hood to do that. All of that is done using the Vue router. Now let's go ahead and see it in action. Now let's go to our project and create a pages directory. Here in the root directory, create a new folder and name it pages. And inside of the pages directory, create a new file and name it index.vue. And by default, the index.vue file will be mapped to the home route of your application. Okay, because it has the name index. Now let's create a template, and then let's create a div, and inside of it let's create an h1 saying this is home page. Now let's reload the page. Whoa, what happened here? We should see this content, right? As I told you, when we go to the home route, we should see the content inside of the index.vue file. Actually, there is one more thing we need to do. In order for the pages to work, we're gonna need to add a component named Nuxt page to the app.vue file. Or otherwise, we can delete the app.vue file. As I told you before, we have the option to delete that file. But first, let's go to the app.vue file, open it, and here we are rendering the info component, and then we're gonna render a component named Nuxt page. And now, as you can see, the content of the index.vue file is rendered on the page. And remember, I told you before that the content of the app.vue file is gonna be displayed for every route of our application. And this is why the info component is gonna be actually rendered for each route of our application. So here we have this content, the info component, and then we have the content from the index.vue page or the index.vue file. Now let's create another route. Go to the pages directory and create a new file. Let's name it about.vue. And inside of it, let's create a template. And also, let's create a div and then h1 saying about page. Now if we go to the about route, as you can see, we get the about page content displayed on our web page on the about route. And as I told you, the content from the app.vue file is gonna be displayed for each route of our application. This means that Nuxt is gonna render this content, whatever it is, and then it's gonna display the page, the content of the page that you're currently in, or the route that you're currently viewing. So if, for example, here I say h1, hey, also it's gonna be displayed for each route. If I go to the home page, it's gonna be displayed. Or as I told you before, we can just delete the app.vue file and Nuxt will do the routing for our application using the pages directory right away. So let's just do that. Go to the app.vue file and delete it. Now if we reload the page, we get the content from the index.vue file here in the home route. If we go to the about page, we get the content from the about.vue file, and so on. You can create as many pages as you like, and Nuxt will create routes or URLs for these pages. Now you're probably wondering or asking yourself, why am I always putting my content inside a div? Actually, pages in Nuxt must have a single root element, because this will allow Nuxt to do route transition between pages. And you have to know that HTML comments are considered elements as well. Okay, let me show you what do I mean exactly by that. Let's go to the home page first. This is the right approach. You have to put all of your content inside one parent element, exactly as I did here. I put my content inside a div element, inside a one div element. I can't just create an h1 element here above that div element and say like anything. We can't do that, because if we do that, Nuxt is not gonna be able to do the routing for us. The routes actually is gonna work when it's server rendered, which means that if I go to the about route here, it's gonna work. If I go back to the home page, it's gonna work as well, because on the initial request, as I told you before, this is going to be server rendered. But when we do client-side navigation, it's not gonna work if we don't put all of our content inside a single element. And by the way, this comment is considered an HTML element as well. Nuxt will consider it as an HTML element. If I say this is a comment, this is also a bad approach. All of this has to be put inside a single element, okay? And this is why we created a div element here and we put all of our content inside of it. And that's it. This is how you create pages and routes in Nuxt JS. As you can see, it's very easy. So, see you in the next lecture. Have a great day and bye-bye. Hey everyone, and welcome to a new coding exercise. In this exercise, we're gonna practice pages, NuxtJS pages. I simply want you to create a page for each navigation item. Remember the navbar component that we did in the last exercise? I want you to create a page for each item, like a home page, about page, services page, and so on. Remember that at this point, we are using an app.vue file. So, do what you need to do, and I'm gonna see you in the solution video. Bye-bye. Now let's solve this coding exercise together. First of all, We're gonna delete the app.vue file, reload the page. We got the welcome component here. So in order to create pages for the navbar, we're gonna create a new directory here in the root directory and name it pages. And inside of it, let's create files index.view, about.view, services.view. What else do we have here? We have pricing and contact. So here let's say pricing.view and contact.view. And we have to define the templates. So let's just create boilerplate code. We're gonna copy that, paste it here, here, and here. And inside of the index.view file, we're gonna call our navbar component. Now let's reload the page. Let's restart our server first. Now let's reload. Here in the services.view file, we didn't put the boilerplate code. Let's reload again. And right now we have our navbar back. So I hope that was easy, and I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye bye. Hey everyone, welcome back. In this lecture, I want to talk about a new feature introduced in Nuxt 3.13, which is the route groups. And this is actually a very useful feature. Let's explore it together. Let's say that you are developing a Nuxt application here, which is some sort of a service that has marketing department and billing department. And you want to render under the marketing department a deals page like that. But you don't want the URL to be localhost/marketing/deals. You don't want that. You only want the URL to be localhost/deals. But at the same time, you want to create a marketing folder here inside of your project in order to organize your code. And also, let's say you have a billing department and you want to display a bill to an user without displaying here /billing/bill. You only want to display /bill. And also at the same time, you want to create a billing folder here in order to organize your code. How can you do all of that? Actually, it's very simple. This is our project here. We're gonna go to the pages and create a new folder inside parentheses like that and name it marketing. And then inside of it, we're gonna create a new file. Let's name it deals.view. This way, Nuxt is gonna ignore the word marketing when it's displaying the URL. It's only gonna display /deals. Let's also create a new folder between parentheses like that and name it billing. And inside of it, let's create a new file and name it bill.view. And here, let's create a template and an h1 element saying deals page. And we're gonna do the same here and write bill page. Okay, here remember our path is billing between parentheses and a bill page, and also here we have marketing between parentheses and deals page. Let's go back to our project and go to localhost/bill. Okay, I think we need to restart our server. Okay, I've restarted our server here. Now let's reload this page and see what's gonna happen. See here, Nuxt displayed the bill page without including the billing word in the full URL or in the path. And this is because we have wrote the billing word inside parentheses. If I go to localhost/deals, click enter, as you can see also Nuxt rendered the deals page. Even though we have here billing and marketing in the path, Nuxt ignored these words since they are written inside parentheses like that. So if you want to just organize your code in a way that you can write or create folders like that, but you don't want the name of the folder to be included in the path name or the full URL, just put the folder name inside parentheses like that, okay? And that's it for this lecture. I think it's a very cool feature. It's a new feature in Nuxt. And I also think that they have added this feature because a lot of developers have asked them to do it. I hope you like it, and I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. See you then, have a great day, and bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone. In almost every web application, creating navigation between routes and pages is a common requirement, right? In vanilla HTML, we use the anchor tag like that. However, here we are using a framework that has superpowers, which is Nuxt JS. Nuxt provides us with a component named Nuxt Link. It utilizes the anchor tag under the hood, but comes with two key features that make it preferable to the vanilla HTML anchor tag. Firstly, it's intelligent enough to perform client-side navigation. This means that when a user navigates between the home page and the about page, it simply swaps between the two components without making any additional or new requests to the server. In contrast, using a vanilla anchor tag would result in a new request to the server whenever the user clicks on the link. Secondly, by using Nuxt Link, Nuxt adds classes to the anchor tag, indicating that this is the active page. We can then leverage these classes to style the active page. Let's see all of that in action. Let's go here to the index.vue file. Let's delete that. And we're gonna add a component named Nuxt Link. And here we're gonna link to the about route. This Nuxt Link component takes a property named to, which indicates where this link is gonna actually take the user to. So we're gonna say this is a link to the about page. And here we're gonna say about page. As you can see here on the web page, the link has been added to the about page. If I click on it, it's gonna take me to the about route or the about page. Now let's create another link in the about.vue file. Here we're going to say Nuxt link to, and we're going to provide the home route. And here we're gonna say that this is a link to the home page. And as you can see here on the about page, the link to the home page has been added. Let's click on it. It took us to the home page. Now let's see the difference between the Nuxt link and the vanilla HTML anchor link. Let's go to the index.vue file And here let's add between brackets a text saying Nuxt link. And here we're gonna add an anchor link which has an href to the about page saying about page, and between brackets we're gonna say normal link. This is vanilla HTML link. Let's add a break line between them. And here in the about.vue file, let's do the same. Here we're gonna say between brackets Nuxt link, and here we're gonna create an anchor link href to the home route, and we're gonna say home page between brackets normal link, and let's add a break line. Now let's go to our project and open the network tab. Pay attention here to the network tab. I'm gonna reload the page. When I reloaded the page, our application made an initial request to the server, okay? And it loaded the routes. Let's clear that. And now let's use the Nuxt link. When I click the Nuxt link to the about page, see here it's not making any additional requests. And here we are in the about page. If I click the Nuxt link to the home page, also it's not making any new requests to the server. Now let's clear that and click on the normal link. See what's gonna happen. See here, it made a new fresh request to the server. If I clear it, and here I'm in the about page, if I click on the normal link to the home page, also it's gonna make a new request to the server. And this is why using the Nuxt link is much more efficient. Nuxt is gonna intelligently realize that it has already loaded that route before, and it's gonna swap the component. Now we're gonna need to do something. We're gonna copy the code from the index.vue file and put it in the about.vue file. And we're gonna copy the code from the about.vue file and put it in the index.vue file. Let's add a break line here. And also, let's add another one here. Let's go back to our project. Now we have links to the home page and the about page on both pages. When we go to the about page, we have links to the home page and about page, and also we have the same links here. I did that to inspect the code and show you something. Let's go to elements. Here we are in the home page, right? Let's inspect the home page Nuxt link, which uses the anchor tag under the hood. See here, Nuxt gave some classes to that anchor tag, indicating that this is an active page, okay? This is going to indicate that this is the active page. We can use these classes at any time using CSS to style this active page. But here in the normal link, there is no classes. We can't style that element right away. We have to manually add classes to it. But here, Nuxt did that for us. All we're gonna need to do is to use these classes to style the page. And as you can see here, the about link, the about Nuxt link, doesn't have any classes. When we go to the about page and inspect it, as you can see, the active classes has been added to this anchor tag. And also here the normal link, the normal anchor link doesn't have any classes. And this is actually a very cool feature which is gonna allow us to style the active pages without manually giving classes to these elements. Okay? Perfect. And that was it for this lecture. Now take a little break and I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye bye. Hey everyone, and welcome to a new coding exercise. In this exercise, I want you to go back to the navbar component and simply replace the normal HTML anchor tags with the Nuxt navigation component. Okay? The Nuxt link component. And that's it. It's very simple. And I'm gonna see you in the solution video. Bye bye. Now let's solve this coding exercise together. As we said, we're gonna need to replace these anchor tags with the Nuxt link component. So all we're gonna do is to copy that anchor tag and replace it with Nuxt link and click replace all here. And we're gonna do the same for the closing tag. Click replace all. And that's it. See you in the next lecture and bye bye. Hey everyone! When developing full-stack web applications, our goal is to make things work dynamically in our apps. And of course, we want to create dynamic routes in our applications, right? Nuxt provides us with an easy way to use route parameters. All we're gonna need to do is to use square brackets and put our dynamic parameter inside of it. Let's see it in action. Let's go to the pages directory and let's create a new file inside of it. And since this file is gonna have a dynamic route, we're gonna put the name of the file inside square brackets like that. Let's name it ID, and then we're gonna provide the extension which is .vue. Then click enter. Naming the file like that and putting the name inside of square brackets means that we are going to take the ID dynamically. This ID is gonna be a dynamic value. It's not gonna be a static value. Now let's create our template and let's create a script. Of course, it's a setup script. And then in order to extract the dynamic parameters from the route, we're gonna use a function named useRoute. This function is gonna return an object that contains everything about the route that the user is currently viewing. So we're gonna save that return in a variable named route. We're gonna say const route equals to useRoute. And since we want that ID, we're gonna say const ID equals to route.params.id. And then here we can display that ID on our template. We're gonna say h1, and then we're gonna open double curly brackets like that. This is normal Vue code. And then we're gonna display the ID inside of it. We can say ID colon, and then we're gonna display the dynamic ID. Now if we go to any route other than the ones that we already defined, because Nuxt gives priority to statically defined routes, like in our case the about and the home pages, if the route parameter is not equal to any of them, it's going to extract the parameter as a dynamic one. So let's go to any route, let's say localhost /123, and press enter. As you can see, Nuxt extracted the ID dynamically from the route and displayed it on the page, on the web page. And by the way, that route has many useful properties. So here if we console log the route, and here we opened the console, this is the route object. As you can see, it has many properties here like the full path /123, here the params, ID 123, and so on. We can also create nested routes. All we need to do is to create a folder inside the pages directory and create any route inside of that folder. For example, we can go to the pages directory here and create a new folder, and let's name it users, and inside of the users directory we're gonna create a new folder, and we're gonna make the name of that folder dynamic name, and this is why we're gonna put it inside of a square brackets. Let's name it name, for example. Press enter, and inside of that name folder we're gonna create a new file dynamically. Also we're gonna name it id between square brackets .view. Let's close this one, and here we're gonna create a script setup, and let's say const route equals to use route, and let's say const name equals to route.params.name, and here we're gonna say const id equals to route.params.id, and here in our template we're gonna display the id and the name. Let's first create a div, and let's say h1 name colon, and then display the name dynamically, and also here we're gonna say h1 id colon and display the id dynamically. Now if I go to localhost /users / let's say name Noor, and let's say id is 123, and click enter, as you can see it displayed name Noor and id 123. If I changed the parameters, let's say name Ross, ID anything 70, click enter, as you can see name Ross and the ID is 70. We can also make part of the parameter static and the other part dynamic. What do I mean by that? Let's see an example. Inside of the pages directory we're gonna create another folder, another directory. Let's name it, for example, admins dash, and then we're gonna add the dynamic part between square brackets as well. So we're gonna say admins dash, and then we're gonna open square brackets and write our dynamic parameter inside of it. So let's say name, press enter, and inside of it let's create a new file. Let's call it id between square brackets .view. Now let's create a script setup and a template, and here also we're gonna say const route equals to use route, and then we're gonna say const admin name equals to route.params.name, and then we're gonna say const admin id equals to route.params.id, and here simply we're gonna display them. We're gonna first create a div, and inside of it we're gonna create an h1 element saying admin name colon, and then we're gonna display the admin name, and here we're gonna say admin id, and then we're gonna add the admin id, and that's it. Now let's go to localhost admin dash, let's say the admin name is Mark, for example, slash, and then let's say his ID is 50. Click enter. Oh, sorry, it's admins, not admin. Click enter. As you can see, admin name Mark and admin ID 50. And this is basically how you can add dynamic routes to your Nuxt application. I hope that was easy, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Bye bye. Hey everyone. In this lecture, let me tell you that there is actually another way to extract the route parameters. Let me show it to you. Right now we have the file id.vue, which is actually a dynamic route. We're gonna take the ID dynamically. So here, let's define the script setup, and here the template. Let's say h1. And here all we're gonna need to do is to use $route. And that's it. Let's say dot params dot id. Now if I go to any ID, as you can see, it displayed the ID on the screen. See you in the next lecture. Bye bye. Hey everyone. Let's say that you need to catch all routes after a certain path or after a certain route. What do I mean by that? Let's say that here, after the home route, I wrote, hey guys, good day. And of course, after each word, I write a slash and click enter. Normally, I would get an error page like that. It will tell me that this page is not found. But let's say that I wanna display an actual page and catch all of these words as parameters or arguments to this page. How can we do that in Nuxt.js? Actually, we're gonna go here to the pages directory, and since we wanna catch all routes after the home page, after the home route, we're gonna define a file or create a new file here in the pages directory, and we're gonna open square brackets as usual, but we're gonna type 3 dots or 3 periods like that, which is basically destructuring in JavaScript. This is how we do destructuring of arrays in JavaScript, which means that these words is gonna be taken to this route as an array of strings, and we're going to destructure these strings from that array. And then let's call it whatever we want. Let's say, I don't know, words, and then we're gonna say .view and click enter. So as I told you, basically here we're gonna destructure this array into a variable named words. So here let's say script setup, and here let's say template. Here we can say const words equals to use route dot params dot words, and actually here I can create a paragraph element, and inside of double curly brackets like that we can display the words. Now the page is reloaded. As you can see, it displayed all of these words on the web page, and as you can see, it's an array as I told you. And that's it. This is how you can catch all route parameters in Nuxt.js. See you in the next lecture. Have a great day and bye bye. Hey everyone, and welcome to a new coding exercise. In this exercise, I want you to define a page route that accepts a name as a parameter. For example, it could be like that. Let's say greeting slash, and then the name is gonna be taken as a dynamic parameter, okay? So that when a user accesses this route with a specific name, like let's say the username is Alice, for example, your Nuxt application should dynamically generate a personalized greeting message for that user. So, what I need you to do is to go to your home page, to the index.vue file, and inside of this file, prompt the user to enter their name. And after they enter their name, just navigate them to the greeting page or to any other page you want and display a greeting for them. Okay? It's a very simple exercise. Try to solve it and I'm gonna see you in the solution video. But remember to take your time. So, see you in the solution video and bye-bye. Hey everyone, I hope that exercise was easy. Now let's solve it together. First of all, we're gonna go to the index.vue file and then declare a variable named name. We're gonna say let name. And then we're gonna say if process.client prompt the user to enter their name. We're gonna say enter your name. And this is why we actually used if process.client, because the prompt function is not recognized in the Node.js server. Okay, it's only recognized on the client side. So we're gonna say if process.client prompt the user to enter their name, and then we're gonna store that name inside of the name variable. And here simply we're gonna create a Nuxt link to, and that too is gonna be a dynamic one, and this is why we are putting a colon here. We're gonna say to, and then provide the route or the path, which is gonna be greeting slash, and then we're gonna provide the name dynamically. And inside of that link, let's type see the greeting or see your greeting. Now we're gonna need to create that path. And this is why we're gonna go to the pages directory and then create a new folder, name it greeting, and inside of it we're gonna create a new file between square brackets because it's gonna be a dynamic parameter, and then we're gonna call it name.vue. And here inside of the script setup we're gonna say const route equals to use route. And then we're gonna destructure the name from the route dot params. And here simply we're gonna type good morning and then provide the name. Now let's try it out. Let's open our project. It's gonna prompt me to enter my name. Let's enter my name, Noor. Press enter. And let's click on that link, see your greeting. As you can see, I got my greeting here. Good morning, Noor. And that's it. I hope that exercise was easy and I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye-bye. Hey everyone! Nuxt provides middleware to run some code before navigating to a particular route. And actually, there are three kinds of route middleware in Nuxt. There is an inline route middleware which are defined directly within the page, and there is named route middleware which is placed in the middleware directory And there is the global route middleware, which is placed in the middleware directory, but with a .global put in the file name. And the first two kinds of route middleware can be defined in a function named definePageMeta. And the route middleware runs within the view part of your Nuxt app. Despite the similar name, they are completely different from server middleware, which are run in the Nitro server part of your app. Of course, we're gonna talk about it in the server section of this course, okay? Now let's see all of that in action. First, we'll write an inline middleware in the about.vue file, okay? Right now we have two routes or two pages, about.vue and index.vue. Let's go to the about.vue. We have removed all the code from it. Let's write again about page. Let's go to the about page. Okay, perfect. We get the about page here. Okay, how we can define a middleware? We're gonna create a script setup, and we're gonna use a function named definePageMeta. This function is gonna take an object as its parameter or as its argument, and this object is gonna have a property named middleware. This is where we're gonna define our middleware, okay? And this middleware property is gonna be an array. So let's open an array. And inside of that array, the first element of that array is gonna be our middleware function. So we're gonna define a function which is gonna take two arguments. The first one is named to, and the second one is named from. Okay, but what are these two parameters? To represents the route that we are going to, the route that we are navigating to, which is in that case the about route. And from represents the route that we are coming from, the route that we are navigating from. So if, for example, we are navigating from the home route to the about route, we can use the from parameter to know some information about the route that we are coming from, which is the home route. And of course, we can use the to parameter to also know some information about the route that we are navigating to, which is in that case the about route. Okay, first of all, let's console.log both of them, okay? Let's say console.log from and also console.log to. So again, this code will run before navigating to the about route. Whenever we navigate from any route to the about route, this code, the code inside this function, inside that block, is gonna run. So let's console log some message saying this code will run before navigating to the about route. Now let's reload our page and let's open the console. Let's see what happened here. This is the from object. Of course, it's saying from about route because we have reloaded the page. We came actually from the about route. But let's go to the index.vue file and create here just a Nuxt link to the about route saying about page, and here of course this is the home page, and let's go to the home page, and here let's click on that Nuxt link, go to the about page, and here this is the from object. As you can see, it's coming from the home route here, and this is the to object, the to parameter. Of course, I'm talking about to and from this function. It represents the route that we are navigating to, which is in that case the about route, as you can see here. And of course, it displayed the message, this code will run before navigating to the about route. So again, basically, this middleware is gonna run before navigating to the about route because we have defined it in the about route, in the about.vue page. Then we have another option, which is to create a directory named middleware and then define our middleware function inside of it. So let's do that. We're gonna delete that middleware. Okay, we're gonna delete this define page meta, and then we're gonna create a new directory here named middleware. Okay, we're gonna create it in the home directory, and inside of it, let's create a new file, name it anything, let's call it middleware example.js. This is a normal JavaScript file, okay? It's not a Vue file. Click enter, and then let's define our middleware. We're gonna say export default, which means that we are exporting this function, and then we're gonna use a function named define Nuxt route middleware. The function is named define Nuxt route middleware. Okay, and then we're gonna call that function. And this function is gonna take an argument. What is this argument? It's another callback function. And this callback function is gonna take two arguments, which are the to and the from arguments. Okay? And inside of this function, we're gonna do exactly as we did before. We're gonna say console.log from and console.log to, and also we're gonna say console.log this code will run before navigating to the about route. Okay, but how are we going to activate that middleware? How are we going to tell Nuxt that we want that middleware to run before navigating to the about route? Simply, we're gonna go to the about.vue file, and here we're gonna use the define page meta again, and this function is gonna take an object, and inside of this object we're gonna use the middleware property. And as we said before, this middleware property is gonna be an array. And in this case, in the case of the file middleware, we're gonna provide a string as a first element to that array, which is gonna have the name of the file in which we defined our middleware, which is middleware-example. And this is why we wrote here middleware-example inside of a string literals, or inside of single quotations like that, which is basically a string. And that's it. It's the same logic as we did before. Let's go to the home page and let's click on the link to the about page. And as you can see, the same happened here. This is the from object. We came from the home route. And this is the to object. We navigated to the about route. And here we displayed the message in the console, which is this code will run before navigating to the about route. We have one more option, which is the third option, which is actually to define a global middleware that will run before navigating to each route. So for now, let's delete that file to avoid any confusion. And here inside of the middleware directory, we're gonna create a new file. Let's name it always -running, but here we have to say .global and then .js. Why did we say .global here? Because this is the way Nuxt is gonna know that this middleware or any middleware that we're gonna define inside of that file will run globally, which means that it's going to run before navigating to any of our routes. So here we're gonna do as we did before. We're gonna say export default, define Nuxt middleware Nuxt route middleware, and this function is gonna take another callback function, and this callback function is gonna take two arguments, which are to and from, and simply here we're gonna say console.log this code will run before navigating to each route. Let's go to the about.vue file, and here we're gonna create a Nuxt link to the home route saying home page, but we forgot to do something here. We forgot to remove all of that from the about.vue file. Now let's try our code. Let's refresh the page. As you can see, when I reloaded the page on the home route, I got this message that this code will run before navigating to each route. If I go to the about page, it's gonna display the same message. If I go to the home page again, also it's gonna display the same message, and so on, which means that this middleware is global. It's gonna run before navigating to any of our routes. The ordering of execution is going to be like that. Nuxt will execute the global middleware first, then it's gonna execute the inline middleware, and finally it will execute the middleware defined inside of files inside of the middleware directory. Now let's do some modification to our code and see the ordering ourselves. Let's go to the about.vue file, and let's define an inline middleware. We're gonna use the define page meta, and then of course here we're gonna say middleware equal to an array, and then inside of that array our first element is gonna be a function which is gonna take to and from. Oh sorry, there is no arrow, this is normal function. Okay, perfect. And now we're just gonna say console log inline middleware. Okay, we are displaying that this is the inline middleware in order to see the ordering later here in the console. Okay, and then let's go to the always running.global.js file. This is the global middleware, right? So let's remove that and just say global middleware. And finally, let's create a file middleware. Remember the file that we deleted before? We're gonna recreate it. We're gonna say middleware-example.js, and of course we're creating this file inside of the middleware directory. Click enter, and then we're gonna say export default define Nuxt route middleware, and as usual this function is gonna take a callback function which is gonna take to and from arguments or parameters, and then simply we're gonna say console.log file middleware. Of course here, since we are not using the to and the from arguments, we can delete them, and here as well, and of course here as well. Right now when I click on the about page link, it's gonna take me to the about route, and as I told you, the ordering of the middleware execution is gonna be the following. First, the global middleware is gonna be executed, then the inline middleware, and finally the file middleware. So now let's click on the about link and go to the about page or the about route and open the console. Here, as you can see here, the global middleware, the file middleware is not here. Okay, we forgot to do something. Let's go here to the about.vue file and add the name of the file, which is the middleware example. Okay, now let's reload. As you can see, the global middleware is executed first, and then the inline middleware and the file middleware. This is the order, the normal order of execution of middlewares in Nuxt.js, okay? And just as a side note, if you're creating multiple global middlewares and you want to manage their ordering, you have to know that they are ordered alphabetically. And in alphabetical sorting, each character in a file name is compared, and the sorting is done based on the ASCII or Unicode values of these characters. And also remember that file names are sorted as strings, not as numeric values. For example, if we have two files, the first one has that name, 10 dot, let's say new dot global dot js, and we have another one named 2 dot new dot global dot js. Normally this file should be executed before that file, right? Because 2 is lower than 10. But actually this is not the case. This is not what's gonna happen. Actually, this file, the 10.new.global.js, is gonna be executed first. Why is that? Because in alphabetical sorting, each digit in the numbers is treated as a separate character. So in that case, 10.new.global.js would come before 2.new.global.js because simply we're gonna compare, or the computer is gonna compare 1 with 2, and 2 is bigger than 1. And since 2 is bigger than 1, or 1 is smaller than 2, whatever, this file is gonna be executed first. Okay? So in order to overcome this, a workaround is always suggested, which always to prefix single digit numbers with a leading 0, which means that we should put 0 here before the 2. So in that case, when we compare 1 and 0, of course 0 is gonna be lower than 1, and then this file is gonna be executed first. And this is actually what we want. We want number 2 to be executed before number 10. Okay? This is just a side note. As I told you, if you're creating multiple global middleware files. Okay? Now let's talk about the possible return values from the Nuxt middleware. We have actually many possible return values. First, the middleware or the Nuxt middleware could return nothing, which basically doesn't block navigation and will move to the next middleware function, if any, or complete the route navigation. Or the Nuxt middleware could return a function called navigate to. Let's say that we want to redirect him to the home route, or let's say user route, or whatever. And also we can return a function named abort navigation, which is gonna basically stop the current navigation. And the final option is to return abort navigation, but with an error. We can give an error here to abort the navigation with an error. Let's see them in action. I'm gonna delete these files for now. Actually, I'm gonna delete the middleware directory. Okay, perfect. In the pages directory, we're gonna create another directory. Let's name it users. And inside of it, let's create a new file. It's gonna be a dynamic route. We're gonna call it id between square brackets dot view. I'm gonna leave the template as empty, okay, for now. Don't worry about it. And inside of the script, we're gonna write some logic. We're gonna say define page meta, and we're gonna define a middleware, create an array, and then let's define the middleware function, and then we're gonna just take the 2 argument or the 2 parameter, and let's say if 2 dot params dot id, which is that id, okay, because remember that 2 object is gonna have information about the route that we are navigating to. That 2 object contains that id. So we're gonna say if 2.params.id is equal to 1, just return navigate to, and let's say navigate to the home route. And let's say if the ID is equal to 2, for example, just abort navigation. And if it's equal to 3, let's also abort navigation, but with an error saying ID should not be 3. Otherwise, if the ID is not equal to 1, or if it's not equal to 2, or if it's not equal to 3, just console.log, everything is fine. Now let's try it out. I'm gonna go to users, let's say 1, click enter. Whoops, I got an error here. Okay, I forgot to do something here in the about.vue file. Let's remove all of that. Okay, perfect. Now let's try again. Okay, let's restart our server. Okay, I've restarted the server here. And by the way, sometimes in Nuxt, when things aren't working, you just have to restart the server in order to resolve the issue. Anyways, let's go to /users/1 and click enter. As you can see, notice what happened here. It rejected the navigation. It didn't navigate me to that route, to the users/1. And actually it redirected me to the home route. And this is actually what we said here in our code, right? We said that inside of the users directory, which means that when I go to the users route /users, and then after I provide the ID dynamically, if that ID is equal to 1, just redirect me to the home page. Okay, now let's see what's gonna happen when I go to users/2. As you can see here, it did reject the navigation. We said here if it's equal to 2, if the ID is equal to 2, just abort the navigation. And here, if it's equal to 3, it also aborted the navigation, but it displayed the error that we provided to it. Remember, the error message was ID shouldn't be 3. Here we said that if the ID is equal to 3, return abort navigation with an error message, ID shouldn't be 3. Our final option here is to go to any other route, provide any other ID, let's say 8. As you can see, it navigated me to that route, /users/8, and if I open the console, as you can see, it displayed in the console this message, which is everything is fine. We can also add dynamic middlewares, which means that we don't need to create files for the middleware. We can do that by using the add route middleware helper function. Let me show you what I mean. First, let's delete the logic that we did before. And in that case, we're gonna need to create a new directory inside of the home directory named plugins. And inside of that directory, let's create a new file. Let's name it my plugin.js. And here we're gonna say export default, and then we're gonna use a function named define Nuxt plugin. We're gonna call this function, and this function is gonna take a callback function as its argument. And inside of this function, we're gonna define an anonymous middleware, which means that it's going to run dynamically. We don't need to create a new file for it or define a middleware inside of files. Here we're just gonna say add route middleware. This is also a function that we are going to call. And as usual, this function is gonna take a callback function, and this callback function is gonna take to and from as its arguments. And here we can say anything. We can say if to.path, let's say equals to database, let's put slash here. So if the path is equal to /database, just return abort navigation with an error message, let's say forbidden, for example. Now let's try it out. I'm gonna go to /database. It's not working. Okay, let's restart our server. As I told you, sometimes this happens. Restart the server. Let's go to homepage first. Okay, now let's try it again. Okay, perfect. It's working now. As I told you, when I went to that route /database, it gave me an error and it displayed that message, which is forbidden. And also we can define a named route middleware dynamically. Let me show you what I mean. Let's add another route middleware. We're gonna call the add route middleware function, and this function is gonna take a callback function. And also this callback function is gonna take to and from. But since we are defining a named route middleware here, we're gonna need to provide a first argument, which is actually the name of the middleware. So let's say that, for example, we are having a user's route and each user has a name, and we want to deny the user who has the name Noor. So let's name it deny Noor, and here we're going to say const name equals to params.name, and here we're going to say if the name is Noor, just return abort navigation with the error message. Let's say the name Noor is not allowed. Okay, but how are we going to use that middleware? As I told you, let's say that we have a route named users, and we take the name of each user dynamically, but we want to deny the name Noor or reject the name Noor. So let's go to the pages, create a new folder, name it users, and inside of it, let's create a new file. It's a dynamic route. Let's name it name.view. Here we're gonna say template h1 display the route dot params dot name, and here let's define our script. Normally here, if we go to localhost users /Noor, no, not 14, just Noor, it's going to display the name here, Noor. And actually it's gonna display any name. Let's say if we say Sarah, it's gonna display the name Sarah, and so on. But now we have defined a middleware to reject the name Noor. It's this middleware, the code inside of that middleware is gonna run before navigating to that route, and we wanna make sure that the name is not Noor. And if it's Noor, we're gonna abort the navigation. So here we're gonna say define page meta, and we're gonna say middleware array, and here we're gonna provide the name of the middleware, which is deny Noor. Now let's go to localhost Noor, sorry, it's users, then Noor. Okay, we need to restart as usual. Let's restart the server. Let's go to the home page first. Okay, now let's go to users /Noor, click enter. Okay, it's still not working. I think I'm having a typo here. It should be written like that. I'm sorry for that. Now let's reload, and now it's working, and it's giving me this message, the name Noor is not allowed, and of course it rejected the navigation. And finally we can add global route middleware dynamically, which means that we can create a global middleware which is gonna run before navigating to any of the application's routes. Dynamically, we can create that dynamically. All we need to do is to add another route middleware, and here we're gonna console.log the message global, let's say middleware, and here in order for this middleware to run globally, we're gonna have to add a second argument here, which is gonna be an object that has the property or a property named global, which is gonna be equal to true. And that's it. Now if we go to any route and open the console, as you can see the message global middleware is gonna be displayed. Let's go to the about page, global middleware. Let's go to users, let's say messy. Also global middleware is displayed. And this is all about middleware in Nuxt JS. So now take a little break and I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye bye. Hey everyone. Now let's see how we can do route validation. Let's go to the pages directory and let's create a dynamic route. Let's name it id.view as usual. And let's say here that I want to validate that the ID is made up of digits. How can we do it? Let's create a setup script and here we're gonna display the ID. Here we're gonna say const route equals to use route, and here const id equals to route dot params dot id, and here we're gonna display the ID. Okay, now let's do the validation. I want to make sure that this ID is made up of digits, and in case it's not made up of digits, we're gonna display an error page here, okay? We're gonna use the define page meta, and this function, as we said, is gonna take an object, and inside of this object we're gonna use a property named validate, which is gonna be equal to an asynchronous function, okay? It has to be asynchronous. And this function is gonna take the route as its argument. Of course, this is different from that, okay? This is a parameter to this function. Let's call it R, okay? R is short for route, okay? And simply here we're gonna say return, and we're gonna use regular expressions. I have some regular expression here which basically gonna check if the ID is made up of digits or not, okay? Don't worry about this regular expression. Don't even think about it. Now what's gonna happen here? If the ID is made up of digits, it's gonna take me to the route. If it's not made up of digits, it's gonna show me here an error page. Let's see it in action here. Let's go to any ID, let's say 123. Route is not defined. Okay, here we should say R, because we have provided R here as an argument. It's not route. Okay, reload the page. Okay, perfect. It took me to the page which has the ID 123, and it displayed it on the page. Now let's see if I add some letter. Let's add A, click enter. As you can see, it displayed an error page. So basically here what happened is that if this return true, it's going to take me to the route and everything is gonna be fine. If this returns false, it's gonna show me an error page, okay? I hope that was easy, and I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye bye! Hey everyone! Nuxt allows you to create layouts for your web apps. But what is a layout? It's simply a common user interface for several pages, such as a header or a footer. And in order to create a layout or several layouts for your web application, for your Nuxt application, you're gonna create a new directory and name it layouts. And inside of it, we're gonna create a file named default.vue. This is going to be your default layout, which means that this is going to be the layout of all of your pages. This is going to be the default layout. And also you can create custom layouts. You can create a new file here, and let's name this file custom.vue. So here we have a default layout, and here we have a custom layout. Let's see how we can use them. First, we're gonna go to the default layout, and let's create a script, setup, and here let's create a template. And here I'm going to create a div, and inside of this div I'm gonna create an h1 element saying default layout, let's say header. So this is going to be the header of all of our pages. And here you have to say slot. This slot means that you're gonna render your content here, which means that the layout is gonna wrap your content. And here let's add a footer below the slot. Let's say footer. And that's it. Now if we reload the page, let's see what's happened here. Here we created a default layout, and inside of this default layout we told Nuxt that we want to display this text on the top of any page saying default layout header, and after that we're gonna have a slot. Having a slot means that I'm going to render any content from any page. This is going to be the page's content, any page's content. Then I want to display this text default layout footer. And since this layout is going to be rendered for all pages, if we go to the about route or the about page, we're going to see that the default layout header is displayed, then the content from the about page, as you can see here, and also down here we can see this text default layout footer. And as I told you, this is going to be displayed for all pages. So if, for example, if I go to the pages and create a new file or even a new directory, let's name it user, and inside of it we're gonna have a username dynamically. So name between square brackets dot view, and here we're gonna have our script, and here we're gonna have our template, let's say div, and here we're gonna display the route dot params dot name. If I go to user name Noor and click enter, oops, we have misspelled this. We're gonna have to say route. Okay, let's reload the page. I think we're gonna need to restart our server. Okay, great, now it worked. And as you can see, in this route, in this page, which is user slash, and then we're gonna take the name dynamically, it also displayed the default layout content. So as we said, whenever we go to any page, home page, about page, user, let's say any name mark, sorry, we have to remove this about, just user mark. Whenever we go to any route or any page, we're gonna see the default layout content. And this is why it's named default.view. And you have to put it inside of the layouts directory, okay? And there is something that you have to know here, that if I'm using the app.vue file, remember the app.vue file? Let's recreate it, app.vue. Let's create script, setup, and let's create a template, and then a div, and let's create an h1 element saying app.vue file. Remember that I told you before that whenever we are using the app.vue file and using pages at the same time, we have to use a component named Nuxt page, right? And this is why if I go to the home page right now, I'm gonna see this content only, the app.vue file. The content from our pages and layouts is not displayed here. Why is that? Because we have to render a template here named Nuxt layout, and inside of it we have to render the Nuxt page component. As you can see right now, all the content from our pages and the layouts is displayed. So again, whenever you are using the app.vue file and at the same time you are creating pages and layouts for your Nuxt application, you have to render a component named Nuxt layout, and you have to render the Nuxt page component inside of it, okay? This way Nuxt will understand that it will display this content for every route or every page of our application, and then it has to display the layout, whatever it is, and display the page's content inside of it. And by the way, if you only have a single layout in your application, you can either use the app.vue file and put your layout inside of it, since the content of the app.vue file is going to be displayed for every page in your application, or you can delete the app.vue file and use a default view, as we did here, inside of a layouts directory. And this is exactly what we are going to do. We are going to delete the app.vue file, and right now things are back to what it was before. Now let's see how we can apply some custom layout. We already created a custom.vue file here inside of the layouts directory. Let's add this code to it, add the script setup, and here let's add the template. Let's add a div, and as I told you before, we're gonna display our layout content. Let's say this is custom layouts. This is going to be on the top of the layout page, and you have to say slot. Don't forget to render this slot component, okay? This is how Nuxt is gonna understand that it's gonna display some content here in this area. Let's say here, paragraph, another custom layout content. So the custom layout is gonna have this heading at the top. This is custom layout. Then it's gonna display the content from the page that the user is currently viewing, and then it's going to display that content, another custom layout content. But how are we going to activate this custom.vue layout? It's not like the default.vue file. The default.vue layout is gonna be activated by default. You don't have to do anything to activate it. Since you give it this name, default.vue file, it's gonna be activated for each route of our application. But in case of any other file inside of the layouts directory, we have to activate this layout in the page where we wanna display this layout in. For example, let's say that you wanna display this custom layout in this page, in the username.vue file, or the name.vue file, the dynamic name.vue file inside of the user directory. How are we going to do it? We're gonna go to that file, and we're gonna use the function that you already know about, define page meta, and we're gonna call this function with an object, and inside of it we're gonna use a property named layout. And here we're gonna display the name of our layout file, which is custom.vue. But here we're gonna say just custom. We're not gonna say custom.vue, we're just gonna say custom. Let's restart our server just in case. Now let's go to user, Noor, and click enter. As you can see, for this page it displayed the content from the custom layout. For all the other pages it's gonna display the default layout content. But since we told Nuxt that we want to display the custom layout inside of the user slash name, dynamic name, let's say Sarah, it's gonna display the custom layout for this page or for this route. Okay, but what if I wanna use both the default layout and the custom layout for this page, not just the custom layout? In that case, I'm gonna delete that define page meta content, and here I'm gonna wrap my content inside of this page, the name.vue page, in a Nuxt layout component, like that. And here I'm gonna give a property to that Nuxt layout component named name, and we're gonna say name equals to custom. And now let's restart our server. As you can see, it displayed the content from both the default layout then the custom layout. But what if I want to change the layout dynamically? Meaning that, for example, here in the home page, I'm displaying the default layout, right? What if I wanna like create a button here, and then when the user clicks on that button, I wanna change the layout from the default layout to the custom layout? How can we do it? Let's close all of that, and let's go to the index.vue file, and let's create a script setup, and let's create a function named enable custom layout. This is going to be a function, and inside of this function we're gonna call a function in Nuxt.js named setPageLayout. Okay, this is a built-in function in Nuxt, and we're gonna provide the name of the layout that we wanna change the layout of our page to. In that case, we are already activating the default layout, so we wanna change or set the layout to the custom layout, okay? And here, simply I'm gonna create a button, and I'm going to create a click handler saying add click on this button, call this function, enable custom layout. And here we're gonna say change layout. Let's put a break line here. Let's add another one. Okay, perfect. Right now we are displaying the default layout. When I click on this button, as you can see, it's changed to the custom layout. Okay, great. But what if I want to disable the layout for some page? Let's say the about page. What if I don't want to display the default layout, or actually I don't want to display any layout for this page? We are simply going to go to the about.vue file, and here we are going to use the define page meta, and inside of it we're gonna say layout false. Now let's reload the page. As you can see, the layout has disappeared. If we wanna enable it again, just comment this, reload the page. As you can see, the default layout is displayed again, and so on. And that's it. This is how you can create layouts and custom layouts for any Nuxt application. See you in the next lecture. Bye-bye. Hey everyone, welcome back. In this lecture, we want to talk about a very important concept in web development, which is lazy loading, and how to do it in Nuxt 3 applications. But first, what is lazy loading in web development as a concept? Lazy loading is a technique used in web development to defer the loading of non-critical resources, such as images, scripts, or components, until they are needed. The idea behind lazy loading is to improve the initial loading time and performance of a web page by only loading essential resources upfront and delaying the loading of less important or secondary content until it's necessary. And this technique is also known as dynamic imports. And in order to lazy load a component or dynamically import it, all you need to do in Nuxt 3 is to prefix that component with the word lazy. This way you can delay loading the component code until the right moment, which can be helpful, as I told you, for optimizing your JavaScript bundle size. Let's see a coding example. I created a component here named welcome.vue, simple component, and here I'm gonna go to the index.vue file, and here I'm gonna create a setup script and say const show equals to ref, which is equal to false. So I'm creating a state called show and initialize it at false. And here I'm going to show the welcome component if the show is true. If show is true, show this welcome component. And here simply I'm gonna add a button saying show welcome message. And here I'm going to say add click make show equals to not show. Here basically we're flipping its value. If it's false, we're gonna change it to true when we click on the button. Then after that, when it's true, if we click on the button again, it's gonna be reverted back to false, and so on. Now let's go to our project and open the network tab. And let me show you something here. If we go here to filter and search for welcome, you can see here, down here, that the welcome.vue component is loaded and rendered even though it's not displayed on the screen. Right? We said that if the show is false, don't show that component. And even though we are not displaying that component on the screen, our application has already rendered and loaded that component. And you can imagine that in very large applications where you have a lot of conditional rendering, a lot of components, you are showing and hiding components, images, and other stuff based on user actions, you can imagine that a lot of unnecessary loading and rendering could happen in your application. So how can I load that component and actually render it only on demand? How can I tell my Nuxt application not to load that component until the user clicks on that button and actually want to display that component on the screen? How can I do it? I can simply, as I told you, go here to the name of the component and prefix it with the word lazy. And the L in the lazy word have to be capitalized, okay? This L has to be written in a capital letter. Now, let's reload the page. See, here, when we write welcome, it's not showing me anything here because the component is not loaded. It doesn't exist at the moment for the application. It's not loaded or rendered. When I write welcome, I don't get anything. But let's see what's gonna happen when I click on that button. Show welcome message. See, the component is loaded and rendered only when we needed it. When the user clicks on that button and he wanted actually to show that component, only at this moment the Nuxt application rendered and loaded the welcome component. And this technique is called lazy loading. And as I told you, this can be extremely useful in improving your application's performance. So, yeah, that was lazy loading. I hope it was easy. And I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye-bye. Hey everyone, let's see how we can use our assets in any Nuxt project. And by assets, I mean style sheets, fonts, JavaScript files, images, etc. Nuxt actually offers two options for your assets. The public directory content is served at the server root as it is. And we have the assets directory, which contains by convention every asset that you want the build tool like Vite to process. Let's see how we can use the public directory. You can see a folder here named public. I think it's gonna be created by default. Nuxt is gonna create that folder by default when you are setting up your Nuxt project. But if it doesn't exist, just create it yourself, okay? And let's say that inside of it, we're gonna create a new folder or a new directory. Let's name it images. And let's go to Google, images. Let's download any image for the Nuxt.js. Let's say this image. Let's download this image. Let's go to our project, go to public images, and let's call it Nuxt. And it's gonna have the extension .png by default. Okay, as you can see, this is our image. So by default, if I go to images, nuxt.png, click enter, as you can see, Nuxt served this image for us. So the public directory is basically where you put your static files. Now let's talk about the assets directory. This directory is where you store static files that will have to undergo processing by build tools like Webpack or Vite. And then you can reference them in your code using the assets path. And you have to know that by convention, Nuxt will use the assets directory to store these files. But there is no autoscan functionality for this directory. And actually you can use any other name for it, okay? But by convention, just use the assets name for this directory. So let's say that I want this image to undergo some processing from the build tools. I can take this image, let's cut it, and let's create a new directory here. Let's name it assets. And inside of it, let's paste this image. Or you know what? Let's put it here as well. Let's copy that and put it here. And here, let's create a new folder inside of the assets directory. Let's name it images and put the file nuxt.png inside of it. So right now we have a copy of this image or a copy of this file in the assets images directory, and we have another copy here in the public images directory. Let's see how we can use them in our code. Let's go here to the index.vue file and let's create two image elements. In the first one, we're gonna say source equals to images. We didn't mention the public directory because there is an auto scan for it. Nuxt will auto scan the public directory by default. So we can just say images nuxt.png. And let's say the alt is, leave it empty for now, okay? And here, let's say the source is equals to assets images nuxt.png. Now let's go to the home page, restart our server. Okay, the image is too big. Let's do some styling for it. We're gonna talk about the styling in an upcoming lecture, okay? But right now, let's say image width, let's say 80 pixel, and height 80 pixel as well. Now let's reload. Okay, right now we have the two images, but the first one is served as it is, as a static file from the public directory, which is not going to undergo any processing. But for the second image, if you wanted to go through build tool processing like optimization, hashing, etc., it's best to place it in the assets directory and reference it in your code like that. So this directory, the assets directory, is better for separate JavaScript or CSS files outside of your Vue code. If you're gonna create separate JavaScript or CSS files outside of your Vue code, it's better to put it inside of this directory, the assets directory. And that's it. This is how you can use assets in your Nuxt project. See you in the next lecture, and bye-bye. Hey everyone! In this lecture, we'll see how to style NuxtJS applications. And Nuxt actually provides a lot of flexibility when it comes to styling. You can style your apps using Vue single file components, external CSS libraries, or your own custom CSS files. And in this lecture, we're gonna explore all of them. First, let's see how we can add some inline styling in a single file component. Let's go to the index.vue file. Let's remove this link for now. Okay, perfect. Right now we have an h1 element, right? What if I wanna change the color of this font to red, for example. I can simply go here and open a style tag. And I'm going to add a property here named scoped. The scoped property means that this styling will be applied only on this file, okay? If you don't provide it, it will be applied on all h1 elements in this app. Okay, let's say here h1 color red. Now reload the page. As you can see, the color of this heading, this h1 element, has been changed to red. If I go to the About page, as you can see here, the h1 element is not changed to red, it's still black. And this is because of the scoped attribute or the scoped property that I told you about. Now let's remove it and see what's gonna happen. See? As I told you, if you don't provide the scoped attribute, the styling inside of this style tag is gonna be applied universally to all the files of your application. So now let's get it back to scoped. Let's go back to the home page. And now let's see how we can add custom CSS files. Let's remove all of that. And we're gonna go to the assets directory and create a new directory inside of it named styles. Let's create a file inside of it named style.css. And here simply let's say h1 color red. Now how are we going to apply this styling to our application? Simply we're gonna go back here to the index.vue file, and inside of the script tag we're gonna manually import that style.css file. So we're gonna say import, and then we're gonna write a tilde. This tilde is a special alias used in Nuxt.js to refer to the root directory of the project, okay? So when I say tilde and then I'm going to start providing the rest of the path, this basically is telling Nuxt.js to start looking from the root directory. So I'm gonna say assets slash styles slash style.css. Now let's reload the page. Okay, I'm getting an error here. Let's restart our server. Okay, perfect. It's applied to the home page. Now let's go to the About page. It's also applied because this is going to be applied to all of our files, universally to each file in our Nuxt application, okay? This is not going to be exclusive to the index.vue file. This is going to be applied to all of our pages. And also we have another way. We can use the style at import. Reload the page. As you can see, it's also working. And also here we can say scoped, and this will apply this styling rules on this page only, or the index.vue file only. If we go to /about, as you can see, the red color, the text red color, is not applied in the About page. If we go back to the home page, it's only applied to the home page. And this is because we have used the scoped attribute, okay? We can also use another way to reference this file. Let me show it to you. Remember this file, nuxt.config.ts. We're gonna go to it, and here we're gonna use a property named CSS, which is gonna be an array of items. And here we can provide the link, the same link that we have used before. Now let's reload. As you can see, it's also working. We can also use style sheets distributed through npm. For example, let's use the popular animate.css library as an example. Let's open our terminal, let's stop the server, and then let's type npm install animate.css. Now if you go to the package.json file, you can see here that the animate.css is added to our dependencies. Okay, perfect. Now we wanna use it. We can use it as we used this file before. We can use it inside of a script tag or inside of a style tag. but I'm gonna use it from here, from the CSS property inside of the nuxt.config file. I'm gonna add a second element here saying animate.css, and that's it. Now we can use it. Let's close that, and let's go here, add another h1 element, and then we're gonna use a class from the animate.css library. We're gonna say class equals to animate dash dash animated space, and let's make it bounce. We're gonna say animate dash dash bounce, and that's it. Let's say here hello Nuxt JS. Now let's reload our page. Oh, I forgot to restart the server. npm run dev, enter. Now let's reload. Go to the home page. Okay, it's not working. Whoops, I forgot an A here. Okay, perfect. As you can see, we got an animated heading. See? And this is how we can use external libraries from npm. We can also use third-party libraries and modules integrated within Nuxt.js, such as Tailwind CSS. Let's see how we can install Tailwind CSS, as we're gonna use it a lot in our course, okay? Let's open our terminal, let's stop the server, and let's type npm install --save -dev. This means that it's going to be a development dependency only at nuxt.js / tailwind css, and then press enter. And while it's being installed, let me show you something here. If you go to nuxt.com and let's go to the docs, you can see here that we have something called modules. Let's go to it. As you can see here, Nuxt have made a lot of partnerships to integrate a lot of libraries and modules into Nuxt.js. And one of them is, of course, Tailwind CSS. If you click on it, you can see instructions here on how to install it, as we did exactly. And this is what I wanted to show you. One of the beautiful things about Nuxt is that there is a lot of built-in integrations between Nuxt and other modules. Now let's go to our project. Let's see the package.json file. As you can see here, the Nuxt Tailwind CSS has been added to the dev dependencies. Then also we want to use this Tailwind CSS in our project. So as usual, we're gonna go to the nuxt.config file, but here we're gonna use a property named modules, which is also gonna be an array, and the first element is gonna be the name of the module that we wanna use, which is at nuxt.js / tailwind css. And that's it. Now we can use it. Let's remove this. And we can use a tool named Flowbyte. Let's go to flowbyte.com. Flowbyte is a library built on top of Tailwind CSS, okay? Let's search for anything like h1 elements. Okay, let's copy that and let's paste it here. Now let's reload. As usual, I forgot to restart the server. npm run dev. Now let's reload. As you can see, this is the h1 element from this website, Flowbyte, which is built on Tailwind CSS. We can use, let's say, navbar. Okay, let's copy that and let's paste it here. As you can see, this is a Flowbyte navbar. And as I told you, Flowbyte is built on Tailwind CSS. And that's it. This is pretty much how you can do styling in any Nuxt.js application. See you in the next lecture. Bye-bye. Hey everyone. Now let's talk about the SEO and metadata in Nuxt.js. Actually, there are several ways to customize the metadata in Nuxt.js. First, we can use the nuxt.config.ts file. Let's say that we want to customize the head element of our page, like customizing the title and stuff like that. We're gonna go here and use a property named app. And this app is an object which has a property named head. And this is going to represent the head element inside our pages. And this is also an object. Let's say we want the car set equals to UTF-8 and the viewport width equals to device-width and initial scale equals to 1. And by the way, this is done by default. This is the default settings of any page. You can overwrite it by saying initial scale equals to 2, for example. Let's say title equals to Nuxt App. Let's try it out up to this point. Reload the page. As you can see, the title here has been changed. As you can see here, Nuxt App. If we inspect the page and go here to the head element, you can see that the title is Nuxt App, and as you can see here, the meta UTF-8, and here initial scale equals to 2, and so on. We can add more stuff like meta, and it's gonna be an array. The first element is gonna be an object, let's say name, description, and content, let's say Nuxt course, for example. Let's add a link, also an array, which is gonna have an object as its first element, which is gonna have a relationship, let's say style sheet, and href. Let's include our style.css file. We're gonna say tilde assets. Sorry, we should put slash here, and here styles / style.css. Now reload again. Let's inspect, go to the head. As you can see, for example, we have a link here, style sheet, and an href to our style.css file. And we have a meta named description and content Nuxt course. And this is essentially how you can add metadata and head content globally to all of your Nuxt files. But can we add it on a per page basis? Actually, yeah, we can do it. Let's remove all of that. As we said, this is gonna be applied globally, okay? This is gonna be applied to all of our files. If you wanna add like metadata to all of your files, just put it here in the nuxt.config file. But now let's delete it and see how we can add it on a per page basis. Let's, for example, go to the about.vue file. Let's say that I want to add some metadata to this page only, the about page only. I'm gonna simply go to the script here and use a function named useHead. This function is gonna take an object, and inside of this object we can say title equals to about page, and let's say meta equals to an array, and the first item in that array is gonna be an object which is gonna have an item named name, and that name is gonna be equal to description, and then we're gonna add another property named content, and then we can put any content we want. Like, for example, we can say this is about page. Now let's go to the about page. As you can see, the title here has been changed to about page, and if we inspect this page, let's go to the head, and here meta name description, the description of that website or that page, and the content is this is about page. But if we go to the home page, reload, the title is not added here, as you can see, and of course if we inspect, you're gonna find that the head element is totally different. We have another function which is named useSEO which is gonna do the same task. Basically, we're gonna say use SEO meta. Let's say title. Let's call it something else. Let's say my about page. Let's go to the about page. As you can see, the title has been changed to my about page. And also we can use built-in components in Nuxt. Let's remove all of that. And here let's remove that as well. And here we're gonna use a component named head. And of course, these components is gonna be capitalized, okay? Because its name matches the native HTML elements. So here inside of the head element, we can add another component named title. And inside of it, we can write our title. Let's say about page from components. Now let's reload. As you can see, the title has been changed. About page from components. And of course, we can add metadata dynamically. Let me show you how. Let's create a new page, and it's gonna be a dynamic one. Let's call it name.view, and here we're gonna create a script, and here a template, and inside of the template, let's create a div, and here we can use the head component, and inside of it, we can use the title component, and inside of the title, we can use route.params.name. Right now, I can go to localhost / let's say Noor, click enter. As you can see, the title of the page has been changed to Noor. Let's use any other name, let's say Messy. As you can see, it has been changed to Messy. I can also change this dynamically, like saying, let's say that here I'm having a ref, like counter equals to ref 1, and here I'm displaying the counter, and here I'm going to add a button and a click handler saying counter ++, which means that I want to increment the counter on click. Let's here say increment. So here, as you can see, the title is 1, the title of the page is 1. When I click on this button, it's gonna be changed dynamically. And that's it. This is how you can customize your SEO and metadata of your Nuxt applications. See you in the next lecture, and bye-bye. Hey everyone! Now let's talk about how to make transitions between pages in Nuxt.js. And actually, it's very easy. Let's go here to the nuxt.config file, and here we're gonna use the app property, and inside of it we're gonna use another property named page transition, which is also gonna be an object which has a property name. We're gonna say page, and the mode, let's choose out in. Now let's go to the index.vue file, and here let's add a styling. We're gonna say .page /enter /active and .page /leave /active. Make a transition all 0.4 seconds. And here we're gonna say .page /enter /from and .page /leave /2. Let's say opacity 0. Let's say filter blur. This should be filter 1 rem. Let's add some link here to /about and here say about page, and here let's add another link to the home page. Now let's check it out. As you can see, I don't know if you noticed it or not, there is a transition happening. See? This is the transition that we have just made. And as you can see, it's very, very easy in Nuxt.js. But there is something important here. Right now we are using page transitions. But what if we are using layouts? If you have added layouts here, let's add layouts. Let's add a default.view layout and another one, let's say a custom.view layout. Here let's add the template. We're not gonna add a script. Let's add a div h1 saying default layout, and here we're gonna add a slot. Let's copy that and go to the custom, and here we're gonna say custom layout. Right now if we reload, oops, sorry, I have to add the layout here. I'm gonna say in the about.vue page, okay, define page meta layout custom. Okay, right now as you can see, the transitions has been disappeared. It's not applied anymore. Why is that? Because we have to do some alterations here. First of all, we have to go to the nuxt.config file, and here we're gonna replace this page transition with layout transition. And here the name is gonna be layout. And here we are going to go to the index.vue file, and here we're gonna change this styling, this classes to layout. Okay, now let's reload. Let's go to the home page. As you can see, the transitions has been applied. So if you're using both layouts and pages, you have to use layout transition. If you're just using pages, just use the page transition. And that's it. This is how you can do transition in Nuxt.js. See you in the next lecture. Have a great day and bye-bye. Hey everyone and welcome back. As web developers, we consider data fetching to be a vital and essential aspect of our daily work, right? But what exactly is data fetching? Data fetching is the process of retrieving data from a source or a server, typically over a network, and bringing that data in your application for further processing or display. In web development, data fetching commonly involves making HTTP requests to APIs or other data sources to retrieve information. And this source can be a server, a database, an API, etc. It can also be a local file system, another application, or even sensors or hardware devices. But how data fetching actually works? Your application is gonna send a request to the data source. For example, an HTTP request for a web API. Then the data source processes that request and retrieves the requested data. And then the data is gonna be sent back to your application. Then your application is gonna parse and process the retrieved data. And finally, the data can be used within your application logic. You can display it on the user interface or save it for later use. And common scenarios for data fetching are like loading content for a web page, like images, text, news articles, product listings, etc. And also updating dynamic elements based on user interactions, like search results, shopping cart updates, live chat messages, and so on. And also data fetching allows you as a developer to synchronize data between your application and a server, like user profiles, game states, real-time updates, etc. And NuxtJS actually has significantly simplified data fetching for us, offering 3 key tools. Number 1, the useFetch Composable. Number 2, the useAsyncData Composable. And finally, the $fetch library. In this section, we'll see how we can fetch data in Nuxt applications. And actually, it's very simple. You're gonna see it by yourself. So, let's get started. Hey everyone! First, we're gonna talk about the most important function or composable in Nuxt to fetch data, which is the useFetch. And actually, it's the most straightforward way to handle data fetching in a component setup function, on both the server side and the client side. We're gonna use a fake API named FakeStore API. We're gonna use this API to fetch data from it, okay? Go to the website fakestoreapi.com/docs and let's see the products. Let's click on that, get all products. This is the URL or the link to fetch all products from this FakeStore API. Now let's see how useFetch works. Let's close these files for now. And you know what? Let's create a new file for fetching data. Inside of the pages directory, let's name it fetching.vue. And then let's create script setup. And here let's create our template. Okay, how are we going to fetch these data and make it available in our Nuxt application here? Simply, we're gonna use the function useFetch. And then we're gonna provide the URL. Let's copy that URL and let's paste it here. This useFetch function is gonna return the data as an object. So we're gonna need to save this returned data in a variable or a reference. And this is why we're gonna need to say const, and then we're gonna destructure the data. And always the returned data from the useFetch API or from the useFetch function is gonna have actually the name data. So we're gonna need to destructure these data from the useFetch. So we're gonna say const data equals to useFetch, and then we're gonna fetch that URL. So right now we have saved this data in a reference actually that has the name data. We can rename it if we want. We can say destructure or unpack the data as products. So right now we have unpacked this data from the useFetch function or from the return of the useFetch function, and we have renamed this data to products. And finally, since this is an asynchronous function, we are inside a script setup, and this is an asynchronous function. And this is why we need to say await. And that's it. Right now we're gonna have this data available in our application. And the returned data is gonna be a ref state object. Of course, you know the view ref state object, right? So this is going to be a ref state object. And this is why we can console log it here as products.value. And that's it. Now if we go to localhost/fetching, click enter and open the console, as you can see, we got the data here. This is the products from this FakeStore API. We can render them here. We're gonna create a div, and inside of it, we're gonna say render the products. As you can see right now, we have the products on our web page. And that's it. This is simply how you can fetch data in Nuxt.js, and this is how useFetch Composable actually works. Very simple, right? See you in the next lecture, and bye-bye. Now let's fetch a single product and we'll add its ID dynamically to the URL. Here we're gonna say const ID equals to ref 1. And here if we go to the API docs, we're gonna see that if you wanna get a single product, we're gonna go to that URL. After products, we're gonna go to / and for example, we're gonna fetch the product number 1, number 2, and so on. So here we're gonna add string literals, which is gonna allow us to add variables dynamically to that string. And simply here we're gonna say $, and then we're gonna open curly brackets and put the ID here. And here let's say product, and also here product, and also here product, and also here we have to say id.value, not just ID. Now let's reload our page. As you can see, if we open our console here, we're gonna see the ID. And of course, here the product is displayed on the web page. Perfect. But how we can change that ID or fetch a new product dynamically? We can extract a function from the returned value here named refresh. This refresh function will allow us to refetch the data at any time we want. So in our case, we wanna add a button whenever the user clicks on it, we will fetch a new product. And in that case, we're gonna need to add a callback function here instead of just providing the URL. And this is because the useFetch is implemented as a closure. If we use a fixed value like this, instead of a callback function, and we want to refetch a new product, useFetch will stick to the initial value it took. And this happens because of the closure behavior. Let me show you what I mean. Let's add a button here, and let's add 2 break lines here. Okay. And let's here say display a new product. And we're gonna add a click handler saying fetch product. Now let's define this function. We're gonna say const fetch product equals to a function. So whenever the user clicks on that button, I wanna activate this function, the fetch product function. Inside of this function, I'm going to increment the id.value. And then let's console.log the ID, saying ID, and let's point down, and then let's console.log the id.value. And then we're gonna call this function, this refresh function. But this is a new fetch, right? So this has to be an asynchronous function. And here we're gonna say await refresh, and we're going to call that refresh function. And then we can console.log the product saying product, and then let's console log the product.value. Now let's see what's gonna happen. Let's reload the page, open the console, let's click on that button. You can see that although the ID is incrementing, we are fetching the same product with ID 1. See? The ID is incremented every time I click on that button, but we are still fetching the same product. Okay, why that? This happens because of the closure behavior in JavaScript. I don't want to dive too much into closures in JavaScript, but you have to know that a closure in JavaScript is a function which retains access to the variables from its outer scope even after the outer function has finished executing. Which means that this useFetch function is gonna keep a reference to that URL, and it's going to store that reference in a variable or anything like that. So when it's static like that, it's always gonna use the same value. And this is why we need to provide a callback function here. So in that case, that reference is gonna actually refer to a function. So each time we call the useFetch function, it's going to call this callback function and return a new value. So let's refactor that. And we're gonna provide a callback function, which is simply going to return that URL. So now each time whenever we refresh the useFetch function, it's going to refer to this callback function and return a new URL. Now let's reload and try again. Let's click on the button. As you can see, now it's getting a new product. Each time it's getting a new product dynamically. And now let's open the Nuxt Devtools. Let's close the console. Let's click on Get Started here. And remember the payload section that I told you about before? This one. Click on it. And here you can see the data. This is the data that we just fetched in the payload section. So whenever you fetch new data, you can see it here in the Nuxt Devtools in the payload section. And that's it. This is how you can fetch data dynamically using the useFetch composable. See you in the next lecture. Bye-bye. Hey everyone and welcome back. Let's talk about deduplicating requests in Nuxt. You have to know that Nuxt will prevent duplicating requests through this useFetch composable. But first, let me explain to you what do we mean by duplicating requests. Deduplication of requests refers to the situation where a new request to a specific endpoint is prevented or delayed until the previous request to the same endpoint has been resolved or completed. And this actually will prevent multiple simultaneous requests for the same resource, which can help manage server load, improve efficiency, and ensure that the system behaves predictably. Let me give you an example from real life. Imagine you are at a restaurant and you ask the waiter for a glass of water. They go and get it, right? Now, if you say, water please, every 5 seconds, like water please, every 5 seconds you keep saying to the waiter or you keep telling the waiter, water please, think about it. Do they need to run to the kitchen each time? Of course not. They'll bring you only one glass, right? Maybe if you already have it, they will remind you that you already have one, right? That's how data fetching actually works in web development. When you click a button that's supposed to get information from somewhere else, like the kitchen in our analogy, if you keep clicking, it's like saying water over and over. But the system is smart. It's gonna recognize it's the same request and just gives you the info once without sending another request out. And this is called deduplication. It saves time and resources, just like the waiter wouldn't bring you 10 glasses of water when you only wanted one. So, the next time you're ordering your favorite pizza online and you accidentally click on the Order Now button more than once, if the system is well designed, it should process your order and not let you accidentally place the same order multiple times, especially if you click the button rapidly or click it again before the first order is complete. And this prevention of accidentally placing the same order multiple times is what we mean by avoiding the duplication of requests. And NuxtJS actually do that by using a key, a unique key that you can provide, or if you didn't provide that key, Nuxt will do that for you. It will generate that unique key for you. It will generate a unique key for each fetch, and it's gonna generate that key from both the URL and the options parameter. But anyways, we don't care how they do it. will only care to know that they'll actually generate that key for you if you didn't provide a key. And let me show you what do I mean by that key. Let's fetch that product and let's go here to our application and open the Nuxt Devtools. See, this is the key that I'm talking about. Here, that key. Since we didn't provide a key, Nuxt generated that key for us. And this key is gonna be a unique key for that data or for that fetch. But how can we provide a key? We can actually provide a second argument to the useFetch function, which is an object. This object is an options object. And inside of this options object, we have a property named key. You can provide any key you want. Let's say product. Now if we reload the page and made a new fetch, as you can see, the key here is changed. This is the key that we have provided, product. And this way we made sure that the requests won't be duplicated. But I want to show you a quick comparison between this scenario, where Nuxt will prevent the duplication of requests for us, and another scenario where we're gonna use the built-in fetch function in JavaScript. Let's create a new file here. In the home directory, we're gonna delete it after we finish, okay? But let's create it for now and name it test.html, okay? A simple HTML file. And inside of it, let's create a button and we're gonna say onClick get data. And let's type here get product. Before we continue, let's open this file. We'll go to our project and open this file using the browser. Okay? And here let's create a script and write some JavaScript code. Let's actually define this function. We're gonna say const get data equals to a function. And inside of this function, we're gonna create an interval. We're gonna say const interval equals to set interval. And inside of this callback function, we're gonna do something every 1 millisecond, okay? Basically, we're gonna fetch the data every 1 millisecond. And let's fetch the same data from here. Let's copy that and paste it here. And then we're gonna say dot, then take the response and convert it to JSON. Dot then take that JSON data and just console log it. And then after 2 seconds, we're gonna clear that interval. So we're gonna use the set timeout function and say after 2000 milliseconds, which is basically equals to 2 seconds, just clear the interval, our interval, that interval. We wanna clear it. Now let's reload this page and open the network tab and let's see ourselves what's gonna happen, okay? I'm gonna click on that button and I want you to notice what's gonna happen. As you can see here, all the requests are done. You can notice that all the fetch requests within this extremely short time frame, which is occurring every 1 millisecond, will be executed without any cancellation. See? All the requests are executed. There is no cancellations, okay? This is a huge load on our system. And this situation actually simplifies what we mean by wasting resources. In reality, we only need to fetch this product once, right? Not repeatedly within such a short interval. Now let's replicate the same scenario inside of our Nuxt application. Let's close this file and actually let's remove this test.html file from our code. And here let's replicate the same scenario. We're gonna say const data as product from await useFetch, and we're gonna fetch that product. And also we're gonna need to unpack the refresh function because we're gonna refresh every 1 millisecond. And here in our template, let's add a button saying get product. And here we're gonna add a click handler saying fetch data. And here let's define the fetch data function. We're gonna say const fetch data equals to a function, which is gonna be an asynchronous function. And inside of this function, we're gonna create an interval. We're gonna say const interval equals to set interval every 1 millisecond. I'm sorry, this is going to be our asynchronous function, not this one, okay? So this is our asynchronous function. In this function, we're gonna say await refresh. And here we're gonna say set timeout after 2 seconds, just clear our interval. And that's it. Now let's reload our page and also open the network tab and let's see what's gonna happen. I'm gonna click on that button, okay? See? All the requests are being cancelled except the last one. Only one request is made, only one fetch request is made. All the other requests have been cancelled. And this is a huge improvement in the performance. My computer didn't heat up like it did before. Nuxt will consider all of these requests as unnecessary requests. Now let me show you another thing. If here after the refresh, I say console.log the product.value. And here, let's reload and click on the button again. As you can see, the same behavior, only one request is made. But if we open the console, you can see that the product data is displayed multiple times, corresponding to the number of times the function is actually called. However, it's very important to recognize that the data isn't fetched each time. It's just logged to the console, and here, as you can see, it's only fetched once. And actually, it's like Nuxt is saying to me, you wanna log the data these many times? Sure, I'll do it for you, but I won't make unnecessary fetch requests to preserve your performance. NuxtJS got your back here. Don't worry at all. I hope the explanation was clear. Because I often receive questions from students asking me why when they click the button several times but with a significant time gap between each click, like 1 or 2 minutes, Nuxt still makes another request. It's important to note that this behavior doesn't align with what we mean by the deduplication of requests. Deduplication specifically refers to preventing multiple requests within a very short time frame, like in the example that we just made, in the case of 1 millisecond, for example, or something like that. I hope that was easy, and now you understand the concept of deduplication of requests. Now take a little break, and I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye-bye! Hey everyone! We can also add a base URL to the options object instead of writing the whole URL in the URL parameter. Let me show you what I mean. We're gonna say here products, and here we're gonna take that domain name, that base URL, and we're gonna add it here to a property or to an option named base URL, like that. And here we can just say products. And here we can display the products. Now we can reload the page. As you can see, we got the products here. And we can see them here in the Nuxt Devtools. Now we can add another route like categories, products categories. And also they are displayed here. Those are the categories returned from this API. And here let's refresh the page. And here these are our categories. Those are the previous data that we got before, but this is the categories. And that's it. This is how you can add a base URL option. See you in the next lecture, and bye-bye. Hey everyone, what if we want to make a post request? useFetch actually allows us to do that in a very easy way. Let's use another API. It's called JSON placeholder. Just type in your browser JSON placeholder and you're gonna be taken to their website, okay? If you go down here, you can see that we can make a post request to this API at this endpoint /posts, and this is actually their base URL. So let's go here and say const data as posts from await useFetch, and we're gonna say /posts or without the slash. And here we can say base URL is equal to, and let's copy their base URL. And here we can say method equals to post, and the body of the request is an object. And here we can say title, let's say anything, hey, let's say body, hello, world, and user ID, let's say 1, and let's here display the posts. Now let's check it out, reload the page. As you can see, this is the return response from this API, and it contains the data that we just provided in the post request. And that's it. This is how you can do a post request using useFetch. See you in the next lecture, and bye-bye. Hey everyone! We can also do a put request, which is basically updating some data. Let's see how we can do it. Let's say that I want to update a post that already exists, which exists at this endpoint posts/1. We already, or the API has already, a post that has the ID 1, and we just want to update it. So we're going to provide the URL here, and here simply we're going to say put. Let's here add title updated, and here let's say updating post with ID 1. Okay, here it's post. As you can see, the API has updated the post and they have returned a response to us with the updated data. And this is how you can make a put request. See you in the next lecture, and bye-bye. Hey everyone! We can also do a patch request. And a patch request is basically used for partial updates to a resource, to this API, for example. So let's say that we want to change only the title. And by the way, we have a typo here. It should be only one T, not a double T. Sorry for that. Anyways, let's say that we don't want to update the whole post. That post. We are updating the post with ID 1. So let's say that we don't want to update the whole post, the whole object, as we did in the put request. Let's say that we want to update the title only. In that case, we can use a patch request or a patch method. And right now, let's say title is patched, for example. Now let's go to fetching page. As you can see here, the API returned the data with only one change, which is the title. We only updated the title. And that's it. This is how you can make a patch request. See you in the next lecture, and bye-bye. Hey everyone! Now let's see how to add parameters or params to the fetch HTTP request. We can use a property in the options object named params or query. Both are the same. Actually, params is an alias for query. So right now let's fetch data from an API named AlphaVantage, which will return stock prices. Okay, so let's go to the website. Go to Google and type AlphaVantage, and then go to their website. And first we have to obtain a free API key. So let's click here and let's claim our free API key. Let's type anything here, and for the email, I'm going to open a website named temp mail. And from this website, we can get like a temporary email. We can copy that email and register it here. So let's paste it here and click on get a free API key. This is our API key. We're gonna use that API key to fetch stock data from the AlphaVantage API. So let's copy that and let's store it here. We're gonna say const API key equals to our API key. Okay, now let's close that and that as well. And now let's go to their documentation. We're gonna click on the stock market API, and here this is the data that we're gonna get. Okay, it's called time series intraday or whatever. So let's get the URL. This is going to be the base URL. See here. So let's write our code. We're gonna say const data as stocks from await use fetch, and here we're gonna provide the path or the route, which is in that case going to be /query, as you can see here. So basically we're gonna copy that and paste it here. And the second argument is gonna be our options object. We're gonna provide a base URL, which is gonna be equal to that URL. And then we're gonna say query. We can say query or params. As I told you, both are the same. So first let's say query, which is gonna be equal to an object. So the query params are basically anything that comes after that question mark. See that question mark? Here, that question mark. Anything that comes after that question mark is gonna be our parameters, which are going to need to provide here in that params or that query section. So here, as you can see, we have function equals to time series intraday. So let's here provide a function, and that function is gonna be equals to time series intraday. And then the second argument is gonna be the argument after that ampersand. Ampersand here is used to separate between the parameters or the arguments. So here we're gonna have function, then we're gonna have a symbol, which is gonna be equals to IBM. We're gonna fetch the stock information for the IBM company. So here let's say symbol equals to IBM. And then the interval is gonna be equals to 5 minutes. Interval equals to 5 minutes. And finally, we're gonna need to provide an API key, which is not gonna be equal to demo. It's gonna be equal to our API key. So here we're gonna say API key. And that's it. Now we only need to render the stocks on our web page. Now let's go to our application. And as you can see, this is the data. This is the stock data that came from the AlphaVantage API. We can find it here in the Nuxt Devtools. Go to payload. And as you can see, this is the data, metadata, and the actual prices, which are time series 5 minutes. And as I told you, we can say here, instead of query, we can say params. Both are the same. As you can see, we got the same data here. And also, if you want, you can add a timeout property here. Let's say 5000 milliseconds, which basically gonna mean 5 seconds. In that case, if the request takes longer than this specified timeout value, which is 5 seconds, it will automatically be aborted or terminated. And that's it. This is how you can add params or queries in the useFetch composable. See you in the next lecture, and bye-bye. Hey everyone, and welcome back. In this lecture, I want to show you how to avoid fetching the data on the server side and only fetch them if you want from the client side. But first, let me show you what is the default behavior of useFetch in Nuxt JS. Remember when we fetched data from the fake store API? This is exactly what happened. We have our Nuxt application here, and this is our client-side code, and of course this is our server-side code, and both are written in Nuxt.js. This is our Nuxt App. And when we used useFetch, of course, to fetch the data, this useFetch function is executed on the initial load. Okay, I'm talking about the initial load here. It's executed on the initial load here on the server side. As usual, we already know that on the initial load, the page is fully rendered on the server side, then it's gonna be sent back to the client side. This means that useFetch has sent from the server an API request to that fake store API. And then that fake store API returned the data to our server. Here we have the data. Okay? So right now the data is available on our server side, on the Nuxt server side. Then this data is gonna be sent to the client side, which means that after hydration, the useFetch is not gonna be executed again on the client side. We are not gonna send another API request to that fake store API because we already made that request here from the server side, and we have passed the data from the server side to the client side. So actually, when we use useFetch, the API request is gonna be done only once on the server side, and we are not going to do any other extra requests from the client side. Nuxt is gonna consider this as unnecessary request. And of course, I'm gonna remind you again, we are talking about the initial load, okay? Of course, later when our app gets interactive on the client side, when we execute the useFetch function, it's gonna make the fetch request from the client side. But here I'm talking about the initial load. And this is why actually it's important to use useFetch. Because if we use the $fetch, for example, Nuxt is gonna made two requests, one on the server side and the other one is gonna be made from the client side, which is gonna be an unnecessary request. So as I told you, this is the default behavior in useFetch. But what if I wanna change that behavior? What if I wanna avoid fetching the data from the server and actually make the fetch request from the client side? Simply we can add an option to the options object named server. And we're gonna assign that server option to false. And that's it. By default it's true, but simply we can change it to false. Now let's go ahead and see that in action in our code. Now let's fetch that product again. We're gonna say const data as product from await useFetch, and then we're gonna provide the URL, and then we're gonna provide the options object. But first, let me show you the default behavior. We're gonna console.log the product.value, and let's open the terminal, and let's restart our development server. Now let's see what's gonna happen when I reload the page, but first let's open the console here. Now reload the page. See here, the product is fetched from the server side, and this is why it's logged here in the server's terminal, as you can see. And then, as I told you, this product, this data is gonna be sent from our server to our client, and then we can log that data in our browser's console. But we didn't make any fetch requests from the client side. The request is done here on the server side. Now let's see what's gonna happen if I say server is false. Open the terminal and reload the page. It logged null here in the terminal, and actually it logged null here as well in the browser's console. And this is because the data is not available here on the server side, and that statement, that console log statement, or that console log code is actually executed on the server side. As we already learned before, this code is executed on the server side. And since the data is not available on the server side, it logged null in both terminals, in that server terminal and in the client side console. But if we open the Devtools here on the client side and we went to the payload, you can see that the product is fetched, and this is because the data is fetched from the client side. So, to sum up, by default, the useFetch function in the initial load will be executed on the server side. But if you don't want that behavior and you want to do it on the client side, all you need to do is to set that server option to false. Okay? I hope that was easy, and I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye-bye! Hey everyone! By default, Nuxt will block navigating to a certain page or route until the data on that page is completely resolved. Let me show you what I mean. If we are on the home page here and I have a link, let's create a link. Let's open index.vue file. Okay, this is home page. If I create a Nuxt link to the fetching page, and let's here type fetching page. If I click on that link, the fetching page, and on the fetching page, we are fetching data and displaying it on the screen, right? Nuxt will prevent navigating to that page until the data is actually fetched and it's available in our application. So let's say that I click on that link and fetching the data took like about 5 seconds. Nuxt actually will block the navigation to that page, to that fetching page, for 5 seconds until the data is available. And this is done by default in Nuxt. But let's say that I want to actually navigate to that page and display like a loading message to the user until the data arrives in my application and then display that data to the user. How can we actually do that? We can simply go here and say lazy equals to true. By default, that lazy option is set to false. We can change the default behavior by setting that lazy option to true. And here we can extract a value from the returned value from that useFetch function named pending. If that pending option is true, this means that the data is actually pending, it's not here yet. So we can use that pending value to show a loading message until the data arrives. And when the data arrives, that pending option is gonna be changed to false. And then we can display the data on the screen. So here we can simply say h1, and here we can make an if statement in Vue, which is called vif pending. Just display the word loading. Otherwise, display in a paragraph. We're gonna say v else. This means that pending is actually false at this point. We can display the product. And that's it. Now let's go back to the home page, reload the page, and let's see what's gonna happen when I click on the fetching link, on the fetching page link. See? It displayed the loading message here for like less than 1 second actually. And then when the data arrived in our application, it displayed that data on the screen, on the web page. And that's it. This is how you can use the lazy option to prevent the default behavior in Nuxt, which is basically blocking navigation until the data is available. See you in the next lecture, and bye-bye. Hey everyone! Nuxt gives us a very nice feature that allows us to defer executing the fetch and execute it actually whenever we want. We can use an option named immediate and set it to false, and this will prevent the data from being fetched, and then we can extract the refresh or the execute functions here. Let's remove that for now. There is an execute and a refresh, which are basically the same, okay? They do the same thing. They are actually alias to each others. We can extract them, and then we can add a button. When the user clicks on that button, we're gonna execute that function, that fetch function. So right now I'm fetching that product, and here I'm gonna say immediate equals to false. By default, it's equal to true. Now we are setting it to false. And here, simply I'm gonna display the product. See what's gonna happen when I reload the fetching page. See, nothing happened because actually the data is not fetched. We told Nuxt not to fetch the data immediately. We set the immediate option to false, which basically telling Nuxt not to fetch the data immediately. And then here we're gonna add a button and say add click, refresh, or let's say execute. It's gonna be much meaningful here. Add click, just execute the function. And let's say here display data or whatever. Okay, now I'm gonna reload the page. As you can see, the data is not fetched. When I click the button, as you can see, the data is fetched and displayed on the web page. See you in the next lecture, and bye-bye. Hey everyone! Now let's see another very useful option in the useFetch composable, which is the default option, which will allow us to set a default value for the data before it comes from the API. Like in this example, we have already set the immediate to false. If I reload the page here, I can see the area for displaying the product is actually empty. And then we can see that button, which is gonna allow the user to actually display the data. Let's say that I wanna display like some default value here until the user clicks on that button. I can simply go here and use an option named default, which is gonna be a function. This function is actually a callback function, which is gonna take the product, and then inside of this function we can set the product to any value we want. We can say no data available. And then we have to return the product, okay? Don't forget to return the product. And right now, since we are displaying the product, at the beginning, it's gonna display that message, no data available. And when the user clicks on the button, it's gonna fetch the data and display that data for him. Now let's reload the page. As you can see, it's displaying no data available. If I click on the button, display data, as you can see, it fetched the data and displayed it on the screen. I hope that was easy, and I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye-bye. Hey everyone! Nuxt gives us another cool feature, which is the ability to transform data after it arrives. Let's say that after we fetched that data from the API, we want to change the title, for example, from that title to another one. Let's say that I want the title to be the word mobile, for example. We can use an option here named transform, and this transform is also a callback function, which is gonna take the product and then we're gonna return an object, a new object. In this object, we're gonna copy our product as it is using the spread operator, okay? And then we're gonna change the title to the word mobile. Now let's remove the button for now and let's reload our page. As you can see, the title have changed to mobile. Now what happened here exactly? First, Nuxt fetched the data. The title was whatever it is. And then it applied that transform function on the fetched data. And it changed that title from whatever it is to the word mobile. See you in the next lecture and bye-bye. Hey guys, and welcome back. Let's say that I want to pick that title only from the returned data, which means that I want to discard all the other data. Nuxt actually gives us an option named pick. I can simply go here and tell Nuxt to pick from the returned data an array of items. And inside of that array, we're gonna say pick the title. And that's it. As you can see, it picked only the title from the returned data and displayed it on the screen. Now what happened here exactly? Nuxt fetched all the data and it kind of transformed this data from its original form to this form, which is an object containing only the title. And it displayed that object on the screen, which is the product. See you in the next lecture and bye-bye. Hey everyone! Nuxt gives us a watch option that will allow us to watch some resources, some variables, or anything, which means that whenever these variables or resources change, it's gonna refetch the data. And by default, the URL and the fetch options are watched, which means that whenever a change happens to these things, it's gonna refetch the data. But we can use a watch option here to watch an array of reactive resources. Whenever these reactive resources change, it's gonna refetch the data. Let's remove that for now. And here I'm going to create an ID state. ID equals to ref, which is gonna be equal to 1 at the beginning. And then I'm going to change that ID every 1 second, and I'm going to attach that ID to the URL, which means that as we learned before, we're gonna need to provide it as a callback function here. So we're gonna say here, take that callback function and return that URL, but here we're gonna use the template literals, and here we're gonna say $id.value between curly brackets. And here I'm going to use the set interval function, and every 1 second I'm going to increment that ID. So here I'm gonna say id.value plus plus. And as I told you, since the URL is watched by default, the data is gonna be refetched and re-rendered here on the screen every 1 second with the new product. Now let's reload the page. As you can see, every 1 second it's fetching a new product and displaying it on the screen. But what if I wanna disable that behavior, that default watch behavior? I can simply set the watch option to false. Now as you can see, it's not refetching the data every 1 second. Although we are increasing the id.value, let's console log it here, console log id.value, and here let's open the console. As you can see, the ID is incrementing, but Nuxt is not refetching the data. And this is because we have set the watch option to false. This means that Nuxt is not gonna watch the URL or even the fetch options anymore. Now let's try to watch the ID without attaching it to the URL. We're gonna type a static URL here, only the product with ID 1. And here I'm going to say watch an array of reactive resources, and the first resource in that array is gonna be the ID. This means that it's going to refetch the data whenever the ID changes. And now let's create a function here named increment ID, which is gonna simply increment the ID. And here let's add a button. At click, we're gonna call the increment ID function, and here we're gonna say refetch the data. Refetch. Just say refetch. Now, how are we going to know or make sure that it's refetching the data whenever we click on that button? Whenever I click on that button here, it's supposed to refetch the data, but it's refetching the same product, so it's not gonna re-render it on the screen. So there is no way here to make sure or to actually be sure that the data is refetching. So I'm gonna make a workaround here, which is that I'm going to use the transform option, and then I'm going to take the product, and here simply I'm going to console.log the product and then return the product as it is. Now let's open the console. Let's reload the page. Now when I click on that button, as you can see, it's displaying the product in the console each time, which means that it's re-executing the useFetch function. It's refetching the data. And that's it. This is how you can watch any reactive sources in Nuxt. See you in the next lecture, and bye-bye. Hey everyone! Nuxt gives us a very important and cool feature, which is the ability to cache data, cache the fetched data through a function named getCachedData. Maybe at some point you know that the data is not gonna be changed, so instead of making additional fetch requests, you just return the cached data. Let's see how we can do it. Let's remove that. And here we're gonna use an option named getCachedData. And this is going to be a callback function, which is gonna take the key of the data, the fetched data. And here we're gonna say return, and we're gonna check in our payload. You know the payload here? in the Nuxt Devtools, this is the payload we are going to check. If we have the data already exists in this payload, we're gonna return it. So we're gonna say Nuxt App dot payload dot data at the key. But what is this Nuxt App? How can we get it? We're gonna go here and say const Nuxt App equals to use Nuxt App. This is a globally defined function or a built-in function in Nuxt. So we're gonna use this function to access our Nuxt App. So as I was saying, here we're gonna check if the payload already have the data, we're gonna return it. Or if it doesn't have the data, we're gonna check something else. We're gonna check if the data exists somewhere else. So where is that? We're gonna say Nuxt App dot static dot data at key. And this is basically the data pre-fetched during the static site generation, the static site generation process. So basically here we're gonna check, do we have the data already in our payload in the Nuxt App, in the Nuxt App payload? If we have it, we're gonna return it right away. If we don't have it, we're gonna check, do we have it in our HTML files which was generated during the static site generation? If we have it, we're gonna return it as well. And if both of them don't exist, this function is gonna return null. In that case, if this function, this getCachedData function returns a null, this will force a fetch request. In that case, Nuxt will actually perform a fetch request. So basically, this means that on the initial page load, on the initial request, this function logically is gonna return null. And in that case, Nuxt is gonna go ahead and fetch the data for us. And after that, we're gonna have the data already in our application. So whenever we want that data, Nuxt is gonna refer to this function and return the data from the payload. Okay, but how can we make sure that all of this works? We're gonna display the product here, and here we're gonna add a Nuxt link to the home page saying home. And here in the index.vue file, we already have a link to the fetching page. Perfect. Now let's go to the home page, reload, and then let's open the network tab. Now if I click on the fetching page link and go to the fetching page, as you can see, Nuxt has made a fetch request for us because, as I told you, on the initial page load, it's not gonna find the data. And this is why the getCachedData function is gonna return null, and in that case it's going to actually perform the fetch request. Now if I go back to the home page and start navigating between the home page and the fetching page, as you can see, it's not making any extra requests because it's retrieving the data from the cached data. See, I'm navigating and switching between pages, and only one request is made on the initial page load. Now let's see what's gonna happen if we remove that getCachedData function. Let's remove it and let's reload the page, clear the network tab. Now let's switch between pages. Okay, on the first time it fetched the data. Now let's go back to the home page, and now we're gonna go to the fetching page again. As you can see, it fetched the data again, which means that it's going to make a request each time. And that's it. This is how you can cache data and actually retrieve that cached data using the useFetch composable in Nuxt.js. See you in the next lecture, and bye-bye. Hey everyone! Nuxt provides the flexibility to choose between returning data as a shallowRef object or a deepRef object. By default, it returns data as a deepRef object. And just in case if you don't know the difference between deep ref objects and shallow ref objects in Vue.js, let me quickly explain it to you. Let's look at this data, that object, okay? This is our payload. In the case of shallow ref object, our application is gonna be reactive only to the higher level changes, meaning that if the product itself has changed, the view is gonna re-render. The view is gonna be reactive to this change if the product itself has changed. But let's say that this property has changed, the rate property inside of the rating object. If this property has changed, the view is not gonna be reactive to that, which means that our web page is not going to re-render. And this is a concept in Vue.js, okay? As I told you, by default, it's gonna return this data as a deep ref. But how can we return it as a shallow ref? We can simply add an option here saying deep, and we're gonna set it to false. By default, it's true. Right now, if we change this property's value, for example, the view is not gonna re-render. But to be honest, it's only working when the useFetch is called from the client side. When it's called on the server side, it's not working. I think it's a bug in Nuxt.js or something like that, and they might fix it in the future. And by the way, if you want to report it or anything like that, take it as an activity. You can go to their GitHub repo and report this bug or this issue. And then you can tell us in our online classroom how did it go. Okay? I'm looking forward to hearing from you. Anyways, let me show you what I mean. First of all, let's say that we want to fetch it on the client side, not on the server side. And here we're gonna try to change that rate value, okay? We're gonna create a function named change rating, which is gonna change the product.value.rating.rate, okay? Let's set it to like anything. Let's say anything, whatever, okay? Let's say any rating, okay? And here we are rendering the product, as you can see. Let's add a button here. And when the user clicks on that button, we're gonna call the change rating function. Let's here type change rating. And now let's reload our page. Now I'm going to click on that button, okay? Right now the rate is 3.9, as you can see. When I click on that button, change rating, let's open the Nuxt Devtools and check the payload here. As you can see, the rate has been changed to any, right? Even though the rate has changed, it didn't reflect here on our DOM, on our web page. And this is because these data, that product object, is a shallow ref object. The DOM or our view is not going to be reactive to the deep changes. Now let's go back to our default behavior. In that case, the data is going to be returned as a deep ref object. And then let's reload the page. And let's click on that button. As you can see, the rate has changed on our web page, which means that this object is completely reactive to our changes because it's a deep ref object. And this is why the DOM has changed and re-rendered whenever we make any change deeply inside of that object. And a shallow ref object, as I told you, means that if we just change the higher level, or if we change the object on the higher level, let's say that product.value is going to be equals to just a product. Let's give it a name equals to mobile, for example. And right now, let's reload our page. Sorry, this is not done like that. Okay, now let's reload the page. As you can see here, the data is returned as a shallow ref object, right? Because we have set the deep option to false. If I click on change rating, as you can see, the DOM is actually reactive to that change because it's a change that's happened on the higher level to the product.value itself. But before, that wasn't the case because the change happened deeply inside of that object. And let me show you another thing. Let's here console.log the product.value. And here after the data arrives, let's open the console. Oh, sorry, I meant just console log the product. Here we're gonna console log the ref object itself. Here, if you pay attention here, you can see that there is a property named isShallow, and its value is true. This means that this object is actually a shallowRef. Let's put a comment here and reload the page. As you can see here, the isShallow property has the value false, because this is not actually a shallowRef, this is a deepRef object. Now let me show you the bug that I was talking about. Let's fetch the data on the server. We're gonna say deep equals to false, meaning that we want that object to be returned as a shallowRef object, and we're gonna comment that, meaning that we wanna fetch the data actually on the server side. And here, let's do as we did before. We're gonna say product.value.rating.rate equals to any. And now let's reload our page. If you check here the console, you can see that the isShallow property has the value true, meaning that this object is supposed to be a shallowRef object, not a deepRef object. Meaning that if I click on that button, change rating, this change shouldn't be reflected on the web page, but actually observe what's gonna happen when I click on that button. The change actually reflected, and this is, in my opinion, a bug in Nuxt JS. As I told you, if you want, you can report this issue or this bug on their GitHub repo. And here also, if you open the console, we can see that when we logged the product in the server's terminal or the server's console, it's also saying that this object is actually a shallowRef object. The isShallow property has the value true. But as you can see, it's not working as intended. So that's it. This is how you can return the data as a deepRef object or a shallowRef object. I hope that was easy, and I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye-bye! Hey everyone! Now let's explore the return values from the useFetch composable. We already came across some of them and actually used them, but let's talk about all of them in detail. First of all, we have the data. Of course, we have the data, the returned data from this asynchronous useFetch function. And as we saw before, we have the pending value, which is a boolean, a true or false value indicating whether the data is still being fetched or not. And then we have the refresh and the execute, which are basically the same, which is a function that can be used to refresh the data returned by this useFetch composable. And we already said that the refresh and the execute are the same function. And we have error. This is an object, an error object. It's gonna indicate if the data fetching has failed. If the data fetching failed, the useFetch is gonna return an error object, and this is going to be that object. Of course, if the data returned successfully, this is going to be undefined or null or something like that. And finally, we have a status value, which is gonna be a string indicating the status of the data request. We have many statuses. We have idle, pending, success, and error. We already know data, pending, refresh, and execute. So now let's explore the error and the status. Let's return an error and see what's gonna happen. Here we're gonna say v if there is an error, if the API returned an error, render that error, or maybe the error.message, whatever. And here we're gonna say v else, meaning that if the data returned successfully, just render that data, which is basically the product. Okay, perfect. Right now, we don't have any errors, right? And this is why Nuxt has rendered the data, the product for us. Now let's add like a typo here or anything like that. As you can see, the API returned an error, and Nuxt actually displayed that error on the web page. So this is really useful. We can, using this error value or this error object, we can know if an error happened or anything like that, and we can actually handle that error. Perfect. Now let's explore all the different statuses. Here I'm going to fix that typo, and I'm gonna say immediate false, meaning that don't fetch the data right away. And here I'm going to say console.log status.value. And let's check it out at this point. As you can see, the status is idle. For now, it's idle. Okay, perfect. Let's execute the function after like 3 seconds or something like that. We're gonna use the set timeout and say after 3000 milliseconds, which is basically 3 seconds, I need you to execute the function and then log the status again. Then I need you to wait another 3 seconds and then log the status.value again. So here basically we are telling our application using normal JavaScript, we are telling it to wait for 3 seconds and then execute the function and then log the status, which is at this point probably gonna be pending. And then we're gonna tell it to wait for another 3 seconds, and at this point probably the fetch request is gonna be resolved. So at this point the status probably gonna be success. Now let's test it. I'm gonna reload the page. As you can see, it displayed idle at the beginning, and then it executed the function after 3 seconds, and it displayed the status which is pending at this point, and then after 3 other seconds it displayed the final status which is success. Perfect. We saw all the kind of statuses here in useFetch. I hope that was easy, and I hope now you realize how great is the useFetch composable. See you in the next lecture. Have a great day and bye bye. Hey everyone, and welcome to a new coding exercise. In this exercise, I want you to create a simple currency converter app using useFetch Composable and the Vantage API. Okay? So what I need you to do is to head over to the Vantage's API website and explore their foreign exchange API. There you'll find a documentation and details on how to obtain a free API key. I want you to do it by yourself, explore it by yourself, okay? Then I need you to create a new page named currency.vue. And inside of this page, I need you to create selection dropdowns and amount input field to input the amount from the user. And of course, create selection dropdowns to take the from currency to currency, etc. And inside the script setup, I need you to define some reactive state variables, okay, depending on the logic of your app. And then I need you to fetch the conversion rate from the API using useFetch Composable. And then finally, I need you to display the conversion rate on the web page. So take your time, and I'm gonna see you in the solution video. Bye bye. Hey everyone, I hope you have enjoyed solving this exercise. And now let's solve it together. First of all, let's create a Nuxt link here. and let's type currency converter. Let's remove this import statement, and here we're gonna say to a route named currency. Now let's create a page for that route. Let's go to the pages directory, and here let's create a new file and name it currency.vue, and let's create a boilerplate code. And now let's click on that link. Now we are viewing the currency.vue page, and here let's type a heading for the currency converter app. We're gonna say h1 currency converter, and let's type a break line for spacing, and then let's create a drop-down menu to select the currency to convert from. We're gonna create a select element, remove that, we don't need it, and here let's bind this select element with a state named from currency. So we're gonna say v model equals to from currency. We're gonna create that reactive state later, and then let's create options for different currencies. Here we're gonna create an option element, and we're gonna have 6 different currencies, so let's copy that and paste it 5 other times. The first one is gonna be USD, which is US dollars. The value is gonna be USD, and the text inside the option is gonna be USD, and then open brackets and type US dollar. If we click here, we can see the US dollar option, and here let's type EUR, which is euro, and here we're gonna say EUR between brackets euro, and here JPY, which is Japanese yen, and here GBP, which is the British pound. We're gonna type here GBP, and between brackets we're gonna type British pound, and here let's type AUD, which is the Australian dollar. And finally, since I'm Egyptian, I'm gonna add the Egyptian pound, EGP, between brackets let's type Egyptian pound. Now let's check our select options. Okay, perfect, all of them are added. And now let's create a drop-down menu to select the currency to convert to, which is gonna be basically the same select options. But here, instead of saying vModel from currency, we're gonna create another reactive state named to currency. As you can see, it has been added here. Then let's add another break line for spacing, and here let's add a button to trigger the conversion. So we're gonna say button, click on that button, call the execute function from the useFetch. Okay, remember the execute function from the useFetch. We're gonna destructure this function and call it here. So we're gonna say execute, and here we're gonna say convert. Let's add another break line here. Okay, this is nice. And here in this area, we want to display the conversion rate or the conversion results. But first, let's type some JavaScript code. Here we're gonna say const API key, and then we're gonna need to get our free API key from the AlphaVantage API. So let's head to the AlphaVantage API. Yeah, it's this one. And let's click here on get a free API key. Let's choose software developer here, and here let's type anything. And for the email, I'm gonna go to temp mail. Just generate a temporary email here, copy that, and paste it here, and then click on get a free API key. And here we go. We have our key here. Let's copy that and let's paste it here. Perfect. Let's go to our application. And now let's create some reactive states for the currency conversion. We're gonna say const from currency equals to ref, and then we're gonna default it to US dollars. And here we're gonna say const to currency equals to ref, and then we're gonna default it to euro. As you can see, they are reflected here. And then we're gonna say const conversion rate equals to ref, and then default it to null. And then we're gonna say const amount equals to ref, and then default it to an empty string. Now let's go back to our template, and let's go here below the select options, and first of all let's add a break line, and then let's add an input field to enter the amount to convert. So we're gonna say input type number, and then we're gonna say vModel and bind it with the amount state, and then we're gonna add a placeholder saying enter amount. Here, as you can see, it's a number. I can increment it or decrement it from here. Perfect. And then here, after the user clicks on the convert button, we're gonna need to display the conversion result if there is a conversion rate and amount, if the conversion rate and amount are available. So let's go here below that button, and let's add another div, and we're gonna say show that div if there is a conversion rate and there is an amount. And here we're gonna display the conversion result inside of an h1 element. So here we're gonna display the amount. We're gonna say amount. Let's say the amount is 3, for example. We're gonna say 3 from currency. So let's say $3 equals the amount times the conversion rate of the two currency. So here we're gonna say, for example, $3 equals to the amount, let's say 3 times the conversion rate, let's say it's 10, for example. So we're gonna say 3 times 10 of the two currency, let's say it's euros or anything. And now let's go ahead and fetch the data. We're gonna say const data and execute from await useFetch, and then we're gonna construct the URL for the API call. And since we're gonna provide some values to that URL dynamically, like from currency, API key, and so on, we're gonna provide a callback function as a first argument to the useFetch function. So this function is gonna return the URL. Here we're gonna open template literals. We're gonna say return and then open template literals. And now let's get the URL. We're gonna go to the Vantage API, click on documentation, and then scroll down here until you find Forex section. Click on exchange rates, and then scroll down here until you find that URL. Just copy that URL and let's paste it here. And here, let's change that from currency. We're gonna say from currency equals to, and then we're gonna provide the from currency dynamically. We're gonna say from currency dot value, and we're gonna do the same for the to currency. We're gonna say to currency dot value, and finally we're gonna provide our API key. We're gonna say API key equals to API key. This is going to be our URL. And then let's provide an options object. This is going to be the options for the fetch. We're gonna say immediate equal to false. We don't wanna fetch any data immediately. Here we just wanna fetch the data when the user clicks on the convert button, okay? And then let's create a transformation function to process the fetched data. So we're gonna say transform equals to a function that's going to take the data, and then we're gonna extract the conversion rate from the fetched data, from the returned data, and update the conversion rate state. So here we're gonna say conversion rate dot value equals to, and since the returned value is gonna be a string, we're gonna need to convert it to a number. And then we're gonna say data at, and let me show you how do the returned data look like. Let's go here to the exchange rates, and you're gonna find a link for some examples for the returned data. As you can see here, our data is stored in an option named real-time currency exchange rate. And here we are interested in this one, that exchange rate. So here, let's type data at, and let's copy that real-time exchange rate, and paste it here. And then we're gonna say at, and let's copy that string as well, and paste it here. And that's it. I think we're done here. Let's test our code. Let's reload the page. And let's say that I want to convert $1 to €1. Let's click here on convert. Okay, nice, it's working. As you can see, $1 equal to 0.9 blah 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 euros. And if we change that amount, it's gonna change reactively because we already have the conversion rate. And here when the amount changes, the view component is gonna re-render and it's gonna be reactive to that change. As you can see, it's changing. Now let's try like British pound. Let's say British to US dollar. Okay, nice. Here, of course, when we change the currency, it's refetching the data because, as I told you, useFetch is gonna refetch the data if anything inside of the URL or the options object changes. Remember, those are watched by default, the URL and the options object. So since we are changing something related to the URL, which is the from currency or the to currency, useFetch is gonna refetch the data whenever we change any of that. And also our DOM is gonna be reactive to that changes. This is the beauty of Vue.js. Let's try Australian dollar and US dollar. Okay, let's say Japanese yen. Nice. And yeah, that's it for this exercise. We have developed a small currency converter app using useFetch inside of Nuxt 3. So, I hope that was fun, and I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye bye! Hey everyone! Now let's talk about the $fetch function. And this is actually the function that Nuxt uses under the hood when we use the useFetch composable. Let's fetch some data from another API for a change. So let's fetch that to-do from the JSON placeholder API. We have used it before, right? So let's copy that URL, and here we're gonna say const to-do. We're not gonna destructure anything. We're gonna say const to-do right away equals to await, and then we're gonna use the fetch, the $fetch library, and here we're gonna paste the URL. And simply here we can render that to-do. Now if we go to the fetching page and reload the page, as you can see we got the data here. Perfect. But there is something that you have to know here. When you use that $fetch function inside a component without wrapping it with useAsyncData, we're gonna talk about the useAsyncData in an upcoming lecture. But when you use that $fetch function alone without wrapping it inside of the useAsyncData, the data will be fetched twice, initially on the server, then again on the client side during hydration, okay? As I told you before, when we were using the useFetch composable, the data was fetched only once on the server side, and then that data is gonna be transferred as a state or a state object to the client side, and the data is not gonna be fetched on the client side again during hydration. It's gonna be fetched only once. But here, when we use that $fetch, it's gonna be fetched twice. Once on the server side and another time on the client side during hydration. Let me show you what I mean. Let's open the network tab here, and let's reload the page, and let's filter these requests by searching for JSON placeholder. We can see that there is a request here, see this one, that is done from the client side to the JSON placeholder API. Okay, this means that the client side actually performed a fetch request to that API. If here I use the useFetch, and here let's say const data as to do, let's reload the page. Okay, now let's search for JSON placeholder. See, I get nothing. No fetch request is done from the client side to that JSON placeholder API. Because as I told you, the useFetch composable only fetches the data on the server side and it passes it as a state object to the client side. The client side or the browser is not gonna do any fetch requests. Now let's return to the fetch, the $fetch, and let's see it again one more time. Here when I'm searching for JSON placeholder or filtering the requests, we can see that we actually made a request, an API request to that JSON placeholder API from the client side. This means that we made two requests. We made the same request twice, once on the server side and another one on the client side. Okay? So it's always better to use the useFetch, as I told you before, or even the useAsyncData, in which we are going to talk about in the next lecture. So, see you then, have a great day, and bye-bye. Hey everyone, and welcome back. Now it's time to talk about the useAsyncData function or composable, which, by the way, very similar to useFetch. Actually, useFetch is a wrapper around both useAsyncData and $fetch. So when you basically say const data equals to await useFetch from some URL, let's say API/item. When you write that code, it's basically a shortcut for using useAsyncData plus the $fetch. And honestly, the only situation I prefer to use useAsyncData is when I need to make multiple requests and return them together, or return the data from these multiple requests all together. Let me show you an example. Let's say that here in the Fake Store API, we want to fetch the products, and at the same time we want to fetch the categories. And not just that, let's say that for some reason we want to also fetch these to-dos or that specific to-do, and we want to do all of that in one function. We want to wrap all these requests in one function and return all of these data together. Let me show you how we can do it. We're gonna say const, and also we're gonna destructure the data equals to, and also we're gonna say await, since this is an asynchronous function, and we're gonna say useAsyncData, and here we're gonna provide the key. Remember the key? The key Nuxt uses at each fetch. We're gonna provide it as the first argument. Let's say the key is products and to do. Okay? And the second argument is gonna be a callback function. And this callback function is gonna be an asynchronous function. Okay? And here we're gonna say await promise.all. And this promise.all function is gonna take an array of fetch requests. So this is basically a promise that's going to resolve several fetch requests all together. So here we're gonna say $fetch. This is going to be the first item in that array, and then we're gonna provide the first URL, which is, let's say, products. So let's copy that URL and let's paste it here. And of course we're gonna say comma, and then we're gonna provide the second item to that array, which is the second fetch request. So we're gonna say $fetch, and let's get the categories. So we're gonna copy the categories link or URL and paste it here. And also let's say fetch. Let's write a comma here, and here we're gonna get the URL for that to do, or let's say to-dos. Let's get all the to-dos. Okay, so let's provide the URL here, and here let's say products and to-dos in the key. Okay, this is going to be our fetch requests, but there is something missing here. This promise is gonna return 3 values, right? It's gonna return the products, the categories, and the to-dos. Where are we going to store these values? And this is why we're gonna need to destructure the values from the return of this promise.all function, which is gonna be an array. So we're gonna need to write the syntax of array destructuring, which looks like that basically. We're gonna say const and open square brackets like that and write the equal or the assignment operator. And here basically we're gonna type products, comma, categories, comma, and finally we're gonna say to-dos. And finally we can return all of these values in an object. We're gonna say return products, categories, and the to-dos, which is gonna return an object that has these properties, products, which is gonna be equal to the products array, the same for categories and also to-dos. Now let's just console log the data and see what it looks like. Let's reload our page and open the console. As you can see, we got a ref object here, and this is going to be our data, the raw value section. This is the categories, this is the products, and this is the to-dos. Let's check the DevTools. Here, as you can see, the key is the key that we provided, products and to-dos. If I click on it, we got the products, the categories, and the to-dos. And all of these data, as you can see, came from different APIs. Actually, the products and the categories came from the same API, but they are different fetch requests, different HTTP requests. And these to-dos came from a different API. And of course, also it's a different HTTP request. Perfect. So right now we can say const products equals to data dot value dot products, and we can say const categories equals to data dot value dot categories, and finally const to-dos equals to data dot value dot to-dos. And here we can render them as we want, in whatever way we want. We can say products, and here categories, and here the to-dos. Now let's reload the page. As you can see, we got a bunch of data, loaded junk. But actually, this is the data that we got from these different or multiple HTTP requests, and we have rendered them and displayed them on the web page. And by the way, if you don't provide a key here, also Nuxt will generate a key for you. Let's say that we don't provide a key, and let's open the DevTools. As you can see, Nuxt provided a key for us, or generated a unique key for that fetch, for that data. So as I told you, it's very similar to the useFetch, but in my opinion, use this useAsyncData if you wanna do like multiple HTTP requests or fetch requests in one function. And that's it. I hope that section was easy, and now you're familiar on how to fetch data or do data fetching in Nuxt.js. Of course, we're gonna do a lot of practice in the upcoming sections where we're gonna build a lot of projects. So, see you in the next lecture. Have a great day and bye-bye. Hey everyone, welcome back. State management is very important for us software engineers, right? And Nuxt allows us to manage our state very easily. It gives us a function or a composable named useState. We can use this useState composable to create internal state inside of each single file component, or we can even create a shared state. Let's see an example. You know, in Vue.js, when we say const counter equals to ref of 1. Here we are creating a counter state, internal state inside of this file. We are in the about.vue file. We are creating a counter state that starts at 1. And here we can simply say counter equals to counter, right? And here we can add a button saying increment, and here we can add a click handler saying add click, just increment the counter. Let's go to the about page. As you can see, we have created an internal state inside of the about.vue single file component. Now we can click on this button to increment that counter state. Okay, perfect. How can we do that same logic using the useState composable? Simply here, instead of saying ref, we're gonna say useState, and this useState function takes a callback function as its argument. And simply we're gonna return the initial value of that counter, which is 1. So in that case, we have created a counter state that starts at 1. Now if I reload the page, I get the same logic. I can click here and increment the counter. And this is internal state to that file, internal inside of this about.vue file, which means that if I write the same logic here in the index.vue file, and if I copy this code as well here, and now let's add a Nuxt link to the about page saying about page, and here let's do the same link to the home page saying home page, and here let's just add 2 break lines. And now let's go to the home page. Now we have a counter state inside of the home.vue file or the index.vue file. If I click here, I'm gonna increment that counter, and right now the state of the counter is equal to 6, right? If I go to the about page, you can see that the about.vue file has another internal state. It's completely independent from the state inside of the index.vue file, because this state is internal to each file. Now I can increment this state as well, and right now the counter state inside of the about.vue file is equal to 10. If I go to the home page, we can see that Nuxt has preserved the state of that file, the index.vue file, or it has preserved the counter state inside of the index.vue file. And if we go to the about page one more time, we can see that Nuxt has also preserved the counter state inside of the about.vue file. And this is pretty much how you can create internal state inside of each single file component using the useState composable. In the next lecture, we're gonna see how to create a shared state between all of our single file components. So, see you in the next lecture, and bye-bye. Hey everyone, and welcome back. Now let's see how we can create a shared state between all of our files. Simply here, instead of just providing a callback function to the useState function, we're gonna provide a first argument, which is the name of the state, a unique name for that state. So here in that case, we're gonna name that state counter, or we can name it counter state. And here in the about.vue file, we're gonna do the same. Here basically we are telling Nuxt that this state has the name counter state. It's a unique state. So every file who uses that counter state is gonna share that state with all the other files that use the same state. So in that case here, if I go to the home page, we can see that the counter has the value of 1. If I increment it, let's say to 5, and go to the about page, as you can see, since this is a shared state, the counter value has reflected in the about.vue file. Here the counter is also equal to 5. So let's say inside of the about.vue file I incremented the state to 7 and go back to the home page. We can see that the counter inside of the index.vue file now is equal to 7. This means that this is a shared state. And we can see here inside of the Nuxt Devtools, let's go to the payload, and you can see here that Nuxt has created a state inside of the Nuxt Devtools named counter state. And as you can see, its current value is 7. If I increment it and here refresh the view, as you can see, the counter state has been reflected here, and right now it's equal to 8. And this is pretty much how you can create a shared state in Nuxt.js using the useState composable. See you in the next lecture, and bye-bye. Hey everyone, welcome back. Now let's see how we can create a state as a composable. We're gonna go to the root directory and create a new directory and name it composables. And any file inside of this composables directory is gonna be auto-imported, okay? Nuxt is gonna recognize that folder, that directory, and auto-import anything inside of it. Now let's create a file inside of it and name it, let's say, states.js. It's gonna be a normal JavaScript file. And here we're gonna say export, const, and then we're gonna start creating our composable. Let's say we wanna create a composable for the counter state. It's gonna be a shared state, okay? Since we're gonna do it as a composable, it's gonna be shared state by default. So here we're gonna say use counter equals to a function. And this function is going to return the useState composable. And this useState composable, as usual, is gonna take a callback function, which is gonna return the initial value for our counter, which is gonna be 1. And here we're gonna provide a first argument, which is the name of the state, which in that case is gonna be counter. Now I can go here to the index.vue file, and instead of using the useState composable, I'm gonna use counter. As you can see, it's auto imported. And here I can do the same. Now if we reload the page, as you can see, we get the same logic as we did before. We can increment that counter. Right now, if I go to the About page, as you can see, it's a shared state. The state has been reflected inside of the About.vue file. If we incremented from inside of the About.vue file and navigated to the home page, as you can see, the counter state has been reflected as well. And here we can see that Nuxt has created a counter state for us. If we didn't provide a name here as a first argument and reload, Nuxt is gonna create a random key for us. And yeah, that's it. This is how you can create a shared state as a composable in Nuxt.js. See you in the next lecture. Have a great day and bye-bye. Hey everyone, let's say that you want to create a state but you don't want to be a deeply reactive, which means that you want to create like a shallowRef object or something like that. In situations where you want to improve performance when your state contains large objects or arrays. In that case, we can combine useState from Nuxt.js with shallowRef from Vue.js. Let me show you what I mean. Let's create a new file. Let's name it maybe rank.vue. Let's say that we want to display some ranking of like a player or anything. It doesn't matter. And here, let's create the scripts setup. And here, of course, our template. Here, let's say const rank equals to, and then we're gonna say use state, and let's give it the state's name, which is gonna be rank. And then the second argument, as usual, is gonna be a callback function, which is gonna return a shallowRef object. As I told you, we're gonna combine useState with shallowRef. In that case, we're gonna return a shallowRef object, and this shallowRef object is gonna have like a property named num, let's say 3. So you can say that this player or this guy or whatever has the rank of 3. Okay, so this is a shallowRef object. We can render it here saying rank, and here we can say rank. Let's go to localhost /rank. So here, as you can see, we are displaying the rank on the screen, which has the value 3. Now let's create a function that's going to change that rank and see what's gonna happen. Let's say const change rank equals to a function that's going to change rank.value.num to, let's say, 10. And now let's console log that rank, and here let's add a button saying change rank, and here let's add a click handler and say on click or at click just change the rank. Now let's reload the page, open the console, and let's click on that button. As you can see, even though the rank has actually changed, the view is not reactive to that change. The DOM or our web page didn't re-render, and this is because this is a shallowRef object. We have talked about it before, right? And that's it. This is how you can create a state as a shallowRef object in Nuxt.js. All you need to do is to combine useState with the shallowRef from Vue.js. See you in the next lecture, and bye-bye. Hey everyone, and welcome to a new coding exercise. In this exercise, we're gonna build a to-do list using Nuxt 3. So, here is your instructions. I need you to implement that to-do list feature using useState in Nuxt 3. And this feature should work in a page named todos.vue. And then I need you to create a link in the home page that will link to that page, to the todos.vue page. Users should be able to add new to-dos and remove to-dos. I need you to ensure that the state of the to-dos is preserved. And also I need you to display the to-dos on the web page and make it interactive, meaning that users can add new to-dos and remove to-dos as we already said, okay? And finally, I need you to test the functionality to make sure it works as expected. Happy coding, and I'm gonna see you in the solution video. Bye-bye! Hey everyone! I hope you have enjoyed this exercise. Now let's solve it together. First of all, let's go to the index.vue file, and here let's add a Nuxt link to a page named to-dos or a path named /to-dos, and here simply we're gonna say go to to-dos page. Now let's go to our project. As you can see, the link is added here. If I click on it, it's gonna take me to /to-dos. Now let's create this page. I'm gonna go to the pages directory and create a new file. Let's name it todos.vue. And now let's create this page. Let's add a boilerplate code. And here we're gonna add a state for the to-dos, and it's gonna be a shared state. So we're gonna say const to-dos equals to useState, and that state is gonna have the name to-dos. We're gonna name it to-dos. And then the second argument is gonna be a callback function. This callback function is gonna return simply an empty array. And then we're gonna create another internal state, it's not a shared state, for the new to-do, which is gonna be a simple string. So we're gonna say useState, that's going to return an empty string. Now let's create a function named add_to_do, which is gonna be equal to a function, and inside of this function we're gonna say to-dos.value.push. We're gonna push the new to-do to the to-do's state, to that array. Okay, so we're gonna say push new to-do dot value, and then after we add the new to-do to the to-do's state, we're gonna need to clear that new to-do, and this is why we're gonna say new to-do dot value equals to an empty string. Then let's create another function for removing the to-do. We're gonna say const remove to-do equals to a function, and this function is gonna take that specific to-do, the to-do that we wanna remove, okay? And then we're gonna need to grab the index of the to-do that we wanna remove from the to-do's state, which is an array, right? And this is why we're gonna need the index of that to-do. So we're gonna say const index equals to to-dos dot value dot index of that specific to-do. And then we're gonna remove that to-do. We're gonna say to-dos dot value dot splice the to-do that is located at that specific index, that index, and we're gonna remove only one item, okay? The splice method is gonna remove the to-do located in that index inside of the to-do's state, and then we are telling the splice function to remove only one item, and this is why we provided one here as a second argument. And that's it for the JavaScript code. Now let's write our template. Here let's add an h1 element saying to-do list. Now let's reload this page. Okay, perfect. We got our to-do list here. And then we're gonna have to add an input element, which is gonna have a type text, and we're gonna need to bind that input list with the new to-do state, that state, okay? So we're gonna say v model equals to new to-do, and then let's add a placeholder saying add a new to-do. And then we're gonna add a button here, just saying add, And here at click, we're gonna say, or we're gonna call the add to do function. And now let's display our to-dos here. So we're gonna add an unordered list, and inside of it we're gonna make a for loop and display a list item for each to-do item. So here we're gonna say v4 each to-do in to-dos, just display the to-do, and then display a button saying remove. And we're gonna say add click on that button, call the remove to do function, and then provide the to do as its argument. Now let's test our code, reload the page. Now let's try to add a new to do. Let's say practice Nuxt JS coding. Now let's click add. Okay, nice, it's added here to the to-do list. Now let's try to remove it. Click on remove. Okay, perfect, it's removed. Let's add any other thing. Let's say workouts. Click add. Let's say watching friends. Click add. Okay, let's remove. Remove. Okay, nice. Everything is working. So yeah, that was it for that exercise. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye bye. Hi and welcome back everyone. Nuxt.js is a full-stack framework, which means that there are several sources of errors that can happen in different contexts, right? And we have to make sure we are handling those errors in the best way possible. And Nuxt made that very easy for us. With Nuxt, you can create custom error pages to handle any error scenario and present like messages or content to the user. Let's, for example, go to a page that doesn't exist, like users, for example. Right now, we don't have a users page here, right? So let's click enter. What's happened here? We got the default error page. Nuxt presented us with a default error page, which is fine. This default behavior is fine. But what if an error happened and Nuxt can't handle that error by default? We need to handle that error ourselves, right? Let's say that we go to a page that actually exists, but an error happened inside of that page and Nuxt doesn't know that. We need to handle this error ourselves as developers. And this is why Nuxt allows us to create custom error pages to handle these errors. Let's see how we can create a custom error page. Simply, we're gonna go to the root directory and create a new file and just name it error.vue. This error.vue file is gonna be our default error. We can show messages to the user or show some content when an error happens. It's a normal Vue file, a single file component. So we're gonna say script setup, and here we're gonna have our template. And since this is a special component made specifically to handle errors, it's going to accept the error as a prop, and then we can display whatever we want. But how are we going to extract that error as a prop? Simply here we're gonna say define props. And this is actually a function which is going to accept an array of props. And the first item is gonna be a string. This string has the name error. And that's it. This is how we can accept the error object as a prop to this component. And here in our template, we can display the error message, the status code, or whatever. We can display whatever we want actually. So here, let's create a div, and inside of it, let's create an h1 element saying error, and let's like add 2 pointers like that. And here we're gonna say error.status code. And here let's add another h1 element displaying the error.message. Now this is going to be the template for the error page. Let's reload this page, the page that actually doesn't exist, and let's see what's gonna happen. See, it's displaying our error.vue file, our error component. And this means that we can customize this error page and show whatever we want. But actually we can customize errors even more. This error, as I told you, is created by default in Nuxt because we navigated to a route that doesn't exist. What if we navigated to a route that actually does exist, but an error happened that we need to handle ourselves? Let me show you what I mean. Let's go here to the pages directory and create another directory named product. And inside of this directory, let's create a file as a dynamic parameter id.vue. And inside of this file, let's create our script and our template. And here let's use the route. We're gonna say const route equal use route, and we're gonna extract the ID dynamically by saying const ID equal route.params.id. Perfect. Now let's go to the fake store API and let's copy the URL for any product, for a single product, and let's fetch that product. We're gonna say const data as product from await useFetch, and we're gonna provide the ID dynamically like that. We're gonna provide that ID from the route parameters, and here simply let's display the product. Okay, why did I do all of that? Let me show you what I mean. If we go to the product and then try to fetch an ID that actually does exist in the API, it's gonna return that product normally, no problem, right? Okay, perfect. But let's say that I try to fetch a product that doesn't exist, like that product of ID 100. I think that this product doesn't actually exist in the API. Let's click enter. See, we got a blank page here, which means that there is no error, despite the fact that the product actually didn't exist. But Nuxt didn't handle that error by default. It showed us a blank, empty page. And this is where we need to handle that error ourselves. As web developers, we need to handle that error. And this is why in the next lecture, we're gonna see how we can create an error in Nuxt JS. So, see you in the next lecture and bye-bye. Hi and welcome back everyone. Now let's see how we can create an error in Nuxt.js. But first let me show you that there are two scenarios here. If I go to the product page and I choose to fetch product 100 which doesn't exist, if here I say console.log the product, and here let's reload the page and open the console. If we go here, we're gonna see that the returned value is actually an empty string. The API didn't return an error object. It just returned an empty string, which for us gonna be still an error. There is no product here, right? We don't care if the API returns an empty string or not. For us, it's still an error. There is no product here. And if here we unpack the error from the returned values, and here we set console.log the error. We're gonna see that there is no error here. Here, as you can see, the error object is actually null from here. We can say error.value, reload the page. As you can see, it displayed null right away. But let's see if, for example, I added an extra S here in the products and reload the page. As you can see, actually, we got an error object from the API. The API considered this as an error and returned an error object. So this is examples for the scenarios that I told you about. A lot of scenarios could happen in our application that we need to handle correctly, and we need to provide our users the best experience they can have. So let's handle these two scenarios. First of all, we're gonna say that if the product.value is an empty string, and this is why we're gonna say if not product.value, which means that if the product.value is an empty string, I need you to throw, and we're gonna call a function in Nuxt called createError. This is the function we use in NuxtJS to create errors, to actually create errors and throw errors. And this function accepts an object. Inside of this object, we can provide the status code, which is gonna be 404, and the message, which is gonna be page not found, or something like that. And let's here go to the error page. Let's here change that to status code. So here we are displaying the status code from the error, and we are displaying the message. Okay? So here basically, if the API returned an empty string, we're gonna create an error. And when we create an error, Nuxt by default is gonna show our default error page, which is this page. And if we returned a product, if this product.value is not an empty string, Nuxt is gonna display the product normally for us. First of all, let's fetch product number 1, which do exist. Here Nuxt found a returned value in the product.value, and this is why it displayed the product on the screen. Now let's fetch product 100. Click enter. As you can see, it displayed the error page, because here it found that the product.value is an empty string, so it executed what's inside this if statement, which is basically throwing a new error. We created an error here with the status 404 and this message, and we displayed those on the screen from the error.vue file. Whenever an error happens in our Nuxt application, that error.vue file is gonna be displayed to the user. Okay, this is the error template. That template is gonna be displayed to the user. Okay, what if the API actually returned an error? Let's add an extra S here and reload the page. By the way, this logic could work, because here the product.value is actually gonna be an empty string, or maybe null or undefined. I don't know exactly, but this logic could work. But there is actually another way that we can handle that error. We can delete that code, and here we can say h1, or let's say paragraph, and here we're gonna say v if there is an error, display the error on the screen. Otherwise, v else, which means otherwise, which actually gonna mean that we have a product, just display the product. Now let's reload the page. As you can see here, since an error object has actually returned from the API, Nuxt displayed the error message from that error object on the screen, because actually there is an error. And if the data returned normally, reload the page, fetch product number 1, Nuxt is going to display the product normally on the screen. And that's it. This is how you can create any error or throw any error in Nuxt.js applications. In the next lecture, let's see how we can clear an error and redirect the user to any other route, maybe the home page or something like that. So, see you in the next lecture, and bye-bye. Hey everyone! Now let's see how we can clear any error and redirect the user to another route or another page. Here we're gonna revert to our previous logic. We're gonna say here display the product, and here we're gonna say if not product dot value through createError status code 404 and message is page not found. Okay, perfect. Now if I go to product 100, I get here the error page. How can we add some sort of a button here that would clear that error and take us or redirect us to, let's say, the home page? Simply, we're gonna go here to the error.vue file, and let's add a button here saying clear error, and here let's add a click handler saying or calling the function handle error. Now let's define this handle error function. Here we're gonna say const handle error equals to a function, and inside of this function we're gonna call a built-in function in Nuxt named clearError. And this clearError function accepts an object as its argument, and this object has many options or any properties. One of them is something called or a property called redirect, which is gonna allow us to redirect the user to any page or any route we want. Let's say that we wanna redirect him to the home page. And that's it. Now let's reload the page, fetch a product that doesn't exist. Nuxt is gonna create an error and show the default error page that we created. Now if I click on that button, clear error, it cleared the error and took me to the home page. It will redirect the user to the home page. I can maybe redirect him to, let's say, product 1, for example. So in that case, when a user, for example, wants to fetch a product 100 that actually doesn't exist in the API, we can show him an error, and when he clicks on that button, clear error, it's going to take him to a product that actually exists, let's say product number 1, and so on. I know that this might be silly, but I'm trying to show you here that we can do whatever we want. And that was it for error handling in Nuxt.js. See you in the next lecture, and bye-bye. Hey everyone, and welcome back. Now let's learn how to write a server application inside of Nuxt applications. As I told you before, Nuxt.js is a full-stack framework that allows us to write client-side logic and server-side logic. If we want to write a server-side application, we don't need another framework like Express or maybe Django or anything like that. We can use Nuxt.js to write server-side logic. All we need to do is to create a directory named server. I think it's gonna be created by default when you install any Nuxt project, or when you set up any Nuxt project, it's gonna be created for you by default. But just in case, if it doesn't exist, create a server directory inside of the root directory. And here we can create server routes and even server APIs to handle client requests. Let's see an example. Let's say that we want to create like a very simple API. In here, let's create a new directory and name it API. And inside of it, let's create a file and name it hello.js. This is going to be a normal JavaScript file. Okay, but here how can we handle any API request that comes to our server? Simply we're gonna use a function in Nuxt.js named defineEventHandler. And we're gonna need to export default that function. And here basically we are calling this function. This is a built-in function in Nuxt that we are calling. And the first argument to this function is gonna be another callback function. And by the way, this function takes the event as its argument. This callback function takes the event that's coming to the backend as its argument. And here simply we can return a string saying hello. And that's it. Now let's go to localhost/API. We're not gonna type server, okay? That server or that server route is auto-scanned. We don't need to type it, okay? We're gonna type /API right away. And then we're gonna type the name of the file, hello. And this is going to be our path or this is going to be our route. Just click enter. Okay, I think we need to restart our server because we shouldn't get an error. Now let's reload. As you can see here, we got a response, which is the string hello. Perfect. We can maybe return it as an h1 element. Now let's reload. Perfect. We got it as an h1 element. Now we can universally call this API in our pages and components. Let's go to the index.vue file. And from this file, let's fetch this URL on our server. Let's fetch or let's make an API request to our server. We're gonna say const data from await useFetch, and then we're gonna write /API/hello. And here we can simply display the data. Now if we go to the home page, it displayed the data in this format. Let's remove that h1. We're just gonna say hello, and now let's reload again. Perfect, it returned the data, this message hello, inside of an h1 element in our view template here in the index.vue file. We can return an object, we can return anything actually. Let's say greeting, hello, and let's say body, good morning, anything. And here we can display data.greeting and here data.body. Now let's reload our home page. As you can see, we got the data here displayed in our template. And that's it. This is how you can create server APIs in any Nuxt.js application. See you in the next lecture and bye-bye. Hey everyone! In the previous lecture, we saw that files inside server/API are automatically prefixed with /API. And this is where you typically create your API endpoints. But what if I want to create normal server routes without the /API prefix? How can we do it? We can simply go to our server directory and let's create another directory named routes. And inside of this directory, inside of this routes directory, let's start creating our routes. So let's create a new file. Let's name it, I don't know, hey.js. And here we're gonna also use the defined event handler function. We're gonna say export default define event handler, which is gonna take a callback function. And of course, here if we're gonna use the event parameter, we're gonna provide it. Since we're not gonna use it right now, I'm not gonna provide it. And here simply I can say return hey. And in that case, I can go right away to localhost/hey. I'm not gonna write routes. I'm not gonna write anything. I'm gonna go right away directly to the route that I wanna view. So in that case, I'm gonna go to /hey and click enter. As you can see, it returned the string hey. So let's say that we have some users data here on the back end. Let's name this file users.js. And here I'm going to say export default, define event handler, which is gonna take a callback function. And let's say that I have some users object. Let's say users equals to, or let's make it as an array. Let's provide some names, Mark, Sarah, Alice, and so on. And here we say return users. Now if I go to localhost /users, click enter, as you can see it returned the array of users, and so on. And of course we can make requests to these server routes from our client-side files or client-side view files. See you in the next lecture, and bye-bye. Welcome back everyone. Let's see how we can use dynamic parameters on the server side in Nuxt. We're gonna create a new directory here inside of the server directory and name it routes as we did before. And inside of the routes, let's create a new directory. Let's name it info. And inside of this info directory, we're gonna create a dynamic directory, dynamic parameter directory. So let's create a new directory between square brackets as we did before on the client side. Let's name it name. Click enter. And inside of this directory, we're gonna create a new file. It's gonna be dynamic as well between square brackets. Let's name it job.js. And here normally we're gonna say export default, define event handler, and this function is gonna take a callback function which is gonna take the event parameter, and inside of this function we're gonna say const name equals to event dot context dot params dot name. This way we are extracting the name dynamically. We're gonna do the same for the job. We're gonna say const job equals to event.context.params.job. So we can conclude that this event.context.params contains all of the dynamic parameters on the server side. Now let's say const info equals to an object and then copy the name and the job. And finally we can return the info object. Now let's try it out. We're gonna go to localhost /info. Let's say Noor. The name is Noor and the job is developer. Click enter. We got an error. Maybe we need to restart. Okay, we have restarted our server, and as you can see, the endpoint returned this object, the name Noor and the job developer. And by the way, we have another option here. Instead of saying event.context.params.name or .job, we can say getRouterParam. This is a method in Nuxt on the server side, on the Nitro server part of NuxtJS, which is gonna allow us to extract the parameters dynamically. And its first argument is gonna be the event. And the second argument is gonna be a string containing the name of the parameter. In that case, the name of the parameter is name. And here we can say get router param. We're gonna provide the event as the first argument and a string containing the word job as its second argument. because we want to extract the job here in this line of code. And this will give us exactly the same logic. If we reload the page, as you can see, it returned the same data. And that's it. This is how you can use dynamic parameter on the server side in Nuxt.js. See you in the next lecture, and bye-bye. You can also catch all routes on the server side and return a string with all the parameters. Let's see it in action. We're gonna go to the routes directory and create a new directory. Let's name it users. And then inside of this users directory, let's create a dynamic file. Okay? And also, as we did before, we're gonna start the name of this file with 3 periods like that. So let's name it list.js. So on the server side, if you want to catch all routes, you're gonna create like a dynamic file like that between square brackets, and you're gonna start the name of the file with 3 periods, which indicates JavaScript structuring, and then you're gonna provide the name of the file and the extension .js. Now press enter. Let's say that I want to go to /users, let's say Mark /Sarah /Noor, and so on. And then when I click enter, I want to display all of these names on the web page here. But I want to return these names from the server side, okay? Like a normal endpoint. We're gonna also say export default, define event handler, and then let's provide the event parameter, and then inside of the callback function we're gonna say const names equals to event.context.params.list. Okay, this names variable is gonna be a string containing all these names, the names that the user is gonna type here. And here simply we can say return the names. Now if I reload this page, as you can see, it returned these names as a string and displayed them on the screen. And this is simply how you catch all routes on the server side. See you in the next lecture, and bye-bye. Hey everyone, now let's see how we can take the body of the HTTP request on the server side, how we can read the body of the HTTP request. So let's imagine a scenario here. When the user hits the home page, our application is gonna ask him about his name, and then we're gonna send that name to a specific endpoint on our server using the useFetch function. And then on the server side, we're gonna read the name of the user from the body of the HTTP request. And finally, we're gonna return that name again to this page, to this specific function, the useFetch function inside of this page. Let's see how we can do it. I'm gonna go to the index.vue file. Let's delete that. And here inside the script, I'm gonna say let user name. I'm gonna define a variable named username. And then I'm gonna say if process.client, if I am currently on the client side, not the server side, make the username equals to the output of prompt. I'm gonna prompt the user, asking him what is your name. Okay, this should be here. Perfect. Okay, why did I say if process.client here? Because of course the prompt function doesn't work on Node.js, on the server side Node.js. It only works in the browser. And this is why I said if process.client prompt the user. And then after he enters his name, or after he inputs his name, we're gonna make a post request. We're gonna say const data as name from the result of await useFetch, and then we're gonna hit some endpoint, let's say users, we're gonna create it later, slash, let's say receive dash user, whatever. And then let's provide an options object saying that the server is false. We want to do this fetch only from the client side. We don't want to do this fetch from the server side, okay? And the method is post. And then we're gonna provide a body, which is an object that has the property name, which is equal to the username. So this request is gonna be sent to our server, and here we want to say that if there is a returned data, we want to display that data, that name on the screen. So simply here we're going to say h1, and here we're going to say v if there is a name. I'm going to say you added the name, and then we're going to type the name. Now we're going to need to read this name on the back end. So we're gonna go to the server side, the routes directory, and let's create a users directory, users, and inside of it let's create a file. Let's name it receive-user.js, and here let's say export default define event handler. We're gonna take the event, and then we're gonna have to read the body from the request. So we're gonna say const body equals to, and then we're gonna use a function named read body. This is a function, a built-in function in Nuxt.js, and then we're gonna provide the event as its argument. But this function is an asynchronous function, so we're gonna need to say await. And here, this callback function is gonna be an asynchronous function. And then we can say const name equals to body dot name. And finally, we can return the name. And that's it. Now let's try it out. Reload the page. Okay, what is your name? Noor. It took the name from me. And then on the server side, we have read that name from the body and returned that name, and finally we have displayed the name on the screen here. And that's it. This is how you can read the body of any HTTP request on the server side in Nuxt.js. See you in the next lecture, and bye bye. Hey everyone, welcome back. Sometimes in our web applications, we want to let the user add query parameters, and then we want to handle them on the server side, right? Let's see how we can do that. We're gonna use the example from the last lecture, and let's refactor our code. Here, instead of body, we're gonna say query. And on the server side, let's go to the receive user file. And here we're gonna say get query. And this is not an asynchronous function, so let's just delete that. And then we can have the same logic here. We can display the name here. So here let's reload the page. Let's provide my name, Noor. And then I got the message, you added the name Noor. We can even add the query parameters here in the browser tab. For example, let's say localhost 3000/users/receive-user, and then we're gonna add a question mark, and then we're gonna add the name of the parameter, the query parameter, which is name. So here we're gonna say name equals to, and then let's say Sarah, for example, and then press enter. And look at that, it returned the name Sarah and displayed it on the screen. And yeah, that was pretty much how you can add query parameters on the client side and then handle them on the server side. See you in the next lecture and bye bye. Welcome back everyone. In Nuxt.js you can also match HTTP requests by file names. Let me show you what I mean. Let's say that we want to handle posts on the server side when a user wants to read, add, edit or delete posts. We can write the code like this. Let's add a new page named posts.view. And on the server side, let's add the API folder. And inside of it, we're gonna add 4 files. We're gonna add posts.get.js. This is going to handle the GET requests for the posts. And we're gonna create a new one named posts.post.js, which is gonna handle the post requests. And then let's add posts.put.js. And finally, let's add posts.delete.js. As I told you, each one of these files is gonna handle the corresponding request, which means that when we make a post request from the client side, it's gonna be handled inside of this file. If we add a put request, it's gonna be handled inside of this file, and so on. But first, let's write our logic here in the posts.view file. We're gonna say script setup, and here let's say const result equals to a ref state starting at null. And let's define 4 functions. First, we're gonna define a function named getPosts, which is gonna be responsible for reading posts from the server side. And it's going to be an asynchronous function. And we're gonna fetch the posts. We're gonna say const data equals to await useFetch. And then we're gonna fetch the posts from this endpoint API/posts. And then we're gonna assign the result .value to the data, the returned data. Now let's define another function named addPost, which is also equal to an asynchronous function. We're gonna say const data equals to await useFetch, and we're going to fetch the same endpoint API posts, but here we're gonna need to provide an options object. We're gonna say the method is post, as we're gonna add a new post, a brand new post, and then we're gonna add the body, which is an object that has the new post. And this new post is gonna have an ID of, let's say, 3, for example, anything, and a title. Let's say this is new post. And then also, let's say result.value equals to the data. Okay, now let's define another function, which is edit post equals to an asynchronous function. And here we're gonna say const data equals to await useFetch, and we're gonna fetch the posts endpoint, and then we're gonna provide an options object. But here the method is gonna be put. because we're gonna edit an existing post. And here, let's add a body, and we're gonna just edit the title. Let's say anything, creating a social media app using Nuxt. And also let's assign the result.value after that to the data. And finally, we're gonna define a function named delete post, which is equal to an asynchronous function. And we're gonna say const data equals to await useFetch, and then we're gonna fetch the posts. And here let's say method is delete, and that's it. Here we're gonna say result.value equals to the data. Now let's add our template. Let's add a div and an h1 displaying the result, which is null for now. Initially it's null. And let's add 4 buttons here. One saying get posts, and another one saying add a post, and the third one saying edit a post, and the final one saying delete a post. And of course here we're gonna add a click handler saying at click equals to, and then we're gonna call the function get posts, and here at click call the function add post, and here of course we're gonna call the function edit post. And finally here we're gonna say at click just delete post. And that's it. This is our client-side logic. Now let's go ahead and handle these requests on the server side. First, let's handle the GET request. So we're gonna go to the posts.get.js file, and we're gonna say export default define event handler, and we're gonna provide a callback function. And then since we're gonna read some posts from the backend, of course we're not gonna create a database or anything like that, so we're gonna create a posts object here inside of this function, which is gonna be an array that have 2 objects. Here we're gonna say id equals to 1 and title equals to, let's say, introduction to Nuxt. And here let's say id is 2 and title is anything, let's say creating a blog with Nuxt, and then let's return the posts. So we have created the posts here and we are returning them. Let's test this function first. Reload the page. Oh, sorry, we have to go to posts. Now let's click on the get posts button. Okay, perfect, it returned the posts object. As I told you, when we make a get request, it's gonna be handled inside of this file. Now let's handle the post request logic, and we're gonna do that inside of the posts.post.js file. We're gonna say export default define event handler, and here this function, this callback function, is gonna be an asynchronous function, and then we're gonna provide the event, and let's create a posts object as well. Let's copy this object and let's paste it here, and then we're gonna read the body. We're gonna say const body equals to await read body with the event. We're gonna provide the event as its argument. And then we're gonna add this post. We're gonna say posts.push body.new post. And finally, we're gonna return the posts. Now let's test this function. Let's click on add a post. As you can see, the new post has been added. And our server returned it here and displayed it on the screen. Now let's go ahead and handle the put request. We're gonna say export default define event handler, which is also gonna take an asynchronous callback function, which is gonna take the event, and let's copy and paste the same posts. And also let's read the body. We're gonna say const body equals to await read body, and then we're gonna provide the event. But here we're gonna update this title here in the second object. So we're gonna say posts of index 1 dot title equals to body dot title, and then also let's return the posts. Now let's try it out. Edit a post. Okay, perfect. As you can see, the second post here has been changed from creating a blog to this one, creating a social media app using Nuxt. And this is what we wrote here, remember? In the edit post method, we have wrote this title. Finally, let's define or handle the delete request. We're gonna say export default define event handler, which is gonna take callback function. And here let's copy the posts and paste them here. And then we're gonna delete the first post. We're gonna say posts dot splice the first one. Here we're using the splice method. It's a built-in method in JavaScript. Basically, we're telling it to remove the first one, and we are telling it to remove only one item. Okay? And then also return the posts. Now let's try it out. Delete the post. As you can see, the first one has been deleted, and our server returned the posts which only has the second post. And yeah, that was it. This is pretty much how you can match HTTP requests by file names. See you in the next lecture. Have a nice day and bye-bye. Hey everyone, welcome back. We can also run middleware on the server side. If you create a folder named middleware here, Nuxt will automatically read any file inside of it and create a server middleware for your project. Let's create a new folder here inside of the server folder named middleware. And inside of this middleware directory, let's create a file, name it log.js. And this is going to be a middleware handler that will run on every request before any other server route. Let's see a simple example to log each request info before navigating to any route. We're gonna say export default define event handler. That's going to take the event, and here we're gonna say console.log open template literals, and then we're gonna say new request. We're gonna log the request info as I told you, $, curly brackets, and then we're gonna use a method named getRequestURL, and this function is gonna take the event as its argument. Now if I have several routes, let's create a file named hey.js, and another one, let's name it user.js, anything. Here in the user.js, let's say export default, define event handler, and here simply let's return the string username, whatever, and here let's say return hey. Now let's reload our page and open our server's terminal, and I need you to pay attention here to the server's terminal. Whenever we navigate to any of our server routes, let's go to /hey. As you can see here, it displayed new request to this endpoint, localhost 3000/hey. If I go to users, it doesn't exist. What did we call it? It's just user. Okay, sorry. Let's go to user. As you can see here, it logged new request to this endpoint, localhost 3000/user, and so on. This is a middleware that's going to run before navigating to any of our server routes. See you in the next lecture, and bye-bye. In full-stack web applications, it's common to use environment variables to store sensitive data such as API keys or any other sensitive data, right? Thankfully, Nuxt provides us with straightforward ways to handle this. And actually, you can use something called Runtime Config to do that. Let's see how we can use it. We're gonna go here to the nuxt.config file. And here inside of this object, we're gonna add something called runtime config. This runtime config is a property which is gonna have the value of an object, and inside of this object we can store private keys which are gonna be available only on the server side. And we can also store public keys which can be accessible by the client side. Let me show you what I mean. I'm gonna say here secret key, let's say equals to 123, anything. And here I'm gonna add a property named public. Anything stored inside of this public object is gonna be accessible on the client side, but this key is gonna be accessible only on the server side, okay? So here I can say public key equals to 456, for example. Now let's see how we can use these variables. Let's go, for example, to the index.vue file first. And here we're gonna simply say const config equals to, and we're gonna use a function named use runtime config. And that's it. This config variable is gonna be a reference to this object, the runtime config object. And here, since we are on the client side, we can console.log config.public key. As I told you, we're not gonna be able to access this secret key. It's only accessible on the server side. And this means that when I console log this config.public.public key, it's gonna log the value here. But if I say console.log config.secret key, it's not gonna show me the value here because this is a secret. This is only available on the server side, only accessible on the server side. Now let's reload the page, open the console. As you can see, it displayed the public key. Normally, as I told you, it's accessible everywhere in our application. It's public. This means that we have no problem if this data is exposed to the client side. But here it logged undefined in the console, although it's not actually undefined, right? It has the value of 1, 2, 3. But since it's hidden from the client side, it displayed here undefined. But let's go to our server side. I created a file here named test.js inside of the API folder, and let's type export default define event handler, which is gonna take the event, and here we're gonna say const config equals to use runtime config, but here we have to provide the event as its argument. And here simply I can say const, and we're gonna destructure something from the config, which is our secret key. We're gonna say secret key. And here simply I can console.log the secret key. Now let's open the terminal here, and let's make a request to this endpoint API test. As you can see, it displayed 1, 2, 3 here in the server's terminal. Here, as you can see, because as I told you, it's accessible to the server side. So in that case, let's say that we have some API key. We're gonna simply create a .env file here. We're gonna say .env, and let's say that we have an API key equals to, let's say, secret. This means that we can store that API key here in the .env file, and then we can go here to the nuxt.config file, and we can add a property here, let's say API equals to, and then we're gonna say process.env.api key, normally as we do in any web development application, right? Now we can access that API key from here. Let's say that we are gonna destructure the API, and let's console log the API key here. Now let's hit the API test endpoint again. As you can see, it displayed secret here in the terminal, in the server's terminal. Okay, perfect. Let's see a live example. We're gonna go to the AlphaVantage API, and let's get a free API key. We're gonna get a temp mail, copy that mail, and let's paste it here. Let's type anything here. Okay, get free API key. Now we have a free API key from the AlphaVantage API. Let's go to .env file, and let's put that API key here. Now let's delete that test.js file. We don't need it anymore. And let's create a new file here inside of the API folder. Let's name it stocks.js. And here inside of this stocks.js file, let's say export default define event handler, which is gonna take the event. And here we're gonna say const config equals to use runtime config with the event. We're gonna provide the event as its argument. And then let's go ahead and find some URL. Let's go to the documentation. Let's get any URL. Okay, this one. And let's create a URL variable here. And here let's get our API key from the .env file. We're gonna say const, and we're gonna destructure something from the config, which is the API key. And here let's provide that API key. And here let's say const data equals to await $fetch the URL. And of course here this has to be an asynchronous function. And finally we can return the data. Then here on the client side, let's go to the index.vue file and say const data as stocks from await useFetch, and then we're gonna fetch our server's endpoint, which is API stocks, which is in turn going to fetch the stocks data from the AlphaVantage API using our secret API key and return these data to us, to this index.vue file. And then here simply we can display the stocks. Now let's go to our home page, reload the page. Look at that, we got the data, the stocks data here on our web page. And yeah, that was it. This is how you can use environment variables inside of Nuxt application. Very easy, right? Perfect. I hope that was easy, and I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye bye. Hey everyone, let me quickly show you how you can request cookies if you want. Of course, we don't have any cookies here right now, but just let me show you how you can do it. Let's create a file here, name it cookies.js, and here let's say export default, define event handler, take the event, just say e here, and we're gonna say const cookies equals to parse cookies, a function named parse cookies. Very simple, right? And then also we're gonna provide the event as its argument, and simply here we can do whatever we want with that cookies. We can console log these cookies, maybe we can return them or whatever. If here I go to API/cookies, as you can see, it returned an empty object. As I told you, we don't have any cookies. See you in the next lecture, and bye bye. Now let's quickly see how we can redirect the user from a route to another route on the server side. Let's say that we have a route here. Let's say test.js, whatever. And what I want to do here is that when a user hits this endpoint, localhost/test, I want to redirect him to, let's say, the about page, for example. This is how we can do it. We're going to say export default, define event handler, take the event, and we're going to use a function named send redirect. And the first argument to this function is going to be the event. And the second argument is going to be the route that I want to redirect the user to, which in that case is going to be /about. But here, this is an asynchronous function. So here we're going to have to say await, and here, of course, asynchronous. Now, if I go to /test, click enter, as you can see, it redirected me to the about route. And this is simply how you can redirect users from any route on the server side to another route in your application. So, see you in the next lecture, and bye bye. Hey everyone, and welcome back. In this section, we're gonna talk about testing in Nuxt JS. But first, let's talk about testing in software development in general. What is testing? Testing is checking if your code works correctly. It helps catch mistakes and makes sure your software does what it's supposed to do. Just like trying out a new game to see if it's fun, or a new toy to make sure it works. Testing is like playing with your code to ensure it behaves the way you want it to behave. It's a way for developers to make sure their programs are good and won't break when people use them. We typically test our code by interacting with it as a user, right? To make sure that the interface works. However, now we're discussing a different approach, which is testing our code using more code. This means writing additional code specifically designed to test our primary code and ensure it functions correctly. For example, consider a function designed to take two numbers and provide their sum. In this case, you would create tests for this function to ensure that when you input 2 and 3, the function is gonna return the expected result of 5. And testing actually is crucial when developing applications with Nuxt JS, as it's going to provide several key benefits. First and foremost, testing ensures the reliability and stability of your application by catching bugs and issues early in the development process. And with Nuxt.js being a full-stack framework for Vue.js, unit tests help verify the correctness of individual components and functions, while integration tests ensure that different parts of your application work seamlessly together. Moreover, testing facilitates collaboration among team members, as it's gonna provide a shared understanding of the application's behavior. It ultimately contributes to building robust, maintainable, and scalable Nuxt.js applications, ensuring a high level of confidence in the code base's quality and functionality. In this section, we'll take an overview of testing in Nuxt.js, and we're gonna see some basic examples on how to test your Nuxt applications. However, we're not gonna dive deeply into testing, as testing is a very big topic and it requires a whole course on its own. So, let's get started. Hello and welcome back everyone. As we said before, Nuxt allows you to write tests for your Nuxt apps. And we're gonna do that using three main libraries. A library named Nuxt Test Utilities, and another one named Vitest Utilities, and the third one named Vitest. So let's install all of them. Open your terminal and let's type this command. npm I, which means install, save dev, which means that we want to save these libraries only in the development mode. We don't want to send them for production, because of course we are testing our code during development. Let's continue. We're gonna install these libraries at nuxt/test-utils. Utils is a short for utilities. And also we're gonna install vue/test-utils, and finally we're gonna install Vitest. From their names, Nuxt Test Utilities is some test utilities and functions built in Nuxt, or comes built in with Nuxt. And the same here with Vue.js, the Vue Test Utilities. And Vitest is a testing library or a framework used in Vite environments. And of course, since we are using Vite here as a build tool, we're gonna use Vitest in our tests. It's really good, by the way. I like it so much. Vitest is my favorite so far. So now let's press enter. Okay, now it has finished installing. If we go to the package.json file, we're gonna see that the Nuxt Test Utilities and the Vue test utilities and Vtests are added to our dev dependencies. And right now, the Nuxt testing environment has only support for Vitest. And this is why we're gonna need to go to the scripts and add a test script equals to Vitest. And now let's do something. We're gonna go to the Nuxt config file. Yeah, that's it. Let's open it. And here we're gonna add to the modules the Nuxt test utilities. We're gonna say add Nuxt /test -utilities /module. This will add a Vitest integration to your Nuxt Devtools, which is gonna support running your unit tests in development. And then we're gonna need to do something else. Here in the root directory, we're gonna create a new file named vitest.config.ts. It's a TypeScript file. And here inside of this file, we're gonna say import something from Nuxt test utilities /config. And here we're gonna import define Vitest config. Okay, perfect. And in order to use a Nuxt runtime environment, you have three options. You can go here and create your test files like that. Let's say that you create a new file and name it anything. Let's say my file. And then you're gonna say .nuxt.test.js. So here when you add a .nuxt to the file name, it's gonna automatically create a Nuxt testing environment for that file. Okay, this is the first option, but I'm not gonna use that option. The second option is to create a normal test file. Let's name it my file.test.js. And here at the top of the file, we're gonna add this comment at Vitest /environment Nuxt. Also, when you add this comment to the file, it's gonna activate a Nuxt testing environment for that file. There is an N here, okay? And this is your second option. But also, I'm not gonna use that option. I'm gonna delete that file. And the third option is actually the option that I'm going to use, which is going here to the vitest.config.ts file. And here we're gonna say export default define vitest config, and we're gonna call this function and provide an object as its argument. And inside of this object, we're gonna provide a test property, and this test property is gonna have the value of an object itself, which is gonna have another property named environment, and then we're gonna set this environment to Nuxt. This way we have applied a Nuxt testing environment globally to all of our application. And that's it. In the upcoming lectures, we're gonna see some basic examples of how can we write tests inside of Nuxt applications. So, see you in the next lecture and bye-bye. Hey everyone! Now let's see how we can use Vitest in any of our Nuxt application. And as I told you before, Vitest is a testing framework powered by Vite. And it's easily integrated with any Vite and Nuxt application. We have already installed it and added it as our default test script, right? Now let's see how we can use it to write a simple unit test. Let's assume we are creating a simple calculator app using Nuxt and you want to test the arithmetic functions that you defined. So first let's create these functions. Let's create a folder named functions and create a file named arithmetic.js And now let's define our function. We're gonna say export const addition function, which is gonna take two numbers, x and y, and return x plus y. And we're gonna say export const subtraction, which is gonna take x and y and returns x minus y. And we're gonna say export const multiplication, which is gonna take x and y and returns x times y. And finally, we're gonna say export const division equals to a function that's going to take x and y and returns x divided by y. Now let's go ahead and create a test file inside the same folder, functions, and let's name it arithmetic.test.js. And here, since this is our testing file, we're gonna import something from Vitest. Here, we're gonna import some functions. We're gonna import a function named describe, another one named test, and another one named expect. And now let's import our functions. We're gonna say import from arithmetic. Our functions, we're gonna say addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. And here we're gonna describe our test. So we're gonna use the describe function. And here in the first argument, we're gonna actually provide a string describing our test. So we're gonna say testing the arithmetic functions. And the second argument is gonna be a callback function. And here actually we're gonna do our tests, and this is why we're gonna use the test function. And here in the first argument also we're gonna provide a string describing our test. So here, since we're gonna test the addition function, we're gonna say addition function adds 1 plus 2 equal 3. We're gonna test that when we call this addition function with 1 and 2, it's going to return 3. So the second argument here also is gonna be a callback function. And inside of this callback function, we're gonna use the expect function. We're gonna say expect, and then we're gonna call the we're gonna call the addition function. And we're gonna provide 1 and 2 as inputs or arguments to this addition function. And then we're gonna say we expect the return from the addition of the 1 and 2 dot to be 3. So here in this line of code, we are saying we expect the addition of 1 and 2 to be equal to 3. So here Vitest is gonna evaluate the return of this addition function to this value, the value that we're gonna provide here. Now let's open our terminal and let's type npm run test. Press enter. I got an error here telling me that it couldn't find a package named happy DOM. Okay, let's install it, no problem. npm I -- save -dev happy DOM. Press enter. Okay, now it's installed. Let's run the test again. npm run test. Click enter. Okay, perfect. Our test ran and actually it passed. And as you can see here, it's telling you that the test is ran using Vitest. And here it's displaying the test details. It came from this file, functions arithmetic.test.js. The description of the whole test is testing the arithmetic functions, and the test itself was addition function adds 1 plus 2 equals to 3. Here the total files 1 passed and the tests also 1 passed. Perfect. Now let's say that I say here 1. and 4 to be 3. This is obviously wrong, right? Now let's open the terminal. And by the way, the test is gonna run automatically. Whenever you change your code inside of any of your test files, it's gonna rerun automatically, okay? Here, as you can see, it told us that the test has failed. And here it's telling you that the expected was 3 and the actual result was 5, because here we told Vitest that we expect the result to be 3 and the actual result was 5. 1 plus 4 is equal to 5. And this is why the test has failed. And of course, this is going to be really useful when you write unit test for every function in your code in order to catch bugs and issues really early in the development process. Let's assume here that we have a right test here, passed and everything, but in the function definition or the function declaration, you have something wrong. Let's say that by mistake, you have said in the addition function to return x multiplied by y. See here in the test result, it's gonna tell you that the test has failed because you have expected the result of 3, which is 1 plus 2, but actually you got 2. So here right away you're gonna pay attention. What's the problem? Where is the issue? Then right away you're gonna go back to the function declaration. You're gonna say, oh, I wrote multiplication instead of addition. And this is why it performed 1 times 2 and returned 2. So right away you're gonna fix that bug and type plus operator. And this is really useful. It can help you catch bugs early in the development process. Okay, perfect. Now let's write the rest of our tests. We're gonna say test subtraction function subtracts 3 from, let's say, 7 to equal 4. Okay, and the second argument is gonna be a callback function. And here we're gonna say expect, and we're gonna call the subtraction with 7 and 3. And we're gonna say we expect the result to be 4. And here we're gonna say test multiplication function multiplies 2 by 3 to equal 6. And here in the callback function we're gonna say expect and call the multiplication with 2 and 3 and say we expect the result to be 6. And finally we're gonna say test division function divides 20 by 4 to equal 5. And here we're gonna provide the callback function and say expect division of 20 by 4 to be 5. Now let's open the terminal again. As you can see, the tests are 4 and all of them have passed. Total files 1 passed. And all of our tests here have passed. And that's it. This is how you can do unit tests for any of your functions or files inside of your Nuxt application using Vitest. See you in the next lecture and bye-bye. Hey everyone! Now let's see how we can use the Vue test utilities. We're gonna use Vue test utilities, which is the official unit testing utility library for Vue.js. But before we start, I want you to check their official documentation. Just go to Google and type Vue test utilities and click here. This is their official website. Click on Get Started, and here you can see they have a very good documentation You can find anything about this testing utility in here. So I recommend that you would visit their website and play with it a little bit, okay? Now let's write a simple unit test for a component named hello world. Let's recreate here the components directory, and inside of it let's create a component named hello world. And here simply we're gonna create a template and display an h1 element saying hello world. And then let's create a test file for that component. So here we're gonna create a new file named hello world.test.js. Here we're gonna import something from view test utilities, and that something is a function named mount. And then we're gonna import our component hello world. Here we have a typo. Okay, perfect. And then we're gonna import the functions from Vitest, describe it, and it actually is the same as test. Both of them do the same thing, and expect. And here we're gonna say describe, and then we're gonna describe our test, which is testing basically our component hello world. And then the second argument is gonna be a callback function, and here instead of test we're gonna say it. As I told you, both are the same. Displays hello world. We're describing our test. We're saying that it displays hello world. The component is actually displaying hello world. And here we're gonna mount our component. So we're gonna say const component equals to mount. We're gonna use the mount method from the view test utilities, okay? And then we're gonna mount our component hello world. And here we're gonna say expect component.text, which is gonna return all the text inside of this component. And then we're gonna say to contain. This is a built-in method in Vitest, in expect from Vitest. And we're gonna say we're expecting it to contain, that text to contain hello world. And that's it. Now let's open our terminal. Okay, it's failing. Let's see why. Okay, we have done something wrong here. Okay, we have a typo here in the file name in hello world. Let's rename it. Okay, here hello world. Now let's open the terminal again and let's rerun our test. Okay, perfect. Our test has passed. So here we made sure using our test code, our unit testing code, that the component actually displays what we want it to display, which is hello world. We didn't do that on our user interface. We did it using the unit testing code, which is really, really important, okay? Now let's imagine we have another component, which is a counter component that increments when a user clicks on a button. So let's here create a new component, name it counter.view, and here let's create script setup, and here let's say const counter equals to ref of 1, counter that starts at 1. And here we have our template that has a div and an h1 inside of it saying counter colon, and then we're gonna display the counter whatever it is. And here we're gonna have a button, and we're gonna create a click handler that when the user clicks on this button, it's gonna increment the counter. And now let's test that behavior. Using our unit testing code, we're gonna create a new file and name it counter.test.js. And here we're gonna copy that, paste it here, and also we're gonna copy that, and we're gonna import our component counter. Okay, perfect. Now let's say describe the counter component, and then we're gonna test that it increments counter when the user clicks on the button. And then inside of the callback function, we're gonna say const component equals to mount counter component, and then we're going to say const button equals to component dot find, and then we're gonna search for a button element, button HTML element, and then we're gonna say const text equals to component dot find an h1 element. Now we have our button and our text. Perfect. Now we're gonna say we expect text dot text to contain that string counter colon 1. This is at the beginning. And then we're gonna simulate clicking on the button. So we're gonna say await. I forgot to say that this is an asynchronous function. Okay, so here we're gonna say await button dot trigger a click on that button, and then after that click we expect, let's copy that. After that click we expect the counter to be 2, right? At the beginning it's 1 at the initial render or at the initial display. Then we're gonna trigger a click. It's simulating a button click from the user on that button, and after that we expect the text will be counter colon 2, right? Now let's open our terminal. It's also failing. Okay, it's telling me that await isn't allowed in non-asynchronous function. Okay, sorry, this should be put here, not in the describe callback function. Now, as you can see, our test has passed. Perfect. And that was it. As I told you, I recommend that you visit its documentation and see other tools and utilities that you can use. See you in the next lecture, and bye-bye. Now let's see how we can use the Nuxt test utilities. We're gonna use the same example, but here instead of view test utilities, we're gonna say at Nuxt test utilities / runtime, and here we're gonna import a function named mount suspended and another function saying to match inline snapshot. And here instead of mount we're gonna say mount suspended. But let's do the testing for the hello world component first. Here we're gonna say at Nuxt test utilities / runtime, and here we're gonna say mount suspended and inline to match inline snapshot, and here we're gonna say mount suspended, and that's it. Now let's open the terminal. Okay, it's failing. Yeah, of course, I forgot to do something here. Here instead of saying to contain, we're gonna say to match inline snapshot, this function. Okay, to match inline snapshot. And here also we're gonna do the same. There is something else that we need to do. We're gonna need to say that this is an asynchronous function, and here we have to say await. And also here, this is an asynchronous function, and here we're gonna say await. Now let's open our terminal. Failing also, telling me expected hello world, received hello world. Okay. Here we have to put this in another quotations. Okay, now let's try again. Okay, let's reverse it. We're gonna put a single quotation outside. Okay, finally it passed. It displays hello world, but it didn't test this file. I don't know why. Let's rerun the test. Okay, it's the same problem. You know what? Let's use to contain. Okay, it passed. I think it's better to use to contain in order to avoid this kind of problem. Here we can just say hello world in a single quotation and say to contain, and we're not gonna use this function. Okay, finally here, as you can see, we have passed the two tests, two files, two tests, hello world and counter, all of them has passed. Perfect. And that was it. This is how you can write unit tests for your NuxtJS applications. See you in the next lecture, and bye-bye. Hello and welcome back everyone to a new section. We're still talking about NuxtJS fundamentals, but in this section we're gonna talk about a very important thing that we need to do in our Nuxt apps, which is authentication. But first, let's talk about authentication in web development as a concept. What is authentication in web development? Well, authentication in web development is like a secret handshake that proves you are who you say you are when you're using a website or application. It's a way for the website to confirm your identity, typically with a username and password. Just like how you use keys to unlock your house doors, authentication unlocks access to certain parts of a website or application that are meant only for you. We're gonna use Supabase to do authentication for our Nuxt applications. In the next lecture, we're gonna talk more about Supabase. So, see you in the next lecture, and bye-bye! Now let's talk about Supabase. Supabase is like a supercharged toolbox for developers building web or mobile apps. It's a platform that provides ready-to-use tools and infrastructures to create apps quickly and efficiently. Think of it as a combination of database and back-end services that makes it easier to build and scale your app without starting from scratch. With Supabase, developers can set up databases, manage user authentication, handle real-time data updates, and much more, all with less hassle. It's a powerful tool for speeding up the development process and making robust applications. In the upcoming lectures, we're gonna see how to use Supabase in our Nuxt applications. So, see you in the next lecture, and bye-bye! Hey everyone, welcome back. Now let's see how authentication with Supabase works conceptually. We're gonna have different components, and the idea here is to link them together. Think of it like connecting puzzle pieces. And when these pieces are connected together, we can then authenticate users using Supabase. Our components are going to be your Nuxt application, and you, as a developer, is responsible for this Nuxt application. You are developing this application. And the second component is gonna be your Supabase project, which includes your database and your backend service. And finally, the third component is gonna be your users. The users that wanna use your app, register to your app, etc. The idea here is that we wanna connect our Nuxt application to our Supabase project. We wanna link them together using some tokens and secret codes, whatever. And once the connection happens, users can sign in to your application, register to your application, and then log in using their credentials, username, and password. And this registration is gonna be done by Supabase. Their credentials is gonna be saved at your database inside of database using the Supabase backend. And that's it. We make a connection between our project and our Supabase backend using some secret codes. Then users can register and log into our application, and their credentials are gonna be saved to our database. And this process is gonna be handled using Supabase. And if we wanna allow users to sign up and log in using third-party providers like Google and GitHub, we're gonna add an extra component, which is your Google and GitHub account. You, as a developer, is going to link your Google and GitHub account or any other provider that you wanna include in your application. You're gonna connect your own account, your own Google or GitHub account to Supabase, okay? Also here we're gonna have a link, and once the connection is done, users can use their own Google and GitHub accounts or any other provider to log in to your application. And also this process is gonna be done through Supabase backend. Very simple, right? In the upcoming lectures, we're gonna see how to implement all of that using Nuxt code or using a combination of NuxtJS Supabase. We're gonna see all of that. So, see you in the next lecture, and bye-bye. Hey everyone, welcome back. Now let's see how we can connect Supabase to our Nuxt project, and then let's see how we can authenticate users using Supabase and Nuxt. First of all, we're gonna go to supabase.com and let's create a new account. Click here on sign in and create a new account, or you can log in with GitHub or click on sign up now, and so on. It's a very normal sign in process. And after you sign in, go to your dashboard, create a new organization, name it whatever you want, it's all free. I already created one and name it Programming Fluency. And then under this organization, create a new project. Let's name it Learn Supabase. And then after that, you have to create a database password because we are creating a database for our project. This database is gonna be linked to our Nuxt project, as we said in the previous lecture. So we're gonna have to create a password, a strong password for this database. Or they have an option here to generate a password. I'm gonna use it. It's gonna be a strong password. Copy that. And let's go here to Visual Studio Code. I'm gonna open the .env file and paste that password for now. Then go back here and click Create a New Project. Right now, this is the dashboard for our project. We're gonna need to grab some codes, some secret codes. So let's first create variables in the .env file for these codes. The first one is gonna be named Supabase URL equals to, we're gonna get it later, and this one is gonna be Supabase key equals to, and the last one is gonna be database URL. Now we're gonna grab the values for these variables from our project's dashboard. Go to your dashboard and select project settings, and from the settings go to database. This is the database URL. Copy that and let's paste it here. And here, as you can see, it's telling you to placehold your password here. So remove that, copy that password, and just paste it here. Then go to API. This is the Supabase URL. Copy that and paste it here. And this is the Supabase key. Copy it and paste it here. Now we have all the keys that we need, and we need to make an integration with Supabase. And luckily, Nuxt already have a module that makes that integration. Let's install it. If we go to the Nuxt Supabase website, you can see here the instructions to install the module. Copy that and let's paste it here. Press enter. Okay, perfect. Now it's installed. Then we're gonna go to the nuxt.config file, and here we're gonna add modules, which is an array, and then we're gonna add the NuxtJS Supabase module. See here, they are telling us to add the NuxtJS Supabase to the modules. Then they are telling us to add these variables to the .env file. We already did that. And then they are telling us to add to the nuxt.config file an object named Supabase, and then add these options to it, URL, key, in which we are going to get from the .env file. So let's just do that. Here we're gonna say Supabase equals to an object, which is gonna have a URL property equals to process.env dot, and then let's copy that Supabase URL and paste it here. And then we're gonna say key equals to process.env dot, and then we're gonna take that Supabase key and paste it here. And then we're gonna add a property named redirect and set it to false, because by default Supabase will redirect any user to a login page if he's not authenticated. If he's not logged in, it's gonna automatically take the user to a login page. This is the default behavior which I don't want in my application, and this is why I'm setting the redirect option to false. And right now at this point, the connection between our Nuxt application and our Supabase backend is established successfully. In the upcoming lectures, we're gonna see how we can allow users to register, log in, log out, and so on. So, see you in the next lecture, and bye-bye. Now, after we made the connection between our Nuxt app and our Supabase backend, let's write the logic that will allow anyone to register to our app and save his credentials in our Supabase backend. Let's go to the pages directory and quickly create an index.vue file and create a boilerplate code for this file, and let's start our server npm run dev, and here let's remove that, and here let's create 3 Nuxt links, and let's put a break line between or after each link, and this is going to be a link to a register page. Here we're gonna say register, and here to a login page, and we're gonna say login, and here to a logout page saying logout. Now let's open our application. We have our 3 links here. Now let's create these pages. Here create register.view and login.view and logout.view, and just create boilerplate code for each file. Remove the style, and here in the register.view file, let's write some logic. We're gonna say const Supabase equals to use Supabase client. This is a client library that will allow us to interact with our Supabase backend. And here we're gonna say const user equals to use Supabase user. When the user logs in, his details is gonna be saved in this reference user. Otherwise, at this moment, it's gonna be null. Let's go to the register page, reload the page. If we open the Nuxt Devtools, go to payload, you can see here in the state section a state named Supabase user. If we click on it for now, it's gonna be null. Now let's continue. We're gonna create a state for the email. We're gonna say const email equals to use state, which is gonna return null initially. Another one for password, we're gonna say const password equals to another use state. Then we're gonna say const username equals to a use state, and then const address equals to the same, and then we're gonna say const success message equals to use state. That's going to return false initially, and finally we're gonna say const error message equals to useState. That's also going to return a false. We're gonna use these success and error message states to show success and error messages to the user. And then we're gonna say if user.value, if there is a user, await navigate to home page, meaning that if there is a user already, just navigate him right away to the home page. Otherwise, we're gonna sign up that user. So we're gonna have to create a sign up function. We're gonna say const sign up equals to an asynchronous function. Inside of this function, we're gonna perform the sign up with Supabase process. We're gonna say const data and error, destructure these values from await Supabase. We're gonna use the Supabase client library, this one. We're gonna say await Supabase dot auth dot sign up. All of these are built-in methods in the Supabase library. And then we're gonna call this function. And this function actually is gonna take an object. And this object is gonna take an email, which is equal to the email dot value, and a password, which is equal to the password dot value. And then we can provide an options object, and we can put any data we want inside of this options object, inside a property, another property named data. So here let's say full name equals to username dot value, and here let's say address equals to an address dot value. And then after that we're gonna say email redirect to, which means after the user signs up and register to our application, Supabase is gonna redirect him to some URL after the process is completed successfully. So of course we're gonna need to redirect him to our home page. So here let's copy our URL and just paste it here. And here we're gonna say if error, if there is an error, make the success message.value equals to null, and the error message dot value equals to the error dot message, and then just return. Otherwise, make the error message dot value equals to null and success message dot value equals to this string saying redirecting, and then we're gonna wait for 2 seconds and redirect the user to a confirm page. So we're gonna say set timeout for 2 seconds, and we're gonna clear the success message. We're gonna say success message.value equals to null, because if we return to this page at any point, we don't want to see this message again. So we want to make sure it's cleared. And then we're gonna say await, navigate to a page named confirm. And this is why we have to make this an asynchronous function. And this is our sign up function. Let's write our form here. We're gonna say label, saying email address, then a break line, and then an input type email. And we're gonna say vModel with the email. We are linking this input with the email state, okay? Then put a break line, and we're gonna say label, password, break line, and then we're gonna put an input type, password, vModel. We're gonna link it with the password state, break line, and then we're gonna put a label saying user name, then a break line, then we're gonna put an input type text, and vModel is gonna be linked with username. And then we're gonna have another label saying address. Here we forgot to put a break line, here another break line, and input type text vModel address. Okay, great. Right now this is the register page, and here let's add a button saying at click, call the sign up function, and here we're gonna say register. Let's here add 2 break lines, and let's here add 2 divs, one for the success message and another one for the error message. So here we're gonna say vif success message, and here we're gonna say if error message. If success message, we're gonna show the success message in an h1 element, and here if there is an error message, we're gonna show the error message. Now let's create a confirm page. Go here and say confirm.view, and here create a template, a div, and an h1 element saying check your email to confirm registration. Now let's try it out. I'm gonna go to create a temporary email, copy that, and let's paste it here. Let's put any password, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Username, let's say John Smith, anything. Address 123 Street. Now let's click on register. As you can see, it's redirecting, and it took us to the confirm page. Reload the page. Okay, perfect. It's telling me to check my email to confirm registration. Right now, if we go to the page, the temp mail page, we can see that we have received an email here, a confirmation email. If we click on that email and get inside of it, we're gonna see a button here saying confirm your email. When I click on that button, it's gonna take me to my home page. Remember, here in the register.vue file, in the sign up function, we had an option here saying email redirect to our home page. This is when the registration process is successful, it's going to redirect me to the home page. So I'm going to click on this button, confirm your mail. As you can see, it took me to the home page, giving me some code here. And right now, if you check the Nuxt Devtools, go to Supabase user. As you can see, this is the user, the authenticated user. This is the email that we have just used. And under user metadata, we can see that full name is John Smith. Remember here, the data option, we have provided full name and address. It's gonna be reflected here as user metadata, address, full name, and other metadata created by Supabase itself. And if you go to the Supabase project dashboard, click on authentication. No, not this one. This one, authentication. You can see that we have a new registered user here, and his name is John Smith. And this is his email. And that's it. This is how you can allow any user to register to your application or to your Nuxt application using Supabase. See you in the next lecture, and bye-bye. Now let's see how we can allow any user to log out after he registers to our app. In the logout.vue file, let's create some button saying logout, and here we're gonna say at click call a function named logout, and here I want to copy these two devs and paste them here. And here also I'm going to copy this code and paste it here. Right now we have in our code the Supabase client library and the user, the registered user. Now let's create the logout function. It's gonna be an asynchronous function, and there is no returned data. So we're gonna say const error if there is an error from await Supabase dot auth dot sign out. And that's it. We're gonna say if there is an error, put inside the error message dot value. I think we haven't created the error message and success message. Let's copy them from here. Okay, success message and error message. Let's put them here. Okay, here I'm going to say error message dot value equals to error dot message and then return. Otherwise, if there is no error, I'm gonna say success message dot value equals to this message saying hope to see you again soon, then redirecting, and then we're gonna wait also for 2 seconds and then clear the success message value. I'm gonna say let it equal to null and then await. So this has to be an asynchronous function. Await, navigate to home page. And then we want to cover some edge case. where if someone goes to the logout page while he's not a registered user or a login user, we don't want to show him anything. We just want to redirect him right away to the login page. Since there is no user, just redirect him to the login page telling him to login. We're gonna do that using Nuxt middlewares. We're gonna say define page meta, and then we're gonna provide an object and a middleware option, which is equal to an array. The first item is gonna be an asynchronous function. Inside of this function, we're gonna grab the user. We're gonna say const user equals to use Supabase user. And then we're gonna say if not user, just return await navigate to the login page. And that's it. Now let's test our code. Right now we have a user here. If we go to our home page, we have a user here. Let's go to logouts, click on logout. As you can see, we got the message here. Let's refresh the Nuxt Devtools, click on Supabase user. As you can see, right now it's null. If I go to logout again, oh, it's not working. Oh, I know why. Here we're gonna have to say if no user dot value. Now let's reload. As you can see, since there is no user, it took us to the login page. In the next lecture, we're gonna implement the login logic. We're gonna see how we can allow any user to log in to our application. So, see you in the next lecture, and bye-bye. Now let's see how we can allow any user to log in to our application. Let's go to the login page and let's copy the email address and password from here and paste them here. And then we're gonna add a button saying login, add click, call the login function. And also let's copy the success and error messages, put them here, and let's copy the user and Supabase, put them here. Also take the email and password and the success message and error message states. And here let's say if there is a user.value, which means that if someone goes to the login page but he's already logged in, just await navigate to the home page. Then we're gonna define the login function. It's an asynchronous function. We're gonna say const destructure data and error from await supabase dot auth dot sign in with password. And we're gonna provide an object. Inside of it, we're gonna say the email is equal to the email dot value. Okay, remember here we have binded or linked the email input field to our email state. Okay, so we're gonna send out to Supabase the email that the user is gonna type. And here we're gonna say password equals to password dot value, and then we're gonna say if error, make the success message dot value equals to null, and the error message dot value equals to error dot message and just return. Otherwise, if there is no error, make the error message dot value equals to null. I'm making this step because I want to avoid the scenario where if at the first time or at the first attempt the user got an error and an error message is displayed on the screen, and then on his second attempt he's signed in or logged in successfully, I want to avoid the scenario where a success message and an error message both are displayed on the web page. Okay, so each time I'm making sure that if the login is done successfully, I want to clear the error message. Okay, so I'm gonna say success message dot value equals to, maybe we can say welcome back, redirecting, and then we're gonna wait as usual for 2 seconds, clear the success message. We're gonna say success message dot value equals to null, and then await, navigate to the home page, and this has to be an asynchronous function. And that's it. Now let's test it. We already registered an email, remember? I saved it here. Let's copy that email. Right now there is no user, right? We have logged out. Let's log in. Provide the email address. The password was 1234567, I think. Login. Okay, I got the message here and I was redirected to the home page. Now let's refresh the Nuxt Devtools. Supabase user. Okay, I'm logged in again. As you can see here, John Smith. Let's log out. If I go to login again, okay, if I go to login while I'm already logged in, it's going to redirect me back to the home page. It's not taking me to the login page. Okay, perfect. In the next lecture, we're gonna see how to log in with Google and GitHub, or how we can allow users to log in with their Google and GitHub accounts. So, see you in the next lecture and bye-bye. Now let's see how we can allow anyone to log in with his Google or GitHub account. First, let's apply the logic which will allow any user to log in with Google. I need you to go to Google Cloud and create a new account, okay? It's very simple. Create a new account, very simple process. It's for free. And then after you log into your account, to your Google Cloud account, go to console. And then you can see here a drop-down menu saying select a project. Click on it, and here click on new project. Name it anything you want. We can name it Learn Supabase, and then click create. Don't provide location or organization or anything, just click create. It's creating the project. Okay, now it's created. Select project, go to that project, and here you're gonna see APIs and services. Go to this API and services and click on auth consent screen. Choose that option. And then here choose external, click create. App name, let's also call it Learn Supabase. Support email, I'm gonna provide my email. And here app domain, let's provide our app domain, which is localhost 3000. Here developer contact information, I'm gonna provide my email as well. And then click on save and continue. Now click on save and continue again, save and continue again, then back to dashboard. And after that, go to credentials, and here choose create credentials. Click on it and choose OAuth client ID, application type web application, and here add URI, which is gonna be our domain name or our URL. And here this authorized redirect URIs, we're gonna have to add one from Supabase project, from our Supabase project. We're gonna go to authentication here, and we're gonna go after that to providers, and then choose Google. And here you're gonna find a section named callback URL. This is the URL that we want. Copy that and paste it here, and just click create. Now we have a client ID and client secret. Copy the client ID, go back here to our project and paste it here in the client ID, and copy the client secret and paste it here in the client secret, and click here on enable sign in with Google. Don't forget to click enable sign in with Google, and then finally click save. And that's it. We have connected our Google Cloud account with our Supabase project. Remember, I've told you that we have to do that. Now let's write the login with Google function in our code. Here I'm gonna go to the login.vue file, and below the login button, let's add another break line. Okay, here I'm gonna add another button saying login with Google. And here I'm going to say at click equals to, then call this function named Google login. Now let's define this function. Let's go here, say const login, Google login, equals to an asynchronous function. And then we're gonna say const data and error from await supabase.auth.sign in with auth. Okay, and then provide an options object saying provider is Google. And then we're gonna copy that code. If error, do this stuff, otherwise also do this stuff. Now let's test it. Let's reload the page, go to login. Okay, we have to log out first. Okay, log out, then go to login. We have a login with Google here. Click on it. Okay, welcome back, redirecting. We have to remove this. Okay, let's make this just redirecting. Don't say welcome back. Let's log in with Google again, redirecting. Okay, I'm gonna log in with my email and password. It's gonna ask me, do I wanna authorize this application, which is my Nuxt and Supabase application, to use my Google information? I'm gonna say yes and continue. And right now I'm logged in and redirected to my application. If I go to the Nuxt Devtools, reload or refresh the page, go to Supabase user, as you can see, I'm logged with my Google email. Now let's see how we can allow any user to log in with his GitHub account. It's gonna be very similar to what we did with Google. Let's go to GitHub and let's go to settings, and here go down. You're gonna find a section named developer settings. Click on it, choose OAuth apps, click register new application. Let's name it learn Supabase. The URL is gonna be the URL for our application, and this is the authorization callback that we have to take from here, from Supabase. Copy that callback URL and paste it here, and then register application.
Then we're gonna take that client ID and put it here. And then we're gonna generate a new client secret login. It's gonna ask you to log in for that step or provide your password for that step. Copy that client secret, paste it here, and enable logging in with GitHub. Click Save. And now also we have linked our GitHub account to our Nuxt and Supabase application. Now here in the login.vue file, let's add 2 break lines here, and then add a button here saying login with GitHub. And here I'm going to say call a function named GitHub login. And here all we're gonna do is that we're gonna copy this function, paste it here, and here we're gonna name this GitHub login, and here we're gonna say provider GitHub, and yeah, that's it. Here let's log out from our account, go to login page, click on login with GitHub, redirecting. It's gonna take me to my GitHub, and as you can see here, it's asking me to sign in with GitHub to continue to learn Supabase project, which is the name of our application. So I'm gonna click sign in. It's gonna ask me, do I wanna authorize this application, which has the name Learn Supabase by this developer, which is me, Noor Fakhry. So I'm gonna say yes, authorize him, authorize Noor, the owner of this application. I'm gonna click on this, and then it's done. I'm logged in and redirected to the home page. If I go to the Nuxt Devtools, refresh, check the Supabase user. Here, as you can see, the data came from GitHub. Here you're gonna see some Google data because I'm logged into GitHub with my Google account in the first place. But here, this data came from GitHub, as you can see. So yeah, it's perfect. Everything is working. As you can see, applying the authentication with Supabase is very easy and simple, and actually it's fun. I hope you have enjoyed this section and learned something useful, and I'm gonna see you in the next section. Bye bye.
Hey guys, and welcome back. In this section, we're gonna see how to prepare any Nuxt application for production and actually deploy it to the internet. The Nuxt team made it really easy to deploy any Nuxt app to the internet on platforms like Netlify, which we are going to use in this course. Let's say that we have this very simple Nuxt application. We have a home page here and a link to the About page, which is gonna take us actually to the About page. And here we have a link to the home page, which is gonna take us to the home page. Let's say that we wanna deploy this application to the internet. First, let me show you how to run the production build. If you go here to the package.json file, you're gonna see in the script section that we have a build script. All we're gonna need to do is to type in our terminal npm run build. So let's do that. We're gonna close our server, and here we're gonna say npm run build and press enter. As you can see, it's preparing our build application or production application. Okay, now the production build is finalized, and it's telling us to type this command in the terminal in order to run that production server. But what is this folder .output/server index.mjs and so on? If you go here to the directory of the project,
you're gonna find that this folder is created right now, .output. Inside of it, we're gonna find a server folder, and this is the file, the index.mjs file. This is the entry point for our production application. Okay, so now let's type this command in the terminal and press enter. It's telling us that the production server is actually running and it's listening on that URL. This is localhost, by the way. If we go to localhost 3000, we're gonna find our app. So let's just do that. I'm gonna type localhost 3000 and press enter. This is our production server, okay? It's not the development server anymore. This is our production server now. If we wanna run the development server, we're gonna type npm run dev. And if we wanna run the production server, we're gonna type this command, okay? And that's it. This is now the production build of our Nuxt application. In the next lecture, we're gonna see how to deploy this application to the internet on a service named Netlify. So, see you in the next lecture and bye-bye. Hey everyone, welcome back. Now let's see how we can deploy any Nuxt application to Netlify. Open your browser, go to Google and type Netlify. Open their website and let's log in. You can sign up a new account or you can log in with your GitHub account, or if you have GitLab, Bitbucket or whatever. But of course I use GitHub. So if you don't already have a GitHub account, I recommend that you create one. Now I'm gonna log in with my GitHub account. Now I'm inside of my Netlify account, and this is how you can create a new project. This is how you can deploy any Nuxt application. You're gonna import your project from GitHub. Okay, this means that we need to put our project, put our Nuxt application on GitHub first. So let's go to GitHub, open your GitHub account, and let's create a new repo. We're gonna name it Nuxt-App. You can make it public or private, whatever. I'm gonna make it private for this project. And let's create our repo. And now the repo is created on GitHub. Let's go ahead and initialize a Git project on our device, on our local computer, and then we're gonna link them together, okay? So let's go back to our project and let's open the terminal and let's type git init, press enter. Now we have a Git repo. Then we're gonna say git add all. We're gonna add all of our files. And by the way, we have a .gitignore here, which means that we're not gonna add anything inside of this .gitignore file. So let's go back to our terminal. Let's create our first commit. We're gonna say git commit message is, let's say, first commit. Press enter. If we type git status, we're gonna see that we are on branch master. Let's change the name of that branch. We're gonna say git branch -m capital to main. If right now we type git status, the name of the master branch has changed to main. Now let's continue. We're gonna copy this command. This is the command that's going to link this repo on GitHub to the repo on my local computer. So we're gonna copy that. Actually, we're gonna copy both of these commands. The first one is gonna link the two repos together, and this one is gonna push the changes that we have just made, which are the files that we added to our project, to the repo here on GitHub. Okay, so let's copy and paste them here and press enter. Now let's go back here and reload the page. As you can see, this is our project. And we don't have the stuff from the .gitignore file here, like .env file. So this is perfect. Now let's import that project into Netlify. We're gonna say import from Git and we're gonna choose deploy from GitHub, okay? And then only select one repo or a specific repo. We're gonna click on select repos and here we're gonna search for Nuxt App and then click on install. And that's it. Our project now is on Netlify. Now just click on it and scroll down here and click on deploy Nuxt App. And by the way, here if you want to add environment variables like API keys, you can add it like that. You're gonna click here and add a new variable and so on. You're gonna say here API key, for example, let's say 123. And of course, this is going to be hidden from the public. So now let's click on deploy Nuxt App. It's gonna take some time in order to be finished. We are waiting for it. Maybe we need to refresh. Okay, let's change the name of our app. We're gonna go to general here and we're gonna choose change site name. Let's call it, I don't know, Nuxt App, anything, okay? Save. Okay, perfect, it's available. As you can see, this is the URL for our application, nuxt-app.netlify.app. Let's click on that link. And now look at that, our application is deployed to the internet. And it's fully working. And this is how you can deploy any Nuxt application to the internet on Netlify. Now congratulations, we are done with the foundations of Nuxt.js. We have finished all the Nuxt.js fundamentals. And get ready because we are about to get into a very exciting part of our course. We're gonna dive into the journey of building Nuxt.js applications and projects. I know I'm very excited. I hope you are excited too. And this is why I'm gonna see you in the next sections. Have a great day and bye-bye.